Hello everyone, welcome to the Clashing Kingdoms MENA 1v1 tournament. I am Tripped Up, joined here by Jiro to Death. Jiro, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Very excited for this entire weekend trip. We definitely have quite a lot of work to do this weekend, which I'm looking forward. I've been missing, casting a lot, so this is gonna be great. And it's the classic duo, me and you.
Indeed, right? So we got to start off here with the MENA 1v1. We didn't get a pre-show in there, but we're heading right into the action. And the first match is going to be quite an interesting one, if we're going to get right into it. It's going to be C0-MR versus OXM.
Yeah, and as you can see, OXM is PR number 14 for the MENA region, so quite high. And if we're looking at C0-MR, right, he is PR 212 for SEA.
Yeah, but for MENA, he is 1, though. That's the thing. He is actually PR number 1 in the MENA region, so he is on top. He has been on top for quite a while here. I know he's been the champion of quite a few tournaments, so he is the one to beat. And OXM being, as you said, seed 14, definitely has the spot to take it down, but at the same time, that is going to be quite a fight. So, I wouldn't say he's favored, but at the same time, I do believe he can put up a good fight here. But yeah, that is an interesting thing to note, that he is PR'd in another region, which shows that, back before MENA was an official region, they did have to play on different regions. Some went to EU, some went to SEA. So, yeah, you do what you got to do. But now they're here in MENA, and they're ready to prove what they've got. And C0-MR, like I said, he's got the 1v1 Winter 25 title, so he's been championing a lot of tournaments recently, and I believe he can continue to do so. But OXM, he's going to be looking to take it down.
Yeah, and I mean, he also, C0-MR got a great spring championship run as well. Trial of Scold, 17th, Bearded Brawls for MENA. First place, which is another community tournament, which is, like, great, So many good performances, so it's probably not going to be anything changing for today. He's probably going to keep running the bracket, or we'll see. I mean, we got monsters like FXL, we got, there's all kinds of players in the MENA region, and they're so aggressive, so that's what I'm definitely looking forward to.
Oh yes, we have seen quite a few regions that don't exactly take to the aggressive mantra, but MENA, they're definitely more on the aggressive side, and I love to see that. They're not afraid to throw out some strange options. Last time I was watching a MENA tournament, they were just throwing themselves off stage. I thought I was watching gold gameplay as far as, like, how aggressive they were, because, like, they'll just throw themselves off stage with the ground pound, but they were doing that, but actually, like, in a good way, so I don't know. They've got some...
It's like unranked 1v1, but with pros, right? Kind of. Like, they're just doing it. They don't care about the elo, or at this point, it seems like the tournament even, almost, even though they definitely care. They definitely care.
Yeah, a little bit more on the line here than some silly little in-game numbers, right? this is for not only the glory, but also for the money, so you definitely want to be playing your best. But at the same time, they're taking to the, like, they rather than playing to win, they're playing for fun too, which I appreciate that, because some people, take the playing to win a little bit too seriously, so I'm glad to see that they, aren't too serious about it. At the end of the day, you're playing a video game, right? So you want to be having fun while playing the video game, and not being an 8-minuter, because that's not fun.
Nobody wants that. Come on, let's be real. Like, even if, let's say, you're the best player alive, but you're just gonna 8-minute everyone, like, come on. Like, sure, you will be quote-unquote respected in the bracket, but outside of it, I don't know. People might look at you like, oh, look at this guy, this Sonic player, Yeah,
I mean, it's all in the eye of the beholder, right? But yeah, I do agree. But we're waiting here for OXM to get in the lobby. We got C0-MR, who is all readied up. I believe he hasn't chosen religion yet, but I believe he'll probably be playing Mordex. I know that's usually his pick, but at the same time, I think he's got some other things too, so it could be variable. But I do believe that his Mordex is usually the pick he goes for, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
Right. I mean, I'm seeing some Mordex 15 times classified here, and some Asuri as well. So, but that's for SEA. Things might have changed. We never know.
Yeah, a lot of Mordex on the record. And then OXM, funnily enough, has Ada as the only legend reported on the Brawlhalla Pro stats.
Yeah.
Now, Ada being a very strange legend, you know, like technically would be good. It's just those stats are leave much to be desired, I would say. The signatures can be kind of iffy, you know, like that spear
They're
in
good,
sig is
though.
good, but then you got that emote, which is the spear down sig. So you got a lot of mixed feelings about Ada, but the fact that he's played him so much in tournament shows that he definitely has the back pocket. But at the same time, I don't believe that that's his usual legend, at least from the tournaments I've seen him play in. So we'll see how that develops. But yeah, we're just waiting for it to get in.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Ada is a solid pick for now. I mean, Spear has been meta for how many years now, Trip? Like, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
At least in twos, but even in ones to a certain extent. And you got the blasters, which definitely had some sort of renaissance for the past, like, what, 3 patches? And it's scary. Ada can be scary. She has a lot of strength as well on those signatures, a lot of knockbacks. So I believe in the Ada pick. Definitely a bit strange when it comes to, like, top player, you know, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, you know, you've got obviously a bit of a lower defense, and that is never going to be good when you're going against some high damage legends, which nowadays that seems to be kind of the meta. You know, people understand that if you're playing Taros, like, you're going to be getting that 9 damage more often than not. You know, you have Zol, which people don't really play, but still that 10 damage adds up so very quickly. So when you're playing a lower defense legend, you've really got to be careful, but it doesn't look as though that's going to be the case. Oh, he's left. Okay, then. I thought we were about to see a 7 pick come out, but it was
got invaded by Dante from Devil May Cry.
Oh no, but that's that is OXM. But yeah,
OXM.
for just
like,
a second,
wait,
he's
Dante?
picking the 7. Yeah.
Who's that? I was like, I don't know. By the way, a Devil May Cry crossover would be so sick. Just saying.
Oh man.
Like, that would be so hard.
I think you're gonna be holding your breath for a while on that one. But
I
mean, cool.
Capcom worked with BMG, okay, for Mega Man.
This is true. This is true. But truthfully, if we're gonna get any sort of thing like that, what we need is Dragon Ball. That's what we need. Okay, like let's be honest here. Everyone knows.
Stop teasing me.
We've been saying this for years.
You know
I mean, let's be honest. We already know. This has been
a long,
drawn out conversation. Yes, Dragon Ball. I mean, just everyone's talked about it at this point. Ever since
Goku
Petra.
Black, slashing the screen. I want to see that sight, that key sight, those keyblades. I need those.
Oh my goodness.
Okay? Listen.
I cannot
anyway.
Wait. Yeah. But just so we are waiting for OXM to get back in here. Oh, okay, he changed his name. Yeah, just wanted to get rid of that Dante, you know, just so it doesn't get confusing. Very respectable.
That appreciated. Yeah.
Okay, so finally getting into this a little bit here, we got both the legends coming out. So Comer is going to be going for a Gauntlets pick, but it's not going to be the Mordex. Instead, it's going to be Val. Now, that's actually pretty interesting because Sword has been kind of on the back end recently, ever since it got gutted in a couple patches ago. It really has not been a good weapon. Gauntlets are still good, but yeah, Val just hasn't really been that much of a used legend. And on the other hand, you got 7, which really is a strong legend. The cannon, you know, leaves some to be desired, but at the same time, that spear, oh my goodness, that spear kit is insane. So, yeah, we will see.
Sig that swaps, you know, from the a lot heavier fire sigs to the quicker lightning sigs. So we'll see how that dynamic works against Comer here. Again, as you said, PR #1 in MENA, so definitely scary.
Oh yes.
See what he can do on the sword though. Good start with a few light attacks. Few dares, nice air. Into recovery, nice conversion. Pretty good damage already. Yeah, and he's piling up damage, as you can see. I think the strength for Sword right now is those dares and nairs. They're still pretty good, even, you know, considering all of the nerfs and stuff like that. You still got the true combo, so I would say Sword is definitely still solid. And it did get a buff, I'm pretty sure, in the last match, so... yeah,
that is true.
Solid.
But nothing will compare to how it was before it got nerfed. But anyways, so we see OXM, he's kind of staying more to the ground, and like you said, Comer's been more in the air. Nice side air coming out to confirm that stock. But yeah, like you said, the strengths of Sword are going to be those aerials. The Nair and Dare able to build up a lot of that just consistent chip damage, and then of course you've got the side air, which you saw confirm the stock, and just, yeah, right there, hunting down there. Oh, that was getting risky right there. Comer not afraid to get off stage. Comer, or OXM rather, picks up the cannon, but Enlight's in the wrong direction. That might have actually been a stock right there. Just getting into the lower damage with 180 almost. Oh, that's just not looking good. Okay, OXM
finally
clears it out.
Breaking that stock away with a Nair. OXM finally showing some signs of life against Comer's sword. So far, no gauntlets, and we might see something. There we go, nice and light into neutral stick conversion. Did not work though, nice ground pound. Trying to cover some space in the air, OXM. Honestly, interesting choice. 7, as you said. It's definitely not the greatest pick out there, or at least the most meta pick, but Cannon has been pretty good, pretty solid nonetheless. And I mean, especially if you got one of those dodge reads, you're gonna be brutal. You're gonna be carried all the way to the side of the stage, and probably get yourself a KO.
That was a very nice
GC
KO.
neutral light though. Wow, what a nice and swift edge guard coming out from C0-MR as well.
Absolutely, and OXM, he is looking right now to get a dodge read. He knows that he's going to be getting a more consistent KO that way, but it's just going to be really difficult. C0-MR is doing a good job at mixing up his dodges, doesn't want to be too predictable, and then like comes out, tries to get a side sig, but unfortunately C0-MR just expected that a little bit too much and gets a dodge read too. That's a quick 3-piece, nice down air, but at the same time, that's not really going to do much on stage. He's got to be more on the off stage for that to work, but there it is, a side air to confirm the stock, and he's going to stick to that cannon. We saw earlier that he was on the spear, but he's showing that the cannon is kind of his pick. And yeah, he's just going to try and get that big opening. There it is. Oh, but the dodge up gets him out. And C0-MR, I actually thought it was a D-sig for a second. Then I was like, oh no, don't land on top of that OXM. But he's able to get out of the way. And now things are actually relatively even.
Yeah, 91 to 120 damage right now, but that Seer might be detrimental for OXM. Nicely dodged that downlight though, went below. Side air. Downlight Seer coming out from C0-MR. Maybe edgeguard situation, even though OXM is playing nice and patient, even though he is on the cannon. GC downlight Seer into weapon throw, barely dodged by OXM, but that recovery is gonna do quick work of his last stock. C0-MR takes the first match. Pretty convincingly, on the sword at least.
Yeah, but at the same time, OXM was able to fight back pretty well. And you know, we saw, I was mentioning this at first, before he started to go only with the cannon, that OXM, he was basically staying glued to the ground for the most part against C0-MR's sword, which is a good thing because he's got, you know, the dares and the nairs to really chip any damage if you're up in the air. So I think it's a good thing that he's staying low to the ground with the spear so you can get that D-light. That's really what you're looking for, of course, is to get that D-light combo. So maybe if you can work a little bit more spear in there, because I do believe that to be the stronger of the two weapons, not only in the meta, but also in kits for 7. Like, the cannon kit is just kind of awkward, you know, the signatures... They're as cool as they are just really strange and hard to hit. They're very awkward. Yeah, the down sig, yeah, that's the one caveat. But like the in sig and the side sig having like the projectiles sort of, and it's very strange. But we're getting a bit of a map swap here, or swap, not swap. Getting over to the small worlds, and here we go. And OXM already starting things off with a good weapon starve and a combo as well. That's big damage, nice dodge rate as well. Almost got the recovery. That actually might have been a KO, honestly. So C0-MR thinking his lucky stars, he's able to get out of the way, but OXM looking to extend, gets a nice sideline and a side air. That is a quick stock. What is that, 20 seconds? Jeez.
Yeah, that's pretty swift and nice stock coming up from OXM. And I was about to say, Trip, even though you had quite the monologue, which is fair, you had a lot going on there. OXM, it feels like he just played the first match to download first, right? He got a few reads, he got a few one of those aerial options, got it out from C0-MR. But now, as you can see, he's already in the lead. What a GC, what? Downlights, what? GC sidelight into Seer, that was so crazy on the sword. I'm stealing that. Thank you, C0-MR. That was so good and absolutely shocking. I didn't even know how to cast that. That was such a good string. Downlight recovery, taking that stock and equalizing, now with only 89 damage to his name.
Yeah, C0-MR looking like light Yogmi right now, able to just get these 200 IQ plays.
Yeah.
I have no clue what that was, but it clearly worked out. And now he's looking to try and fight back on this, and he is with the gauntlets. Now, usually it's not really a good matchup against the spear, but OXM struggling to find his way in and just wasn't able to get a punish onto that end light that whiffed, and now they're relatively even. There's a down air, tries to throw the weapon up, but gets ground pounded. C0-MR starting to run away with it a little bit here. The momentum is just a little bit too much for him. Even though he had an early lead, OXM is starting to falter.
Yeah, I mean, not too far behind though. OXM can definitely do this, especially on the spear. All you need is that spicy D-light Seer, and that might take the stock away, even though it is a small world's end. Maybe off the top with a downlight recovery, actually. But man, C0-MR just piling up damage, but nice Nice retaliation with that recovery coming out from OXM. Back on the cannon now. Maybe hoping for some of those spicy reads. Nice and light.
He absolutely needs a read.
Okay.
He's staying more glued to the ground.
Neutral.
Like I said, he wants to get the side light opening, but Comer able to punish that. He just
he's reading those.
It's the punish. Oh no.
Ooh.
Nice on. Side light goes punish. That recovery almost hits. Getting to the 150 range. There is a higher defense, of course, on 7, but it's not going to take too much longer for the KOs to start coming out. Nice 2-piece recovery.
Silent,
nice.
Double silent recovery. Such a nice confirm from C0-MR, knowing exactly where he's going to dodge away and catching that perfectly with that silent recovery. That's the bread and butter for gauntlets. So, yeah, the dodge away there, not that inspired. But sometimes you panic. Trust me, I know.
Yeah, that's understandable. But at the same time, you know, no option is technically a bad option, because sometimes it can be a good mix-up. But yeah, a lot of the times, those more obvious dodges can get caught, especially against gauntlets with the more sweeping horizontal options like that side light. And Comer proving that so right there with the quick KO. And getting back into things, now he's up 2-0, and this should be relatively similar. But OXM, if he can get that big cannon string, that has been what has been changing the tide for him. If he can get a big string in the beginning and just keep that lead a little bit longer, then maybe, just maybe, he could take a game off of Comer. We're gonna have to see. Oh, almost got the spot dodge there. And I mean, just like the amount of damage that would have been huge.
Wait.
Nice ground pound. Okay. Getting testy off stage, but still, I'm liking it.
Okay, down air. Oh no, grapple! He doesn't even need it just to go back to the stage with the recovery. Swift stock coming up from C0-MR, and what a lead. Only 76 damage on his name. OXM needs to do something quick now. Oh my goodness! And C0-MR is just styling on that sword. My goodness, is this rain? I'm seeing some rain stuff. Oh man, and this is looking like a quick 3 stock. We're just not even 1 minute into the match.
Yep, that was a perfect stock right there. He's still at the 76 damage, and he's looking to continue. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Comer looking like sword is still a top tier weapon. Maybe it is. He's proving it so. OXM, he's trying to fight back though, trying to get himself back on the stage, but once again, the side light pushing him back off stage. He can't find his way back on. Goes for the GCD light, but no, he didn't have the dodge read. Okay, there we go. 2 weapons on the stage, grabs 1, side lights in the wrong direction. Okay, didn't get picked up by the side sig. That's good. Looking on stage, definitely looking for a gravity cancel in light or a ground pound. But whoa, weird interaction on the stage there. The gauntlets are going to get better of them.
Oh man, oh man. It seems like OXM's nerves are to the ground right now, because he's not even getting those, you know, true confirms, true combo confirms, at least on the Anon. Maybe trying to get a stock, something for mental, you know? I mean, you still got elimination bracket after if you lose, and I mean, that's pretty much it. That's a quick and swift 3-0 from C0-MR, PR number 1, as you said. So, honestly expected, but decent showing from OXM. Looking forward to lose this bracket, you know?
Yep, that is right. This is winner's quarters, so he still has plenty of chances down in the lower bracket. But still, yeah, I mean, that is just as dominant as it gets. Really, when it comes to that PR number 1, you just, I mean, that's your king right there. That's the king of your region. So yeah, it's really going to be scary. And as you saw, just Comer, it was able to get underneath him every single time with the sword, the gravity cancel D lights, building up consistent damage, pushing him off stage with the side lights, in lights. I mean, just that was a sword show right there. Really great showing from Comer. But yeah, so now that we got that, we've got the next match, which I'm really excited to talk about, because we've got possibly the strangest thing in the entire tournament. We have PR, well, not PR, but we got Seed 61 up in against is that PR? Yeah, PR8. So Rio versus Nad. Rio being the Seed 61. So they beat Abodrag 3-2 in the last round to get here. That's pretty impressive. I mean, Abodrag being seeded 13, that's PR 19, so that is a big upset right there. So Rio, I learned that they're a 2300 Fate player, so definitely Fate being a very strong legend. But
I mean, honestly, this is giving me like hope that, hey, maybe I can get a top 8 one day, since I just got 2400 recently. And I mean, if he can, you know, a PR 61.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Elo is a little bit different in MENA or the lower regions than North America, where we come from, which is just, we don't really want to talk about ranked in NA. It's just we're just gonna leave that unmentioned.
Brutal.
But yeah, so still being 2300 in MENA is very, very good, and
That's still
Fate,
commendable, yeah.
yes, and Fate being so strong right now. I mean, we saw in recent tournaments how much Fate has been played. Scythe being so strong, Orb being so strong,
Right.
those
Right.
the stats, the high damage, of course, the signatures, and Fate has everything you could possibly want in a character. So I'm not surprised to see that. And then on the other hand, like I said, we have, sorry, was that? We got Nad, right?
Yes.
And I've seen him a couple times, and like I said, he's PR8, so he's worth his salt. This is going to be a hard match, even though we have this upset coming out from Rio. It's going to be hard. This is going to be a much harder match, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, PR number 8 still pretty commendable, and as you said, Abodrag got cooked by PR61, so I mean, again, this is the thing with tournaments. Any kind of tournament, whether official or community, upsets might happen. You might see even Markimu get cooked all of a sudden by a 2200. Nobody knows what happens. You know, it can happen. This is the excitement, though, from tournaments, and this is the excitement from meta shifts, or like from even seasonal shifts of tournaments, right? You might see new up-and-coming players in Moose Wars, in all these kinds of tournaments. And then all of a sudden, they become a crowd favorite. They become the underdog that you're hoping to see in top 8, or even better, right? In top 4.
Right. I mean, there's plenty of players that have found their way up on the community tournament side before getting into the more official tournaments. So, absolutely. And it feels like Rio is trying to make a statement here, obviously getting that huge upset. Yeah. And this would be, I mean, an even more detrimental upset to get against PR8. I mean, that's just huge. So if you're looking at the bracket here, most of the people in this winner's quarters are in the single digit of the seeds, right? So having 61 up here is beyond insane.
I mean, again, I'm very excited. Seems like Rio is locked in on the Knicks, by the way, which is a very fun pick. You know, again, Blasters, top tier, undisputed top tier. You got Sight, top tier. Again, undisputed top tier. And, oh, would you look at that?
I am looking at that. I am most definitely looking at that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have a Sentinel pick coming out. My favorite, love to see it. It's actually The Rock, you know, the one and only crossover for this character. Very based. And yeah, so two characters. Well, okay, Nyx is seeing a little bit more play now that Blasters are good. But yeah, Sentinel just not really seen very often. I'm glad to see it.
He's pretty good, though.
Probably see more of the guitars play, I would assume. Sentinel's guitar kit, in my humble opinion, is actually the best guitars kit in the game. Just hands down, it's insane. So I'm hoping to see Nad abuse it, because my goodness, that is what it deserves. It needs to be abused, so maybe it can get a nerf. I mean, I know that it's strange to be calling for a nerf for your own character, but it's just, I'm not biased. Anyways, getting to game number 1, we've got also an interesting map pick coming out. We've got the Mishima Dojo. Not exactly a common pick, but hey, I'm here for it.
Again, diversity. We love that trick. And seems like Nad is already doing a lot of damage on this hammer. Not even on the guitars. Is this Custer's Curse? He's just gonna show us hammer prowess. The Stomps are coming out. 127 to 14 damage. This is getting ridiculous, Rio. Get some damage in. But it seems like he can't. Nice air coming out as well. 149. The scoop upwards. 165. The scoop into... excuse me. Stomp into scoop. All the way up. Getting rid of that first stock. And man, Nad is cooking. Showing off the PR number 8.
Absolutely. And he's being very, very aggressive. Rio is just not finding his way around. He's trying to back up, especially with these blasters, but Nad able to find his way in. Nice gravity cancel D-light in the opposite direction to grab that, but no extension afterwards. Still, when you're up an entire stock, it's not too big of a deal. He's gonna opt for the Scythe, Rio that is. Gonna get himself a side light, but there's once again another quick piece, and that damage is adding up very quickly. Although not being a super high damage legend, it's not bad either on Sentinel, so it's going to add up quickly, especially with that hammer. Look at that. I mean, just a quick D-light, which only does, like, what, 8 damage now? But the Sair and whatnot, it just does so much. Look at that. My. Rio, now down 2 stocks against Nad, is looking dominant for him.
Yeah, a pretty filthy 3-stock situation already for Nad here. Rio definitely needs to pick up the slack, or maybe, again, it was just a fluke. We can never know. Seems like it so far. Rio's absolutely getting cooked on the unarmed. No! Don't let that disrespect go, Rio. You got blasters. You got the D-lights there. You got so much damage potential. But it seems like, okay, there we go. Downlights there. There we go. Nice down sig. Confirming that first stock away from Nad. Perhaps switching to the site. No, going back to the blasters. Probably his comfortable pick.
Yeah, well, we saw at first he was trying to get the scythe, but maybe he saw that the only little bit of success he got was on those blasters. He wants to keep him away, because Nad's aggression on both the hammer and the guitars have been relentless, and there it is, a quick GC D-light into the ground pound to confirm the stock, and that is a very quick 2-stock coming out from Nad, dominantly so.
Yeah, I mean, there's one more thing when it comes to like higher PR players. Their option choice, right? Their option choice is so good. Sometimes you don't have to extend with a signature. Sometimes you don't have to go for a recovery. All you need is a down like ground pound in the right spot for the right spot dodge read or dodge in read. And that's gonna win your game. And as you saw, that was perfect right there from Nad. Yeah, this is looking like a wash, at least for the first match. Hopefully, hoping for a download, you know? I want to see a close set. I want to see the underdog succeed. At least, you know, for a bit, right?
That's right. I mean, he made it all the way here in the first place, so that in itself is just impressive. But yeah, we do want to see him put up a little bit of a fight, and we see Nad actually. He is swapping over to the Bodvar. It's the Xavier Woods crossover. So I guess he's trying to showcase off all the WWE crossovers. Yeah. The quick advertisement, I guess. You know, that's fair.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's here for a reason, right? It's here for a reason in game, and now to Miami Dome trip, we're seeing so many maps already. Wow,
I love it.
Just in second set.
Yeah, usually it's just it's just the Small Fortress Alliance, so we are not upset at this at all. Oh wow!
Not at all. We saw some Mishima Dojo as well, but man, look at this prowess on the hammer as well. It seems like he just wants to show hammer prowess, Nad, right? He went on the Sentinel. He was like, you know what? I'm not gonna play Qatar as much. I'm just gonna show you how good hammer still is. And I mean, I'm sorry, whoever doesn't agree, hammer is absolutely top tier, probably top 3 of all time in the history of the game, like bar none. Yeah, of all time. Look at this, and now showing off some sword as well. Again, Trip, sword is not that bad, even considering the nerfs. It did get a recent buff, so it seems like sword is definitely viable still.
Oh, true. I mean, I would never call any weapon unviable except for a post buff or post nerf chakrams. That was not good. But anyways,
they got buff too.
it's fun. Okay, so Rio, he's trying to find his way against this hammer, but once again, just throwing out these signatures and not finding a mark on any of them. That is the bad thing about Scythe. You're not going to be able to get those quick KOs. It's going to take a long time to get them by force, so you've got to take him off stage, but against hammer, you do not want to go off stage. A quick recovery was the end of his first stock, and plenty of other stocks already in this the first game. So, yeah, oh my goodness, nice stomp into the recovery, a scoop as well, putting him up in the air. A quick nair would probably do the stock in right now, but a weapon throw stops. What is this, Nad? You're disgusting, man. Oh my goodness, the hammer prowess, like you were saying. Okay, Rio able to get himself a recovery and an insig, so he is putting
same
a fight.
Scenario. Yeah, but same scenario, Trip. Just getting one stock and then maybe hoping for the best against Nad here. I don't know. Maybe hoping for some sort of lead changing situation, but man, look at the sword, the reversal with the pivot nair. That was so clean. I love doing that too. So of course I'm gonna nerd out of that because I'm a sword player myself. I love seeing it. Okay, nice. Someone armed as well down there just to add more pressure with the aerials, and they're like, this has been a theme so far, Trip, today with the sword aerials, as you saw. See, man, GC downlights there that was so perfectly placed there into downsig, almost getting that to conversion through. Oh man, he wanted to style with the platform cancel of the D-light. Did not work in his favor though. Now Nad definitely with a damage lead. Like, look at this, 139 Rio on his last stock. Not good.
Yeah, and that might just take it, but not yet. Trying to style with the weapon throw into the GCD light, but not yet. Okay, Nad obviously looking for a GCD light, but it's going to be a quick recovery from Rio from underneath to take him to his final stock. So once again, we're seeing Rio fighting back, but oh my goodness, the quick haymaker with the slide charge. That is going to be a second game for Nads, and we see Rio is starting to fight back though, finding his way against this.
Oh no!
And now we got the ego pick.
No.
Oh boy, Nad.
No. Oh man, see, some people keep telling me like, hey, if you don't have ego, you will not reach the top, right? At least somewhat. And I mean, it's looking more true and true by the day. Besides Marky, that guy is the most wholesome guy in the entire multiverse. It's crazy. But yeah, seems like Nad wants to add some salt to the wound and play Rio's own legend in this entire set.
But at the same time, we did see that Nad has level 74 on this Nyx, which is way higher than the other 2 legends he played so far in this set. So clearly it is a legend that he has a lot of experience on. But yeah, it does feel a bit like an ego pick, and we'll see if that changes anything. Maybe this could be karma. You know, maybe Rio will find his way around this scythe way better than the hammer, but so far, Nad is just styling, able to find a lot of hits. That's quick damage, 106 already. A side sig as well, getting out there, the top part of the side air. A ground pound too. Nad is just dismantling Rio. It is just unfortunate to see. Oh my god, not the soul.
Oh no! This confirms a trip. This is an absolute confirm that this was an absolute ego pick, even though considering the level 74 Nyx, and oh my goodness, Nad just wants to put up a show on this low PR player. I'm not gonna lie. Like, look at this. So much damage already on his second stock. 89 damage, but Rio's fighting back. And what I was about to say, Trip, to you, is that, hey, maybe Rio got some experience in this mirror match situation, but it seems like maybe this experience doesn't really matter when you go against such a high caliber player such as Nad. Like, look at this, just dancing around with those sidelights, probably just poking his mental even. This is just mental pokes with those sidelights. He's probably not even trying to hit them. Nice recovery though, not KOing off the top. GC down like ground pound into recovery, just piling up more damage and more mental toll. But nice D-Sig to retaliate all that and finally get that third stock away from Nad.
Okay, yeah, Nad is just, he's asking for it, you know? Okay, nice. Didn't get a follow-up after that, but still a good read coming out. But unfortunately, yeah, it's going to be a quick D-Light into the recovery. KO confirm, and Nad is looking to continue things with the scythe. And we got a huge string. Rio on to final stock, potentially on his winner's side run, so he's got to pull out all the stocks now. Gets himself hit with the down air. As you can see, Nad is hovering right above him, right in the zone that he cannot touch with the blasters. That is not good for Rio. He knows exactly where to keep himself. Nice down air. Didn't able to get the side air, but, or sorry, side sig, but still. Oh my goodness, yeah, this is not looking good. And there it is, the GC D-Light into the ground pound. So many of those in this set, and we've got a quick 3-0 coming out from Nad. I mean, that is what we expected, right? Like I said, we got the seed 61 versus seed 5. That's a huge difference right there. Huge difference.
Yeah, this was an absolutely monstrous 3-stock. And 3-0, I mean. Was it a 3-stock? God, I think it was, right? My brain's melting. But yeah, what a showing for PR number 8. My God. My God.
Yeah, but at the same time, we do have to recognize that Rio put up a great fight. And, you know, obviously that was a huge underdog situation. So it was going to be a really difficult thing either way, you know, whether winning or losing. But that was still very good showing from him. And he will be going down to the lower brackets. So still in the tournament. And there is a chance we'll be seeing him later on. Maybe he could pull out some other upsets. Because the other people in the lower bracket right now are still way higher seeded than him. So it's going to be a battle. But if we've seen anything, he does have the ability to do it. So we'll see later on. But for now, we've got to move on to the next match, which is going to be a bit more of a usual one here. We've got FXL versus C0-MR, I believe that's pronounced. I apologize if not.
I think it's Zornks. Yeah, Zornks. It's like Zorro, but Zornks or something. I don't know. I like calling him Zor. Oh, and it looks like we are going to take a small break. For all of you guys, maybe get some popcorns, get some sodas, get some pop, you know, going. I might do that as well since it's very hot in EU. My God, I'm melting. But yeah, we're gonna see you in a bit. Alright. Welcome back, everyone, to the Clashing Kingdoms for MENA region. It's me, Jiro to Death, your beloved, or not beloved, Jiro main, alongside Tripped Up, your beloved Sentinel main, you know?
Oh yeah, I don't know if everyone would agree with that, but you know, it's okay, because at least we're here. It's not about the gameplay right now. Right now, it's about our voices and other people's gameplay. And speaking of which, we've got quite the match to get into, which I teased a little bit earlier, but we headed into break. But now we've got this. We have FXL versus Zormx.
There you go. There you go.
Like that.
Zormx. Honestly, an interesting name, right? It's a bit hard to pronounce, but yeah, Zormx looks like on the level 90 Petra. Hold on, I never knew Zormx is based like that. I love Petra. I love Petra.
Absolutely.
Level 90. That's not an easy feat, especially if you didn't farm it. Got the Bearded Brawls avatar as well, nice and snazzy.
Would you love to see it?
So he has been probably fighting in the community tournaments, maybe. Since he has that avatar, I would assume so, right?
Yeah, that is usually how you get those. But yeah, Petra being a very great pick. Obviously, you got that 8 strength, and the defense and other stats are not bad either. You got lower dex, so of course that's OP because dex doesn't matter in this game. So yeah, you know, I'm definitely supporting the Petra pick. Obviously, with level 92, you got plenty of experience to go along with it. So we should be seeing a pretty strong standing from Zormx over here. But then at the same time, you're going against FXL. Now, we know that FXL has been a beast for the longest time in this region. That Fate has been dismantling people left and right. I've seen it. Everyone's seen it. I'm not sure if that's what he'll be pulling out here, but I wouldn't be surprised because that is what he's on.
That's the thing, though. FXL is such a versatile player. Like, I don't know if you know, but Ski0-MR, for example, has one of those community lineups tournaments with all of the legends and all of the weapons, right? And FXL almost always wins the MENA region. It's crazy, and I'm pretty sure he won every single one of them. So he's like so versatile with the weapon choice. He can probably play whatever, right?
Right.
But we'll see. I mean, I would love to see the Fate, obviously, because of Sight and Orb, and I love both.
Well, you're gonna get one of those things.
Want to see, I do not want to see an Orb mirror match, though. That's the thing.
That's fair.
And yeah, we're seeing some Sight. Some Sight and Gauntlet, specifically because on the Mordex. Level 80, by the way. Level 80 to 90.
Absolutely.
Really nice and balanced.
And if you can see this on the screen, I'm not sure, but we got the 1v1 Spring Champion of 2025 in the form of FXL. So he has been, once again, dominating a lot, just as other people in the tournament have. So it's going to be a tough fight. Zormx, definitely a good player, but at the same time, FXL is favored in this match. It will be a hard-fought fight, but FXL is favored.
I would agree, but again, I'm very excited for the Petra pick, and level 90, I'm curious if the experience on Petra will be enough to dethrone FXL, at least in the first match. We'll see. I mean, obviously, due to how pro players usually work or how their mindset works, they're gonna use the first match as a schematic of what the rest of the set is gonna be, right? So we'll see what happens. We'll see if Zormx can maybe stop that sort of adaptation, right?
Absolutely. All right, let's get into game number 1. We're on the small fortress of Lions, the map we've seen all too much, but actually in this tournament, we've barely seen it at all. So I'm glad to be saying that. And we're going to be seeing a Scythe v Orb match right here. Now, we got the larger hitboxes of the, not larger hitbox, but the longer range of the Scythe to kind of counter out that Orb. But okay, back over to the Gauntlets quickly. And we'll be seeing a Gauntlets mirror match here. A lot of sidelights are coming out. Well, I mean, just proving me so. With the sidelight into sidelight, yeah, this is... Oh boy. Gauntlets gameplay.
Yeah,
right?
This is gonna be, sidelight simulator, sidelight recovery, sidelight, into another sidelight. Oh man, guess what? Another sidelight. And sidelight recovery coming up from FXL almost. Getting that kill off the top. What a genius weapon throw! Coming up from Zormx though. Stopping that true combo confirm to get more breathing room on this stock, even though 216 damage will definitely KO to the side with a neutral light on the gauntlets. And now FXL perhaps hoping for gauntlets, but no. Immediately stuffed away by an Enlight on Orb by Zormx. That's right. That's definitely a name. It's a bit tough.
Zormx, he is going to be looking for that side light into cider, of course, be very common. KO confirm. On the other side of the stage, it's not going to work just yet, but now getting into the...
Oh, whoa!
Okay. I guess FXL took his hands off the keyboard or something. I'm not sure what happened there, but
Oh,
I think he's
lag.
lagging. Yeah, that's
Oh
unfortunate.
boy, lag machine.
That is the reality of this game sometimes. Even in tournament, you do have to deal with lag. But hey, I appreciate Zorms being a good sport here because he absolutely could be taking advantage of this right now. But okay, FXL back into things. The ping is back down, no longer red barring, and he's proving it so. Look at that, able to get a quick extension with the gauntlets. That's big damage. Zorms finding his way back, able to get an end light, but not too much afterwards. He's building up a lot of damage with the end lights, but the extensions have been leaving much to be desired, which is really what you want on the orb. You want those nairs and side airs, you know, you want the end lights, D lights, all the sorts of combos that Orb is so good with, but yeah.
Wow, what a great dodge coming out from Zorms there on the side light. Excuse me, side air coming out from FXL. Oh, Nair to extend that all the way, probably getting the KO with the recovery all the way up to the heavens. What a nice play coming out from FXL with almost no options, mind you. He used that chase dodge to go all the way up. Shout out to that song. And man, that was so good. Oh, but immediately ground pounded back all the way to heck by Zorms and now equalizing stocks. Man, just back and forth, all the way up from all the way down, you know, Trip? This is how the set goes, it seems.
That's right. It does not take long. Okay, so things are relatively even right now. No one's got the big momentum lead. I say that, but then FXL immediately getting a good dodge read with the jump down air. Wasn't able to get too much off of it, and things still are relatively even. But now that he's got the scythe and Zorms is unarmed, it's going to be really difficult. Still, he's pressuring off stage, not afraid at all. Gets a nice nair. Doesn't get too much off of it afterwards. FXL is pushing out towards the stage. He's wanting to keep things off stage. Even though he's against the gauntlets, he knows he can get a quick side air to bring him close to the KO zone. And yep, there it is. A web throw as well. There it is. FXL is going to take that one.
Yeah, pristine. Just pristine movement there and pristine Sairs on the side. Alongside that, just nailing that weapon throw. Just nice. And man, such a strong showing for the first match.
Absolutely. But at the same time, Zorms was fighting back pretty well. And, you know, he's got the good karma on his side after allowing FXL to, you know, fight through the lag and get back into a green bar situation. So, you know, I appreciate that. And even if he goes down in this set, he'll still be up in our hearts, right? So that's a goat right there. That's our goat. And FXL, he is to be restarting the game, I believe. You know, after that lag, you do need to put out some restarts. That's very classic. So no problem there.
But what are your thoughts so far about the matchup? I would say they're pretty even, right? That's like even. My first initial thought from the first match.
Yeah, I honestly think, like you said, it is more of a download type of thing on that first match, kind of reading each other out. So the real question is going to be whether Zorms can find his way around that playstyle, or if not, FXL has the read and hopefully won't be lagging and might just sweep things away. We'll have to see as we get into the second game. He's just going to be restarting, but shouldn't take too long.
I mean, hopefully, again, maybe he's resetting his router as well. Honestly, I would do it when it comes to like tournament top 8 situation.
I agree. No, I absolutely agree.
So,
it's tech.
Yeah, you gotta give that router a few smacks, you know? Sometimes it just doesn't work, and for no reason, and especially when it's always tournament day, you gotta lag, or something has to happen, right? So, yeah. We love the universe sometimes.
If you took a look at the damage right there, you saw that a majority was coming out from the gauntlets on FXL. So we saw earlier, or like we said earlier, FXL usually is on the scythe. We have the Fate and, of course, the Mordex. So seeing him more on the gauntlets is pretty interesting, but we enjoy to see it. And then on the other side, we have Zorms, who is mostly on the orb. And I actually agree with that, because in the gauntlets situation, especially when he's been sweeping things away with the gauntlets, it's not really that good to be in a mirror match. But when we have the orb with that, of course, the larger hitboxes with the sider, for example, the side light can reach out really far and kind of sweep underneath, like the side lights, for example. So I do agree that the orb is the better pick. So the question is, will he swap to something different, maybe just a different orb legend, or will he stick to the Petra? Honestly, I'd be okay with either one. I think either one is a good idea, you know?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the damage distribution here, 77 damage only on the gauntlets. Is gauntlets a pick? Are the Petra Sigs a reason good enough to stay on the Petra? Because I would argue, if you want to fight those gauntlets better, you need distance, right? You got the orb distance, right? You got the Silite series, you got all that, you got all of that entire toolkit just to push you away and, you know, towards the KO zone. But
That's right.
I don't know about the gauntlets. Unless this is just, you know, a good old gauntlets ditto that he wants, I'm not sure. I would like a Dusk pick, you know? I think
that would be
work.
pretty interesting, especially after Lores winning the mid seasons with Dusk. You know, that was pretty insane. So, but at the same time, it isn't exactly the easiest legend to traverse. So I don't know, but we're gonna be seeing him staying on the Petra. But one more thing I wanted to mention real quick about Zorm's orb. That's the fact that he is not going with like the spamming of the down air. We do see quite a few orb players who will really heavily abuse that down air. They'll keep their opponent away. They'll stay on stage, especially with the edge guard. They'll keep themselves in the air and just spam down air. You've seen, of course, that perfect down air where it's like they barely touch the stage, but the orb still goes through and doesn't touch the stage. But we didn't see that from Zorms. I'm not sure whether that's just not his game plan or if it's something that he might adapt into later, but we're going to get a game number 2. We are on the Demon Island. Haven't seen this one yet today. Glad to see it.
Ah, yes. My favorite map of all time, pretty much. Demon Island, the final destination of Brawlhalla. It's been a while since I said that, huh, Trip? But yeah, man. I just love this map. I love its aesthetics. It's just so even Steven, right? And when it comes to like top 8 situation, it feels like a perfect map. No platforms, nothing to distract away from this absolute monster FXL on the side. Oh my goodness, perfect sider placement to get that almost 0 to that. That almost, it was close. 23 damage on his name though. Zorms needs to do something quick, because it seems like FXL just, as I said in the first match, he just adapted. Just like, okay, Zorms does this, I'm just gonna do this, and just fully take advantage on the side. And it seems like this is definitely the story he's trying to paint here.
That's right. Well, okay, Storm's fighting it back a little bit. We saw FXL in that first stock. He was really hovering in the air. Oh, wow. What a bop on the head. FXL will take a quick early stock there from that. That is a really hard sig to hit, but if it hits, man doesn't have a lot of force. So, okay, but there's a quick GCD line to the ground pounds. FXL trying to take things off stage. We saw from the first stock that he was able to sweep things away very quickly just with down airs and side airs alone. Trying to do it again. There it is. End light to prop him up. There it is. Side light into the recovery. And that is a huge stock lead continuing for FXL.
That was absolutely perfectly played by FXL there, just knowing that he's gonna get that, you know, desperate dodge in and down, getting that sidelight, the soft sidelight into recovery just to confirm that stock away, and probably getting some more damage unless Zorms just wants to equalize so fast. As you saw, Trip, he likes to equalize stock so fast. Oh man! Oh, that was so scary. That recovery coming up from FXL, almost clipping the bottom hitbox recovery all the way, but it didn't work. I think it was just pixels away from connecting. Silite coming up from FXL. Okay, 151 to 129 damage, 144 now. Zorms. Oh no, dodging into nothing and not hitting the wall to get those options back. FXL with the quick tweet 2-0, sadly.
Yeah, it's strange because I think FXL must have been listening to me because I said that he was mostly doing everything on the gauntlets. He's like, all right, bet, let me just not use the gauntlets at all. So, but now we've got, so we've got the Thor coming out from Zorms. A level 70 Thor. Okay, Jeff Wardo's got some competition over here. But still, I do like to see it. You'll have the hammer, which is much better KOing tool than the orb because the side air, even though it's a consistent KOing tool, it does take quite a while. So it's good to see the hammer in there, especially since the gauntlets weren't really doing much of anything on the side of Zorms. So yeah, you know, I support this pick. I think this will do a little bit better. At the same time, you are having FXL swapping over to his Fate. So not only are you going to have the Orb Mirror match now, but you're still going to have that Scythe. And that is the one bad thing about Hammer. It is really heavily countered against Scythe, especially with a player that's like hovering in the air, hitting those down airs and side airs consistently. It is able to traverse those hitboxes of the Hammer pretty easily. So it might be a difficult matchup, but at the same time, if you're able to get those quick successions of side lights, stomp stairs, then it won't take too long to get those KOs, especially with Fate being a 4 defense legend, which really, I'd say is the only downside of Fate at this point is the fact that you got 4 defense, because everything else about Fate is just so good.
So good. Yeah, such a solid Sig kit and just everything. You got Sight, you got Orb, you got so many true combo options and just so much damage build-up opportunity on both Sight and Orb. Like, it's ridiculous. Those signatures sometimes KO so fast, it's like, man, did that actually KO? Yes. Those stars are no joke when they hit you.
Oh.
Oh, looks like we're going for a reset. By the way, I have some insider info. Maybe that's why this reset is happening. FXL is currently playing on a poorer device than what he usually has. His PC is not fixed yet, and he did tell me that I shouldn't expect much. I did talk to him a bit earlier today. So yeah, all of these resets, the Wi-Fi, the lag, it sucks to see, you know?
Well, that one, so he didn't restart his game or anything, so maybe it was a map thing, potentially? We'll be seeing a different map here. It's going to be Miami Dome. Okay, so you got the platforms. This might be good for Zormps, actually. Obviously, it's a little bit harder on the hammer, but when you have FXL, who has been hovering in the air with that scythe, if you have those platforms, that is going to be really good for the juggle game on both the orb and the hammer, so this might actually be good for Zormps, but only time will tell getting into the third game here. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Now, FXL with the first weapon, just throwing options there, the nairs and theirs, and I mean, this is why the allegations will never stop about side players. Oh, you're just gonna mash down like a nair and down air, because that's all you guys do. And I mean, hey, to a certain extent, it seems that way because we got that quadruple or triple nair there coming out from FXL. The side sig, as I said, those stars, when they hit you hard. And look at the damage already, 156 to 98. Zorms needs to get that weapon ASAP or something. There we go, back on the orb with the orb ditto. Side there though, coming up from FXL. Okay.
Oh, sweat beating. Sort of. That might be a stock. Nope, not yet. FXL. He is taking a bit of a page out of the book I was talking about earlier with the down airs, the perfect down air down the edge of the orb. So I do appreciate to see it, but at the same time, it's really hard for Zormps, so we're going to see how he can find his way around it. Gets a nice stomp Sayer. That's a lot of damage. Just one more could take the KO. Tries to rip a side sig, but a bit premature. Now pushed off stage against Scythe. That's not where he wants to be, especially not above it, because it's going to be hard to get himself a reversal situation. And yeah, FXL is just looking to continue like a ladder combo. We saw earlier with the Nair. There's three Nairs.
Speaking
and
of,
tried to get the stars. He's taking him to the stars with that Nair ladder combo. And okay, getting tested off stage against Hammer, that might backfire, and it does. Zormps with a nice recovery, able to equalize the stocks, but not the damage just yet. And he's gonna, he wanted the hammer, but no, not able to in time. Will he keep FXL off the weapon? Gets a hit, but not too much. And FXL now on the orb, pressuring off stage, looking to get a quick Sayer to maybe confirm a stock. Not yet, though.
Maybe. Okay, Cider taking him to the other side of the wall. Oh, the pivot, the bounce down air from the stage there. That was so good coming out from FXL. I'm not sure if it was intended. Sidelights there will get that KO. No problem on the orb, and especially on the Fade, you got so much attack going on. And now back on the side, perhaps some styling to end this set away. We'll see. I mean, Zormps is definitely a bit far behind now, hoping perhaps for a weapon, but FXL absolutely denying that fact. And now just throwing the weapons just so Zormps is just starving here while another man is drowning on weapons. Oh my god, FXL, stop, just let him fight.
No, I mean, I actually agree with this, because when you're going against a legend that has hammer, I wouldn't want them on the weapon either, because they only use a couple of stomp stairs to equalize everything, even from this position, so I don't blame him. But at the same time, he's on the orb and throws it away. Like I said, he wants that hammer. He wants the consistent KO option of the stomp Sayer. Otherwise, I don't know if the orb could do it quickly enough for him to potentially bring things back, but even then, he is in a pretty dire situation. A nice snare, not going to KO just yet, but it is going to leave the door open for a quick side air, maybe even just a raw side air to take a stock. He's looking for a recovery, but it's not going to work just yet. There it is, the stomp Sayer. And this time, I'm sure he'll stick to the hammer entirely. Yep, not even going to question the orb. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna need a big hammer string here. Probably a couple of reads, but otherwise it looks like FXL will take things away. Nice D-Sig, charges up an N-Sig as well, just barely not clipping him. The D-Light.
Oh man. Okay, finally some neutral. What is FXL? Is this Aura? I don't know, it seems like FXL is just running way to like fully frustrate Zorms in this detrimental.
He
Never
lagged.
mind, it's just lag. No, no. Oh, that's tragic. Oh, that's tragic.
I don't even know what to say about that. I mean, he gets the win, but yeah, FXL of course going to be restarting after that.
Stings, man.
That's just unfortunate. I mean, Zorms,
Dude.
like I said, he did put up a good fight there, and he was able to get himself some sidelights. But I have to wonder if that was during the lag, because like you said, he was just kind of standing there. It was kind of odd. FXL was just standing there because he has not done that at all in this entire set. But I believe that was the lag, and proving so with that lag off the stage, very very unfortunate from FXL.
Restarting.
Yeah, and we can only hope that it doesn't happen again, because yeah, unfortunately, if you're playing on a bad computer, you know, it can happen quite frequently where you're just gonna lag off the stage.
Yeah, and let's say you add bad computer to bad Wi-Fi or Ethernet, and then it's like legit unplayable. Like, granted, Brawlhalla has some of the best netcode out there in fighting games, like low key. Like, yeah, sure, it has its issues, but it's so good when it works. It's almost seamless. For the most part, besides the rollbacks. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the rollbacks
damage
would be
distribution.
Hard, but yeah.
It seems like Zorms definitely pivoted all the way back to Hammer instead of the Orb, which is very interesting to see, right? You got
unarmed damage too.
Damage.
Look at that, 138 damage on the unarmed. That's ridiculous.
Versus 2, by the way, 2 damage. We're seeing some Seiku's numbers here on Hammer.
Yeah, unarmed, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable, but yeah, I mean, you know, with that 292 damage on the hammer, and you could see how much more damage that FXL had to put out on his scythe. Now, at the same time, there's an entire stock unaccounted for since he fell off the edge, but at the same time, that just shows the power of the hammer. All you need is a couple stomp stairs, and it takes him down to the KO %. So, yeah, it's gonna be hard for FXL to play around this. If he's gonna continue lagging, we can only hope that he won't in this set, so he can play with the best of his ability. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. I feel bad.
Yeah, that's just life. That's just life. Honestly, I remember back then when I played on 45 hertz windowed, like a small window. Yes, my PC
hertz.
was that bad. I played on like integrated graphics, the 4x3 square monitor. I played like that for about 2,000 hours tripped, and I had the fun of my life. Yeah, so sometimes, hey, maybe FXL just playing for the fun, even though he's like, you know, I have a bad PC now, but you know what? I love Brawlhalla so much that I'm gonna compete either way, and he made it all the way to top 8 with lag. Do you know how insane that is? Like, that's crazy. Some people out there, including myself, even when the game runs perfectly, everything is to my side, I still cannot get top 32.
That is right.
Like, that's ridiculous.
At the same time, you know, this is a really good player here. FXL being C #2 and also being PR #2. So he is a really, really good player, regardless of the lag or not. That just shows it. Being you know, in the lag right now, still able to get 2-1 in this set so far. And like I said, I can only hope that he doesn't deal with any more lag. But it's seeming like there's potentially he's just been dealing with it the whole time, you know, and that's based. I gotta say, like, if he's been lagging this whole time. And
he's just fighting through it, man. He's a warrior. FXL is a warrior. Like, I could never, honestly. I would be tilted simply from the lag. I would not get top 8 simply because of the lag. Even if I would be like the best player out there, right? There's so much like mental pressure simply because of like, oh man, am I gonna stutter like the next 2 minutes in the match? Am I gonna be like one stock red situation with my nemesis or whatever in the bracket, with my bracket demon? All of a sudden I can beat him. Oh, psych, lag, and set is done. Like, bro, that would break me.
I understand. Yeah, I don't know. He's got to have a mental fortitude for sure, because that's ridiculous. And FXL, he's props, okay. So he's locking in the Mordex. I guess, you know, even though he technically lost last game, he still had the momentum. It's just, yeah, he logged off the stage. So it's interesting to see that he's going back to the Mordex rather than playing on the Fade again.
Maybe it's honestly, maybe it's lag karma, right? Because he didn't lag maybe on the Mordex the other match, right? The first one he did. I'm pretty sure he did lag a bit and then came back. And it seems like, you know what, maybe Mordex is not going to lag my game. You know, some hopeful things like that. And now back on Small Fortress of Lions.
Well, actually, there is
Or
another
maybe
thing.
he
There is
does,
the
huh?
fact that Gauntlets is also a pretty heavy counter against the hammer, and we saw that Zomer was mainly playing on that hammer to get that win there. So yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a good counter pick. FXL already taking him off stage. A ground pound's gonna hit him on the head, and that is a very, very quick, like 15-second stock. My goodness. FXL showing that if he doesn't have the hammer off stage, or if Zomer doesn't have the hammer off stage, it's going to be really, really hard for him to contest.
It's rough,
and now he's
yeah.
on the scythe. A big scythe string could just completely lock him out from getting a comeback.
Yeah, maybe we're gonna see the first ever world record septuple nair on site, you know? 7 nairs in a row. I mean, at this point, screw it. Just give us 10 nairs in a row, FXL. I think you can do it. If you try hard enough, yes! I love the read so much with the pivot nair, with the reversal as well, and he tried to just make it back all the way to the stage. What a stage tour for FXL here. Zorms, man, yeah, he is getting absolutely demolished by the side right now.
He was lagging when he did that too.
So
did you see how he almost fell off stage? Like he was way down there and barely got back off stage. So he did all of that, all the reason, everything, and was able to track him in the air while lagging. FXL, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it, but Zomer, he has got to fight back very, very quickly here because he is currently on the winner's side stock. Oh, another big damage string. FXL gets the inlight as well, poke him up in the air, bring him off stage. Zomer, I mean, I don't even know. Even if he has a response to this, it's got to be a huge one.
Yeah, Zorms right now needs some kind of miracle, even though, again, we cannot state this enough, FXL is playing while lagging, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy, and he is now in a 3-stock situation for himself. Oh man, but what a nice string coming out from Zorms on the orb, getting that full damage with that pretty much optimal string with the chase dodge in slightly, nair sair to end that. Man, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough because, man, FXL is just hunting on this side and oh my goodness, just there after there into the weapon throw upwards. Hopefully, just ending this stock, ending this agony away from Zorms because it just feels worse and worse, honestly. Again, my mental would be gone.
No, he was trying to clip farm while lagging in tournaments.
While lagging! Are you serious, FXL?
I don't know, but there it is.
GC Light.
GC and Light. Yep, that's going to take the stock, and that's going to be a 3-1. But honestly, let's be honest, it was going to be a 3-0. I mean, still, Zorms did put up a good fight, especially in that third game, so I can't discredit him there. But at the same time, FXL is going to have a dominant showing and go through, and Zorms will be falling to the lower bracket. But like I said, still in, so we might be seeing him later on. But yeah, FXL. Through the lag, through the torturous lag, because, man, I mean, like I said, multiple stocks he's lost in this set just to that. And, I mean, he's got to fight harder opponents.
An entire match.
Yeah, he's got to fight harder opponents.
He lost an entire match to lag, and the fact that he still got away with a 3-1 is absolutely insane to me. Like, give this guy a good setup, and he might win BCX. I'm just saying. Like, if he's playing like this with lag, what can he do without it, right? You gotta think of it like that.
The ages, yeah.
Or unless maybe there are some players out there that legit play better with lag because they're used to it. It's crazy, right? It's crazy to even say that.
That'd be great. Yeah, I can imagine that. Like, yeah, I could have a better setup, but I'm gonna prefer the bad setup because I'm just used to lag. That would be That's just I don't know.
Next level, next level dedication to like how you play and like your flow state, like your flow chart, I should say, in a match. Because you can definitely get a flowchart going. And speaking of flowcharts, we're gonna go back to the charts and we have Heretics and Hebi. Ooh, we got Hebi. Oh, I love to see it. Hebi is one of my favorite MENA players of all time. His aggression is off the charts. His cannon is an absolute masterpiece to watch. Absolute cinema. I gotta do it once, and especially for Hebi, I gotta do it. Like every single time I casted him or watched the tournament that he was in, he was an absolute joy, and I'm hoping for nothing less.
That's right. Like you said, that cannon is usually his pick right there. And yeah, I love to see it. You know, Canon not really being the best in 1v1s, but you know, some people are able to rep it.
I would say it's
and
good.
I very much appreciate that. You know, that's a good weapon. You got to get those big strings quickly. But Hebi, like you said, he's got the aggression. So if he's aggressive enough to get those dodge reads, then he could just sweep away stocks very, very quickly. And I'm hoping that'll be the case because I'd love to cast that type of gameplay. That is what I love to see.
Yes.
Yeah, but Heretics though, still that is PR number 4. So that is a big fight right there. This is definitely a big matchup for Hebi, who is I know he's seed 6, but PR 8. Okay, so pretty similar PR, but at the same time, still technically underdog. Hebi will have to fight a little bit harder maybe to take this away.
Hey, you know what's weird? I cannot find him in pro stats at all.
Yeah, I couldn't find him earlier. I was doing the same thing.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, where is he? Come on, I need my pro stats game. Come on. I love pro stats. Shoutouts to pro stats, by the way. Great site.
Very helpful tool, yes.
It's so good for casters, yeah. Like, it's a godsend.
Yeah, and it's also
shoutouts to
just good for
Korhala as well.
anything.
Shoutouts to Brawlmans. Shoutouts to all of those. Very good sources. But yeah, looks like we're waiting, right? Yes, we are.
We are waiting for. I believe that's Heavy we're waiting for, right? Because I think that's Heretics. Essentially, it's a different name. It's Itami. Is that another anime name?
Is that Heretics?
Is it? I am not sure.
Yes. I'm pretty sure. Yes, Itami. Yes. It is indeed Heretics. So maybe we're gonna check pro stats as Itami now. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. PR number 4. We found him. There he is. And PR 1700 in EU as well. Good one, pro stats. Good one.
Yep.
We got a top 4 performance in Spring Championship for ME. That's great. With Winter Championship as well. ME number 5th. Got some bearded brawls. Trial of Heimdall 97th. You know, maybe he was sorting out the kinks. Itami, you know. He's a Wushang player from what I'm seeing here. So interesting. We got gauntlets. We got spear gauntlets. I mean, I don't know. Should we repeat ourselves? I mean, sure. Screw it. They're so good. You know, you got Silite Simulator. You got so many Silites. And one more thing. You got Silites.
Oh, well,
anything else to add?
Yeah, I was about to say, if you forgot to mention sidelights, so you're about to forget it there, but thankfully you mentioned it. But yeah.
I got it. I got it.
But it is pretty interesting because, you know, Wushang, at least in tournament, like high-level tournaments, Wushang in ones isn't really played all that often. And I believe it's because he's just been receiving like nerf after nerf in the Sig kit, you know? Yeah, because of 2v2s. Because, I mean, in 2v2s, he's just an absolute menace. Still is, really. Definitely falling a little bit out of favor, especially when Taros came into the meta, being more of like, now you want to have a hammer on the team. So, at the same time, though, you still have the double gauntlets, which runs pretty frequently in 2v2s, and of course Wushang being a spear legend as well, you're definitely going to want to have that. But in 1v1s, like I said, really not a legend you see too often. You still have some players that do use it, but it's just not as common. And yeah, I'm interested to see if you will be pulling that out, like you said, and how that'll go.
All right. It seems like production needs another break because we don't. We do. Anyway, but yeah, we'll be right back with some more Brawlhalla action. We got, as I said, Hebi and the other guy that I cannot find right now. There you go, Heretics or Itami. That's why I was confused. It's either Heretics or Itami. But yeah, we're gonna see you soon. Stay right here.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Clashing Kingdoms MENA 1v1 tournament. I am tripped up, joined here by Jiro to Death, and we have got one more match to get through real quick. We went to a quick break, and that is going to be Hebi versus Heretics. Yeah,
and I mean, again, I talked a lot about Hebi before the break, and I'm very excited to see him play again. I'm very excited to cast him, you know. That's gonna be like absolutely a joy to witness and just, you know, be there to see that absolute cannon prowess tripped. I hope everything's good. You okay, man?
Yeah, for a second, for some reason it like logged me out of the Discord and then I came back in.
Oh,
so
that's
I'm
fun.
Here. Yeah, you know it is.
Don't click those $50 links. Don't do it. Don't trust me. Don't do it.
But why not? It's a free $50. I mean, come on now. Who wouldn't want a free $50?
Guys, you should do it definitely, right? Yeah, it's totally real.
Yes.
Do it.
Would not recommend it. Yeah. No. But anyways, yeah, we're still waiting for Hebi to get into here. But like you were saying, yeah, we talked about a lot about Hebi and that the cannon prowess that he's shown quite a few times in these tournaments. And then Heretics, who we saw, has been also a higher PR as well. So he's very, very high level in this tournament.
That's the thing, though. I haven't seen much of Itami myself, right? I haven't looked at his gameplay much. And I mean, it's Wushang. Maybe I was like, oh, you know, I'm just going to skip this. Because it's a personal bias, right? It's a personal bias. I don't really like Wushang like that. Mostly because he's terrorizing me in ranked. But that's another story. Yeah. Honestly, I'm excited though. I love seeing, you know, new faces and new players, and I mean, he's probably most definitely not new, but new for me. Okay, so got me some slack.
That's fair. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they utilize the signature kit if they go for Wushang, because like I was saying before the break, that Wushang has just been like nerf after nerf because of the 2v2 dominance that it's had for just how many years at this point. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Yeah,
so please.
It's understandable.
It's fine.
At the same time, it definitely leaves 1v1 Wushang players, as few of them as there are, in a bit of a rough place. You know, I understand.
I do not care. I'm glad, okay? I've been suffering to Wushang signatures in 1v1s as well so much. It's ridiculous, dude.
This is a Scythe player talking, by the way. This is a Scythe player talking.
Hey, listen. I have 4 defense to deal with, okay? Those signatures hit hard. And that's a good choice. I mean, Wushang is a good choice, don't get me wrong. He's still very strong, especially those signatures.
Oh, yes.
Especially those signatures. The gauntlets ones, they're ridiculous. And they have such crazy hitboxes, so many active frames, crazy options. You can just neutral sig with gauntlets all the way back to the stage from the wall, and you basically cannot punish it. It's very, very, very fun to deal with, you know, as it probably sounds right now from my voice.
Yeah, I sense no sarcasm at all. Yeah, totally not.
Right. We're still waiting, so that's why I'm yapping. I'm sorry, chat. I'm trying my best here.
It's okay. Yes, we are indeed stalling. But yeah, you know, and Wushang, of course, having so many crossovers. I'm interested to see what character is actually going to come out, because we say Wushang, but it could be Chun-Li, it could be Aang. I mean, it could be Poe. It's just so many different things that you could choose there. So yeah, because, it's fun to see.
You know, of course he has 3 crossovers, right? Of course he does.
Well, I mean, it's
lovely. I'm not salty.
It's very well. To be fair, it is an easy character to do that with, because all you need is a character with a stick and hands, which that does encapsulate a lot of crossovers. I'd say probably majority. You know, most people have hands, so you know I understand why that's the case. But yes, I do agree. Maybe spread the love some other places. You know, maybe give some other characters some crossovers. That'd be nice.
That'd be nice. BMG, please.
Yeah, I know you want one, because you only have what's his name?
Oh no! I got Yoshimitsu. I got Leonardo. I'm
Yoshimitsu.
Sick, honestly.
Yeah.
Leonardo, not my favorite though, but still a pretty cool crossover nonetheless. Right? We got the TMNTs in the game. Like that's crazy. You know, sometimes I gotta start yapping, chat. I'm sorry. I'm gonna start yapping about crossovers because it's crazy though. Like genuinely, this conversation is sick. Because whenever we're like, oh, okay. What do we have in this game as crossovers? We got so many. It's ridiculous.
Everything under the sun.
If we somehow reach the realm of anime, the floodgates are gonna open beyond our like imagination. It's gonna be
yes.
crazy. I'm hoping.
Is that what we
Crossing my
need?
fingers.
Is that gonna be the savior
The
of
mainstream?
Brawlhalla?
The mainstream era? Yeah. That's gonna be the
Yes.
mainstream era of Brawlhalla. I'm telling you, man. They do that, they're gonna save the game. It doesn't need saving, but like, it's gonna get into the upper echelon of fighting games, in my opinion.
It already is. It's just no one respects it other than us because they're all sleeping on Brawlhalla. You know what I mean? Like, that's just sad. But you know,
Yeah,
maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. If we get some Dragon Ball in there, then all the like millions of
man.
Dragon Ball fans will instantly be like,
Oh my
"Yo,
God.
Brawlhalla." So yeah, no, that'd be it right there. That is what we need. But unfortunately, you know, it's not exactly easy to get the rights to Dragon Ball, so you know that'd be a hard sell. But at the same time, you know, if we got Star Wars, then I'm
It's
sure we
possible,
could get Dragon
dude.
Ball in
The
there
fact
too,
that
right? Yeah.
exactly, we got Star Wars, dude. Star Wars is one of the biggest franchises of all time, like in history, right? That's the crazy part. The fact that we have it in this 2D silly Billy goober game called Brawlhalla, it's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I called it a goober game, okay? Because I'm a goober and I'm a part of it.
I think we can
Makes
all
sense.
admit. I mean, it's a 2D silly fighting game. So yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just
It's
a
very
silly
fun
game.
though.
But yes, it is, and
Yeah,
very
it's very
competitive
fun.
too. And finally, we have Hebi getting into lobby, so we are able to start here, and
Thank
we
you.
have Heretics who'll be locking in the Aang, the level 100 Aang, mind you. So he's definitely had a lot of time on this Wushang. And then Hebi, on the other hand, we are going to be seeing, of course, a canon legend, I would assume, because he actually hasn't locked anything in yet. But as far as what it's going to be, I mean, it could be Onyx. We've seen quite a few ME players, especially, like they love the they love Onyx. They have Hebi and Abodrag are the two that I know for sure are like big Onyx players. But there are some other good. We have, of course, what is it? 7. That's a good one. Not too many people play him, but still, that's a good character.
Honestly,
and then
even Shidra is pretty solid, I
Yeah.
would argue, even though Sidra is not at all play. Whoa! And we're seeing the level 11 King Zuva pick coming up from Hebi. What is this?
that is certainly a pick. That is certainly a legend you can pick.
Is this random?
Okay, to be fair, King Zuva did get buffed as far as the kit goes. So,
Zuva
of course,
is
Hammer
crazy.
is still really good. Yeah, like the Hammer kit is really good. The Boots kit low-key sucked, but
Honestly,
it's a little bit
pretty
better.
good now.
Yeah, no, that's what I was
pretty
saying.
good
Yeah,
now.
they
Like, the
did buff it.
side
It's better.
The side sig KOs at like 125 now, by the way, or something like that. I labbed with a friend. I was like, wait, really? And here we go now. Anyway, small terminus for game 1. Itami versus Hebi or Heretics. Let's go for Itami, because that's the in-game name. We're probably gonna get cooked if we don't. Okay.
Yeah, we can go with
We
that.
already got some plenty of damage here on the spear from Itami. It definitely looks the level 100 prowess on the Wushang shows itself here. Cider tries to confirm, gets that Cider though. No options left, and that's almost a perfect stock coming up from Itami. Definitely not what I expected against Hebi. But then again, this is not the pick I expected from Hebi at all.
That
When
is
it comes
true.
to Zuba, like.
Yeah, but you know, I do believe that part of that was a matchup issue because Boots, of course, having very small hitboxes, it's going to be hard against something like Spear. So I do understand. As you can see, the Hammer's already starting to rack up quite a bit of damage. Against the Gauntlets is a little bit difficult, but still, oh, nice
those
D-Sig.
signatures.
That almost KOs, actually. He's hunting for the ground pound and gets it
my
heavy
God.
with a very quick equalizer. Only 60 damage built up onto him, and he's going to be sticking with the Hammer. Now, having that high damage, you know, it's only going to take a couple of hits. As you can see, 17 damage with that scoop. That is pretty insane. So if we can get a quick couple of openings. He does see that Itami will be going into the air, jumping up and down. So maybe he can get some juggle game going. You can see that he is going for a lot of scoops and a lot of nairs with his hammer. So he wants to get the juggle game going. And it's working out pretty well for him so far.
Oh, that was such a good platform cancel with the downlight coming up from Itami, just extending so much more damage on Hebi. 160 now from that side sig. Itami trying to end the stock, but nice nair coming up from Hebi just to retaliate a little bit of that damage away. Still, tries to go for the down
green.
sig, but no, immediately get that spot dodge punish with the neutral sig that I absolutely despise. I'm joking, no bias. But very well played from Itami.
I think everyone except for Wushang players despises those end sigs on both the weapons, honestly. And yeah, as well as that side sig coming out very, very quickly, and especially with these crossovers, it's hard to see sometimes. But yeah, this boots matchup into the spear is not looking good for Hebi, who will be swapping over to the hammer, but not before receiving a bread and butter combo. Okay, dashes away from the side light, but still at the same time, he's being hunted down. Itami is right on top of him, and Hebi doesn't know what to do. He's up in the air trying to get a scoop or a nair, but there it is, a nice GC. The gravity cancel. Oh my goodness, that was so very close with the gravity cancel and the platform cancel to get the stairway combo, but it isn't going to happen there. It's going to be one throw combo to get him down, but look at that. 206 damage. Probably an end light with these gauntlets would be enough to take it out.
Oh,
just barely not going to, but one more will definitely do it, especially from this side of the stage. Hebi has to play a perfect game, but this is the weapon to do it. Gets a side light to build a little bit of damage. One around, and oh no, yeah, that's
definitely enough now. Yeah, getting that jump clip there. And Itami takes it, honestly, so convincingly. It's crazy. That spear is so aggressive, Tripped. I couldn't even, like, get to cast properly, like, spear, because I was expecting, you know, some backdashes, some D-lights there, some D-light baits or something like that, like a N-light, side light. No! My guy Itami just hunted Hebi with the spear. It was crazy. It's almost like he played Sight.
Yeah, I thought you were saying no to the fact that Hebi just pulled out level 17 Diana. Which, I mean, honestly, same reaction. No, like, or maybe? I mean, okay, to be fair, Diana is a very good legend right now. Like, very cheesy legend as well, which, of course, if you're going to be fighting Wushang, which is very cheesy in itself, fight cheese with cheese, you know, fire with fire. I understand. But at the same time, I mean, like, I would expect him to go over to a canon legend, which is obviously his expertise. And yeah, we already see getting to game number 2 on the Mishima Dojo that the spear is online as it was in the first game. Itami, very, very aggressive with it.
Yeah, so much damage, just so much pressure coming up from Itami on the spear. Am I a spear player now? I want to play spear after this set, dude. Like, this is so fun to watch. Nice silent neutral sig though. Nicely jumped away though from Hebi. Hebi needs to do something quick though. Like, look at this. 150 damage to 16. 169, nice. Into the sider, into the wall with no options left. Itami with an almost flawless stock on the spear. Now swapping back to the gauntlets to maybe switch it up and like show us some gauntlets gameplay. GC down light nair into down sig. Almost caught it with the hitbox. Down air. Nice. Oh my god. Yeah, Itami is locked and loaded here, Trip.
Yeah, and it's hard to find an answer to it. He's over on the blasters, seems to be the more preferred weapon because he tried to disarm himself from the bow pretty much instantly. Okay, hunting in the air, tried to get a second side air, but it wasn't going to work out. Still, it did build up some damage, but once again, Itami is very aggressive on both these weapons, and especially on the gauntlets. You're going to need that aggression, and you can see, against the blasters, you're really going to be getting into those hitboxes. Don't be hit by the side light, and he's done a really good job of keeping around those hitboxes. Okay, once again, holding off stage. Hebi not able to find a connection, but a nice reverse in-sig that almost KO'd, and a delay into the side air. There we go, eating up the stocks. He's got a fight in him.
Yeah, he's definitely getting some momentum on the blasters. Now swapping back on the bow, trying to get some platform cancels with the movement. Yeah, and he is trying to probably get his bearings now in terms of movement, because it seems like Hebi is a lot slower than usual, at least in game 1. And now he definitely wants to step up a gear. Maybe he underestimated Itami, and honestly, I wouldn't do it after that first match. That was absolutely ridiculous on the spear, and it seems like Hebi is respecting him a lot more now. Nice downer coming out from the blasters, trying to get the Sair as well, all the way above from that platform. Okay. Sidelight Simulator coming out from Itami and Light, trying to get the weapon throw upwards. Sair almost getting that KO with 201 damage. Oh, does not get the reversal on the Sair. And Itami gets a clean stock once again in the lead. It seems like this is the Itami show. Like, wow.
Yeah. I mean, I have to respect Hebi for going for that reverse side air, trying to get that, but unfortunately, he canceled his momentum after not hitting it, and that just caused him to fall. But at the same time, when you have 201 damage, you know, it doesn't take much to get yourself KO, but look at that. He missed it once again. Itami, that's the second time in this game that he's missed the D-light into the side air, but still, the amount of damage that builds up is not at all bad. So yeah, we're going to see he's going to continue the relentless aggression, and there's a quick D-light into recovery. Okay, that's a quick confirm. Is actually going to make things relatively even. I mean, 81 damage isn't terrible, especially if on these blasters. If you can keep Itami away and get several true combos, this might be doable.
Okay. Nice, okay. Now trying to get some nairs or something, some sort of damage build up. Itami, it seems like he's kind of stepped on the brakes here in terms of momentum because Hebi is definitely cooking on the blasters. Downlight recovery, trying to get the silent as well with the gravity cancel. Down air, okay. Oh, he can definitely end the stock here if he wants. The downside, the cheeky Akno tech, but it did not work in his favor here. Itami quickly punished with the side sig, and now Cider coming up from Hebi. Neutral sig, all the way the other side, punched into the face, into the bottom of the stage. What an option choice from Itami to get that second match away.
That's just unfortunate there.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
The disrespectful spike with the recovery. I've honestly not even disrespectful. He probably just wanted to go back onto the stage. But man, Itami got that last stroke of luck almost with that recovery.
Yeah. And he's going to be sticking onto the Diana, but now he's picking the anti-drip with this very gross. I'm sorry. It's just, what are we doing? I mean,
let me see.
No, you don't want to see it. Yeah, block that out from your vision. That is unfortunately, that's
please.
the ancient curse. Yeah.
Can I get a mod on or something? I want to
cursed.
get a mod for that color, bro. It's actually ridiculous.
Yeah, but you know what? Like I said, it could be the anti-drip. You know, maybe it distracts Itami enough to where he's like, man, this is just, I hate looking at this. Maybe he closes his eyes throughout this set.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Closes the monitor.
It could be. Getting number 3 here. Same picks, same map. Here we go.
Yeah,
and I was kind of interested to see maybe if like Hebi picked. Obviously the Blaster's been doing very, very good, but I was worrying to see if he picked like Isaiah, to get the cannon, but also have the Blasters because the Blaster's been doing really, really good for him, at least compared to all the other weapons he's tried so far.
Right.
But yeah, so far things are relatively even. Definitely getting very testy off stage.
Oh no, downlight Sair whiffed on blasters. Boomy is crying in the corner. Okay, but gets the D-light into the pivot there though. Getting some more damage. Sair, nicely done. Back on the bow, trying to get the cheeky reversal down sig there.
Okay.
Okay, nice and light. Hoping to end the stock. GC down heavy, not enough on the unarmed. Itami now playing a lot more scared. GC down heavy again to confirm that stock away from Itami. Hebi probably staying on the blasters, and he is indeed. We'll see what happens. Trying to get the Sair. GC downlight into pivot nair perfectly executed.
Oh my
there. The silent
goodness.
Sair into the GC silent. Oh my god! Hebi definitely stepped up like 6 gears, not even 5. Nice down air, okay. Oh man, okay, now all of a sudden he's styling. What is going on? It feels like, was that Hebi's first match in the game today? Because it feels like that, because now it seems like there's another player on the computer.
It's almost. But yeah, it just really seems as though, like you said, Itami has completely stepped on the brakes as far as the aggression has gone, and against Blasters, that's not really what you want, because Blasters does such a good job at keeping you away, and if you're in that blast zone, you're just gonna get hit by side lights, you're gonna get hit by the D-lights, the side airs is really, really not good, and as you can see, a quick D-light into recovery is gonna take the stock. There's an entire stock lead for Hebi, who's looking like a completely different player. As you said, this is insane.
This is crazy. I love the momentum shift. In terms of even gameplay from both players, it seems like they're respecting each other more, but they're also more aggressive, which I love to see. Look at this side there. Sidelight, side there, side GC, sidelight into Cider again. So much damage built up already from Hebi on the Blaster, 68, but still the mental damage is crazy. 97 damage with that recovery confirm, and now trying to get a downer as well. Sidelight, the downlight Sair, excuse me. Perhaps hoping for a sidelight Sair again. So many true combos into the pivot. Dash in, Sair coming out off the platform. Hebi. Oh my goodness. What a response in this set.
It was the anti-drip. I knew it. I knew it was the anti-drip. No, but seriously, that was insane. Like I said, Itami completely braked on the aggression, and Hebi took full advantage, going aggressive himself, even on a weapon that, usually likes to stay back and get those openings with like the side lights. No, he was doing the stutter steps. He was getting plenty of true combos with the side lights and the side airs, the D-light recoveries, D-light side airs. I mean, oh my goodness, ridiculous. Yeah, and we're getting over to the small terminus, so once again, keeping a lot of platforms, which really is starting to make Itami struggle, unless he's got some sort of game plan cooked up. I am not sure. But he wants to keep those platforms available, because otherwise he would have banned them.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, it seems like the platform movement from Hebi is definitely the advantage. Oh my goodness, this movement is crazy, and this is exactly what I expected from Hebi from game 1, and it seems like he's showing it here in game 3 now. Or excuse me, yes, it is game 4. Excuse me, it is game 4. Yeah, a little bit of a flub there from me, excuse me. And now back on the blasters, it's fine. We're gonna get back to the momentum. Same way Hebi got it all the way into this set. Downlight, trying to get the interesting pivot down air there.
That's the third time he's dropped D-Light into side air. And also, another thing is, Itami is not getting these reads as often after the side lights. We saw in the first 2 games that Itami kept getting all the reads. He kept getting a lot of like side lights into nairs, for example, the D-Light as well. But now he's just not able to get those same reads, and that's causing a lot less damage to come out on Itami's part, who is just getting swept away. But unfortunately, it's actually kind of going more in the favor of Itami as he brings up the air. The recovery's not going to do it, but it got a little scary there. And he's actually starting to bring things back a little bit. Hebi wants to get onto the blasters, but can't so far. There it is.
Oh, he does. Tries to use the platform cancels there to get a cheeky Sarah as well, but doesn't manage to. Itami staying a lot more grounded, as you noticed. Is he gonna drop it? No! This time he finally gets the double downlight into the recovery all the way to the top to get that second stock away from Hebi. Now in a 3-stock lead. Itami looking so healthy now, and all of a sudden it seems like momentum shifted once again in this set trip. Like, it's crazy. Okay, the slide charge down heavy on from Hebi. And now we're looking at so much better movement from Hebi. I love to see it, but man, oh my goodness! Itami going absolutely crazy on the unarmed as well. But Hebi retaliating quickly with some blasters damage on him for himself. Nice nair. Oh, not enough there. Man, this is a crazy one, Trip.
Oh, he barely jumped! The D-Light out in the open snipes him completely, and that's going to be a quick game 4, a 3-1 for Itami. Like you said, the momentum just completely shifted in that game. I don't know what happened, because it was like the same map, basically, but somehow Itami was able to find his way around, get that spear read, and then there was just the GC D-Light out in the air to pick him up. Yeah. Oh my goodness, the spear completely activated there.
Yeah, honestly, this set was absolutely amazing and probably the best set we've had so far. I'm not gonna lie. The gameplay off the charts. Hebi and Itami, such great players, man, and so aggressive. I love to see it so much. It's so entertaining. As you saw, probably even my casting got better simply because I got more hype as soon as I saw how fast they were moving, how many options they were throwing out, and they worked. The crazy Hebi movement on the platforms is unmatched almost, but Itami with that spear prowess as well, getting those D-lights, getting those side-lights, finally getting that extension with the double downlight into recovery, not dropping that time, and winning that set for him. That was so good. That was so good.
It was. And yeah, I mean, it just seems like time and time again, Hebi kept dodging up or jumping, and he just kept getting caught by it. In the third game, he did a good job of getting around it. But yeah, in the fourth game, we saw multiple times that a jump or an up dodge was his undoing. So Hebi, unfortunately, falling out of the winner's bracket, but he still will be in the tournament in the lower bracket. So potentially we could see him later. And if that gameplay was anything to show, he was definitely be fighting to get back into things. So yeah, absolutely. So wouldn't be surprised to see him later. But as far as us two go, that is our time. So thank you all for having us. Hope you enjoyed.
Thank you.
And we'll be passing things on to the next guys. Jiro, have anything to say?
Thank you. As always, I gotta thank production. I gotta thank AJ for always giving me the opportunity to just yap away to these absolutely beautiful sets, and just this entire region has been so fun to watch. And yeah, especially this set, as I said, very fun. Thank you, Trip, for co-casting with me. It's always been a pleasure, and it feels like we're just bouncing off each other. Just great. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed back at home. Thank you so much. We're gonna see you soon.
See you guys.
Space invader, turn the fader, off the radar. Out to the world like fireworks, light up the sky like jaw works. I'm right there where you are, me and you gon' fly like superstar. Star, 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 me and you gon' fly like superstar. Star, 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 star,
Yeah, stay side. Aight, whether you're ready or not. Nothing less but a no that is test. It's a test that you will be exposed. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. In a moment, every second that you find on the clock, champion on a mission and I won't stop. See through your eyes like a window. Nothing inside, no heart when it gets cold. Try to take mine, that's bad from the get-go. When I put it on, you have it worse than they stand home. Think about the outcome, think about your health, bro. Think about your family, think about your ego. Wanna be the boss, what did
Hello, 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 everybody! Welcome back to AJ Moore's stream. This, of course, is the first waking hours of a very, very, very exciting weekend. This is Moosh Wars Clashing Kingdom, and we have only had a taste so far of all of the action yet to come. My name is Graffiti, and I am joined by the wonderful, the ever so amazing, awesome Flaming. Give us a good word.
Hello, everyone. I am so incredibly excited. We have MENA. You know, we're not in that big three region, but MENA is still an incredible watch. If you've watched really any Middle East, North African tournaments, you know. I mean, they're so hyper aggressive, and even if you were watching earlier, I mean, you've seen some incredible plays, some incredibly daring moves, and just an absolute brawl. And I'm just excited to get more into it. We're getting deeper and deeper into bracket, which means some of those 0-2ers are getting weeded out. You know, we're at the best now, and it's just gonna keep going.
Up next to the chopping block, we're going to be, if you've been watching along thus far, you remember from earlier in the stream, we had Comer and Nad, both respectively come from their own 3-0s, still in winner's bracket, so definitely not any 0-2ers here. Yeah, as we're comparing their stats right now, if we're staying in winner's bracket, this is PR. For some reason, it's not giving me the right PR. Nad is PR 8 right now and has a few top 32s and is actually doing, I think, outplacing their seed here in this tournament. And for some reason, Pro Stats is not giving me the right PR for Comer. This is going to give me a second. Flaming, could you help me out for a second?
Yeah, so Comer is actually PR number 1, if I'm not mistaken, here in the Middle East. I mean, they've been doing really, really well recently. They picked up a gold and they picked up a bronze, and now I assume they want to keep it going with this Moose Wars battle. But what character picks do you think we're going to see? I believe we see Comer normally pick up that Mordex, and I didn't really get a chance to see how Nad plays or what they play.
Nad, if we're going back earlier in the bracket, actually, does Challenger Mode allow you to report characters? No, it does not. And I have a very bad memory.
It does, but it's just a whole... You got to go through a whole process, and it's just so much time. But
all right.
Anyway.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a strange spot for both of these players to be in because Nad, PR 8 only got 9th both times at the Winter and Spring Championship. Comer is also, I think, a little bit new to this this spot. I think it was a year or two ago when there was like a little test tournament for the Middle East region. I don't think we saw Comer there much, or at least not the level that they're playing at right now. Just like you said, first place at it was Winters, I think. Yeah, first place at Winters, third place at Springs, and so this is a bit of a new spot for them, being PR1. They have not been PR1 for that long, and so we're gonna see if they're able to hold up under that stress, or if they are if they're going to keep on going and keep on continuing to carry that mantle in good name. Both these players in the lobby, we're waiting to give them the ready to go ahead when everyone is ready to do so. Nad also could be locking in a Scythe or a Cannon. Nad, I think was playing an Onyx or a Cannon Legend earlier, and picking a Scythe against Comer would be a very tall order. We have seen a few ego picks in the past few sets, but against Comer, I don't think ego picks are what you're looking for.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, I've seen Comer play. I think recently it was Frostbite 17. That sounds about right. That was a Middle East tournament, and that was just if you saw that grand finals, man, that was absolutely incredible. But now we're on World's End. We're in a winner's side top 8. And we are going to get going next game because it looks like we're gonna get a reset here. But I'm excited for this Mordex pick. I've seen it; it's very, very consistent. It's very, very good to watch, and we'll just have to see. But JV 4 stock right off the bat. Graffiti, how do you think this set's gonna go?
I think it's gonna go very quickly because we're on what is it? It's pretty good chance we're gonna want to go to a Small World's End, which is very good for Scythe. For those of us who've been keeping up with recent tournaments, Small World's End is an incredible stage for Scythe. It is still left unbanned, and yes, Nat agrees. We are going to Small World's End, but also for similar reasons, it's very good for Scythe. It may also benefit Canon to the same extent, though. That is an argument to be had by someone smarter than I am. But still, I think this game could go very, very quickly, and is a huge gamble for NAD, taking current PR1 to a stage that benefits their main very nicely, especially since Comer gets the first pick a weapon. Neither one of those on the big, string, carry you off the stage, give you a tour weapons we were talking about earlier. So how is this going to go? NAD definitely wants to switch, though.
Yeah, but instantly that cannon. Run out of signature, trying to build some quick damage. Catches a couple siders there, but now Comer on the corner, tries to get something, dodges in, very risky, but Nad unable to punish it, trying to play a little bit more towards the corner, trying to keep Comer a little bit more at bay with this cannon. Sidelight Sayer's gonna whiff, turning the corner once again. They don't really want to play center stage, they don't really want to play off stage, they kind of just want to play in this pocket and kind of enjoy themselves, really. But now we're on the Scythe v Cannon, whiffing on the neutral like both players, trying to build a little bit of damage, but D-Light neutral will be the stock for Nad, and Comer's going to drop down to that second.
We got a little bit of taste as to what a lot of this set could be, both players with their respective combo weapons and damage building weapons, potentially also gimp weapons, trying to be very careful around each other, knowing any mistake could be a stock, and not even really playing that much for center stage control. Nad could be bringing Comer off the side of the stage here. Comer finds a way back, and Nad sticking with sword, actually. Guessing probably doesn't want to overextend too much. Nad is playing this very carefully, and that's something that I can actually respect a lot. They know what they're up against, and they know that they're trying to find any in they can, but they're not getting too impatient for it. I actually have a lot of respect for how careful Nad is being, considering the fact that they're making a pretty big gamble here, Flaming.
Picking up that nice recovery, getting that KO. That cannon definitely feels like more of a comfort pick. This sword is, I think, just kind of there because, they have the Sidra. I think they'd rather not have to play the sword, but, if they can get a quick KO, that would be absolutely fine. But Comer's starting to slow it down a little bit, trying to play around it. Beautiful evade on the gravity cancel side. Sig didn't have the options, avoids the D-Sig, but the ending's going to clip send off stage. Neutral Sig once again for Nad, catches the D-Light, but unable to read the side air. Comer once again resetting the corner, trying to play back, trying to wait for Nad to make an approach. Another soft sidelight. Neutral Sig gonna go high, but the neutral air to cover. And Nad, I believe, is going to prime that cannon, and they do so quickly. Comer back now on the unarmed, looking for a quick equalizer. Was at a little bit of a deficit, but certainly doing much better. Whiffs on the neutral six, hard sidelight now, looking for a potential side air. Able to make it back, but sidelight, trying to go for the triple, but unable to get it. Ground pound comes through, and we have a 1-1 game here.
Absolutely what you said, Fleming. In the first half of the game, Comer had a bit of a hard time trying to find their way in into Nad, and the way that Nad was playing careful kind of built a wall around Comer, but now Comer was actually able to come back from the disadvantage that they were trapped in. They were able to climb out of the well a little bit, using that N-Sig to kind of distance themselves off as a bit of a zoning tool. Comer now sending Nade off the side of the stage. A lot of times Nade has tried to send Comer off the side of the stage, but this is one of the first times Comer has had Nade off the side of the stage. And is it going well? It could be going pretty darn well for him. Although, does Nad return the favor?
Unarmed recovery there. Both players looking for a KO option, and Comer's sitting pretty comfortably, but Nad, one D-Sig, that stock might go away, whiffs on it, able to get the touch with the recovery, but slowly but surely trying to make their way back. Recovery will be enough, though, and now Comer's going to go up 1-0 here in game number 1.
So, Nad is in a very tricky spot right here, because that was a very close game, and that means do you go next, do you just try again and hope that you're able to play a little bit better, or do you change something and try to make that extra adjustment thinking, oh, this will really put me over the edge. It was too close to call, and I want to have a good lead. And would that adjustment then be, too much if you switch off of a comfort weapon, or what was actually working and you just got to try it again? So, bit of an awkward spot for Nad to be in, and we're gonna be able to pick his brain a little bit more, seeing how this next few minutes of gameplay goes. Comer still sticking with the Mordex. I don't think we're ever gonna live in a world where Mordex is a low tier pick. That man is sturdy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's not a single region where someone has not picked up Mordex and done incredibly well with them. But this might be a pick. This might be a pick. I'll be honest. King Zua is right now locked in for Nad, and if anyone saw I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who played in the grand finals, but I know there was a King Zua versus the Zol of Poe, and this Zuva was doing absolutely incredible, and I'm excited to see it. The high strength hammer has been doing wonders. You have Terrors, you have Scarlet, some incredibly good damage building, and paired with the boots, maybe not the best, but some of those signatures are absolutely devastating to your opponent. So here we go, game number 2. We're going to Small Fortress of Lions. Madison pick up those boots, and now they have a little bit of a run game to play. They are down 1-0 in a set. But, they're gonna try and play a little bit more back. Catching a nice dodge. Comer finally gets the reset on the stage.
Another thing that I have a lot of respect for Nad for is sometimes players wait a bit too long to swap off of a loss, and they get tired out and they didn't try enough options. What if it is that third try that really is the charm, and you tried the first try way too many times? Ooh. And it really could actually just be the second one for Nad, as we're switching both the map and the character. So yeah, Flamin, like you said, this is a lot of new stuff for Comer to try and adapt to, and you really do have to wiggle your way around some pretty tricky sigs. Nad, there's a weapon on the field, trying to defend Comer from it, not even trying to grab boots themselves. However, Comer does not, all the attempts to defend him from the weapon doesn't really end up happening. Now both characters on the weapons that are probably a bit better for KOs, but maybe not so much. Hammer's probably better for KOs than boots, and we have yet another very unfortunate SD Comer, buddy. Nad, free choice of weapons, picks up the boots, looking to probably spawn back on the next stock with the hammer. So yeah, never mind, there's hammer right here. What is Nad doing?
Nad is just trying to get as many weapons away from Comer as possible, try and get a little bit more damage, and to kind of prep for the next stock. You're at 179, and you're about to go out here, but not just yet. Hard D-Light's not going to be enough. Returns the corner, and he just kind of wants a little bit of extra credit. Neutralite from the Gauntlet's not going to KO. Still pretty hurt. 205 here. Catches the sidelight, but that Neutralite should be the stock, and there it goes. 13-0. But who will get the upper hand? Because Nad definitely has the higher damage build. Fought a huge 5-piece 6 now with that last neutral air. So much damage by Comer. 87 now off one side string. And Nad is struggling to make it back. Side sig from the corner. What a steal of a lead.
Good. Scythe might be top 1 in the current moment. I think summer of 2025 might be the summer of Scythe.
Oh, it's always been the summer of Scythe. I don't know what you're on about. Side sig's gonna whiff there. Back to these boots. Whiffs on the down air. Unable to get anything. Nad can't touch it. Tries to go for the D-line, but Nad and Comer's still going for no reason.
I respect it. You know what, Nad? I respect it. I respect it, Nad. You gotta take the wins you can. Comer completely shutting Nad out for that entire second half of the game. Really a bummer, because Nad's hammer was doing some really good work, and I don't know, I personally, I'm kind of biased towards hammer gameplay. I think it's really fun to watch, and I really like seeing the different ways people pick it up, but Comer's sight, especially after that SD, that entire, that entire game was like a, 3-stock in Spirit? Because after that SD, Comer just locked it in. You said, no, I can't go out on that, and Comer brought it back. That is, an insane mental switch for Comer.
Yeah, but this is an insane character swap coming out from Nad. You're keeping the hammer, but you're also getting rid of all the attack, and you're getting rid of the boots. Now you have greatsword, and you have the high defense. Maybe they want a defense. But honestly, against Scythe, maybe you want a little bit more speed. Because, you know, you're just going to keep getting pulled off of the stage, and it's just not going to be a fun time if you do. I mean, the aerial movement is so important, especially against Scythe, while trying to not only recover, but maneuver around it. And having this Great Sword, maybe they can make it work, maybe they can't. We'll just have to see here in game number 3.
Ooh, good dodge to wait out. Yeah, no, using the spot dodge to wait out a recovery option and react to it. Very smart, very nicely done by Comer. Free choice of weapons. Let's pick his brain a little bit here, Flamin. I think it's hard to tell if they wanted to stick with the Scythe or not, because Nad was actually able to interrupt it. It's very rare we have people interrupt weapon starving cyclings like that. So seeing Nad interrupted is impressive.
Oh,
Could
no.
be a sign
Oh,
of things
no.
to come. Put a minute in. Nad already down to last stock. We're still in winter stock here, so Nad would still be in the tournament if they're knocked out right here. And I don't think we'll be seeing a 3 stock. Nad definitely has a lot of work cut out for them. Is it possible? Picks up the greatsword for the first time in the set. Off stage. How in the hell did that Dare reach? But Comer's able to dodge the Dare. How do we find our way out of this pickle, Flaming?
And I don't know. It's going to be real tough. Now with the X pivot down air, unable to get it.
Good
Falling
dare.
down air, still not enough. Ew, that was gross. What a combo there by Comer. But Nad
How do you
going to
think of
stop the 3 stock. There is still hope, but it is certainly dwindling as we speak. Comer is going out of the way to play a little bit unarmed for fun. But man, soft side light into neutral sig, not enough. Defense
Dare off the
keeping
side
Nad
of the
alive a
stage.
little bit longer. Trying to go for a gip here with the hammer. Needs to get that Hail Mary.
Uh-oh. Nad, a lot of whiffs.
Comer's
Don't have
just
any
playing
option
around,
that
man.
works.
Oh,
The clash, though, into the recovery. Stops
that's
even.
huge.
Stops
It ain't over
even.
till it's over.
That's what Nad needs. What Nad needs, Nad gets. Comer respecting the offstage now. Does not want to drop a single game.
That is playing so slow. They literally need Comer to make any mistake. But D-Light, side light, recovery is going to spell the end for Nad's winner's side run. Comer's going to keep moving on into that winner's final spot, going up against our next winner. But man, what an incredible set that was. I mean, so many character picks coming out from that. I honestly think that might have been their downfall. They played the best with that Sidra right at the beginning. The cannon was working pretty well, if I do say so. And then they just went and tossed it all out the window.
I mean, sometimes you do pick around too much. Like I said, sometimes players wait too long to swap off of a loss, and by then they're already tired and their opponent already has them red and whatnot. But then you do run into the opposite problem where sometimes if you're swapping around too much, you don't have stable ground to stand on. Magyar and Zuva can be very stable characters, but if you're hopping back in between them, then yeah, no, that could be very hard to stand on. But still, I'm still not over that one ground pound Comer let rip in that in the around halfway through that last game. Ground pound, I think it
Ground pound, D-Light ground pound.
Yeah, that
was
ground
that was
pound,
gross. That was absolutely disgusting.
How and why is that even in your playbook, and how does it work? That's one of the plays that I watch, and I'm like, how do you think of this? How do you look at all your options and choose that one? I am still not over that. That was crazy.
It was definitely
I
a
will go to
play,
sleep thinking about
and
that.
that was gross, man. I gotta be honest, that was really gross, but certainly a good option nonetheless. But now we have our next set coming up here, Graffiti. We have our friends FXL and Heretics or Itami. Now FXL is, I don't want to say the best MENA player, but one of, if not the best MENA player, because I mean, multiple championships in 1v1s and 2v2s. I mean, the first champion, I believe it was Trial of Heimdall. That sounds right. The first Middle East tournament to ever come from Brawlhalla Esports. And now, I mean, now this region's starting to get established. We have a couple of big names here. We have Itami here. We have FXL. We have Hebi. We have so many great players, and we're just gonna have to see who's gonna win this game.
Yeah, FXL is definitely a lot more established in the region, and so I'm having a bit of a hard time finding Itami's PR right now because some of our sources are using European PRs since the players had to play on European servers for quite a while, and I'm not relying on those. We're here in a different region, so nah, to heck with those. But still, it could almost be seen as a bit of an underdog story, since FXL is a very, very dangerous opponent, and you can't just spit in his face like that, Itami. Itami now, not even answering back, starting the fray. It's now up to FXL to answer back. It's not very common for this to happen, but answer back he does.
On into it. I mean, absolutely. I mean, it is relatively even here. And now, Scythe versus Spear, it's always been a timely matchup. I mean, going on for years, trying to figure out, okay, who's better. But I mean, right now, I think Spear is just absolutely insane here. Trying to go for that D-Sig Itami, unable to get the connection they wanted. Gets that other D-Light side air. I mean, they're doing so well, spacing these out, getting so many good reads. Another side air. FXL recovers the wrong direction, and now Itami's up here 2-1 in the game. Only 100 damage on, but I mean that can change very, very quickly. Another deal. Oh no! What a
he's so good at those. Itami hits D-Lights left and right like it's nothing. Gets hit by recovery, but also to correct a mistake that I made earlier. Itami, I think, both Winters and Springs has made top 4, so it's not actually really an underdog match that much. Really, Itami is very close behind FXL, so if anything, that makes this match a lot more tense. Itami is coming for the crown right here. FXL, like you said, very big contender for best in the region, and could be a world-class competitor by the end of the year if he keeps going like this. The guy just keeps getting better and better and better every single day, and Itami looking to step up to him and try and take that crown from him. Misses a D-Light for the first time in a millennia. I don't know, it'd be pretty hard to take the crown from the Mordex.
Ooh. Sidesig gonna whiff there. FXL looking for a KO. Sidelight recovery, the classic gauntlet string. And FXL's gonna take game number 1 over Itami. Now, Itami actually played really well, catching so many D-Lights. I loved some of those reads too. They knew FXL was gonna spot dodge and catches the gravity cancel D-Light into the side. Or, I'm sorry, I think it was the gravity cancel D-Light into recovery maybe. But regardless, I mean, they played absolutely incredibly with that Spear. We didn't see a whole lot of gauntlets though. That makes me wonder, maybe they don't feel as confident with those against FXL, or maybe they just don't like playing gauntlets in general.
I mean, if you're playing gauntlets, you're either playing them into a Ditto match with more gauntlets or Spear, and some people don't really like playing gauntlets into Spear. Maybe it's that, but also Scythe. I mean, like you said, Scythe is where it is right now. Scythe is really good. So FXL, we're also trying to see what map we go to. We're not going to Miami Dome. This is a map that might benefit a Wushang more than a Mordex, which is a little curious. But I mean, hey, it's got good visuals and good soundtrack, so it's never a wrong choice. Already starting off with some Spear shenanigans, but gets cut short. Itami now has to find their way off stage against FXL. FXL not really taking too much center stage control just yet. Maybe an Endlight will do. Itami has been whiffing quite a bit. Maybe that's not a good sign of things to come for the as FXL now has him off stage. A Sidesig just barely sends to the corner of the screen. The moment he gains stage control, Itami starts sweating, starts getting nervous. We have ourselves a pretty sizable lead here, folks.
Yeah, I mean, FXL Scythe is absolutely incredible, and still building more and more damage, trying to play on the corner. Itami is just really unable to get a foothold. Tries to go for a neutral sig, but is unable to connect. Ground Pound's gonna whiff. FXL resets, grabs another Scythe just for the heck of it. Trying to go for the double Sair, but still ends up making it back. Still has all the options. Itami running out though. Recovery's gonna connect. Itami barely catches the neutral air. FXL still is alive off the neutral sig drop. Oh goodness, soft silent into recovery. Still on the prowl. Cider bounces off the backboard, looking for the KO. Itami and FXL back on stage. Neutralite finally KOs. But man, what a wild ride it has been this game.
Oh my god, FXL is so brave. He's not scared to chase you anywhere. He will find you, and he will KO you. You chases people to the bottom of the stage, all the way to the depths of limbo, chases all the way just for a spare side air, or dare, or GC sidelight, or whatever the heck have you. It's a constant follow. It's constant pressure, even when, but maybe it costs him. Maybe it's a bit too much pressure. Can FXL handle their own pressure?
I mean, they have such a sizable lead. I mean, I don't think FXL has to worry too much about this
Maybe
game.
not.
Recovery is going to be enough.
Maybe not.
But man, 205 coming out from Itami. What a rough match it was. Now FXL only one game away from moving on to go against Comer up in winner's side finals. Honestly, it's like, man, after that game, if you saw that game first, you'd be like, game one probably wasn't even that close. No, FXL just adapted so incredibly well. I mean, Itami just could not keep up with the damage and the output to the site. So they're gonna have to find something else here. They're gonna have to try and play around a little bit better. And I don't know if this map pick is going to help all that much. We are going back to the same one, so we'll have to see.
Does benefit Spear, but I don't know, Flaming. The first game was a bit closer, and FXL just got better and better and better, being a lot more aggressive, being a lot more brave. FXL was a lot more brave and confident, and despite an SD, still was just able to pile on hit after hit after hit, and endless amounts of pressure. However, with a few nairs, could Itami try and find their way out of the pressure? Yeah, no, Itami's starting to change their approach a decent bit. We're starting to see a few more nairs, a few more touch me nots, and being a bit more careful about these commits. But
what? Go for the true combo! What are we doing?
Up and out. Oh!
Itami got so greedy there. Just go for the triple Sair, man. Come on.
We all want it.
So unfortunate. They're gonna lose their stock because of that. And FXL once again starting to run away with the game. Already has 100 built onto Itami, 120 now. This is not looking good here for Itami's chances. Can not even find a single opening. Neutralite's not even gonna KO. FXL's back and he's hunting.
Leverage sends high. Itami, not as bad as I guess, a deficiency as opposed to earlier games, but still not the best spot to be in, and it starts getting to look like a repeat of game 2 here, Flame, and Itami has a lot of work, and boy as hell is it going to be hard to do. Slide on a D-Light. We have any more D-Lights? Not quite a Meg D tech, but that dodge gets punished and gets sent off the side of the stage. Itami just barely finds their way back. Both players trying to grab stage control, center stage, plant their feet in the middle of the ring as tough as they can. FXL though, scythe in hand. Could we be seeing the end of this set any second now, or does Itami have a lot more fight left down in them? Because you can't go out without swing, and you gotta go out with a bang, and even then, because the reason you gotta go out with a bang is because what if that's the reason you don't go out in the first place?
I don't know, man, but sidelight recovery. Itami is gonna get dropped 3-0, and now once again, we have a winners finals. 2 3-0s heading in there quite quickly. Now, Itami needs man. I don't even know what to say. I mean, maybe a character swap could have hit or could have worked. Maybe a map swap could have worked. It's very difficult to say. You know, it's easy to propose the what ifs, but it's never easy to fully understand the extent to which they would have affected the game. And FXL just adapted so well after game 1, and they got the momentum they needed pretty late in that game too. They were at a pretty big deficit as well. So seeing them being able to adapt to not only the D-Lights, but also it being able to zone out most of the moves that Itami was able to throw out.
I would like to correct something that I said earlier. I said FXL gets better every single week. That is wrong. FXL gets better every single minute and every single game. I think this is like an exponential curve, and the guy will be world class ready by the end of the year. FXL is eyeing down what could be a pretty confident win, and is also one of the fan favorites to win. So being one of the more established players, being one of the fan favorites, I mean, you could argue like, hey, that's a lot of pressure to hold up, but that's giving him a real good confidence boost. The guy is now guaranteed a top 3, waiting winners finals, yet to even touch lower bracket, yet to even look at it and say maybe. No, lower bracket's not a possibility for this man. The guy is going on pretty confidently. We're waiting on a word from production to see if we're going to a break or not, but these past few sets have been quite a ride, Flamin'. What say you?
I mean, we have PR 1 and 2, the spring and winter champions in that winners final, and I am super excited for whoever gets to cast that, because that is going to be an amazing Mordex mirror. However, we do have a little bit of a break before our start of elimination side bracket. So Graffiti and I will be right back momentarily. Don't go anywhere. There's so much more Brawlhalla Esports to come.
So Flaming, how are you doing? Are you feeling excited for
Great,
today's
I'm doing good.
matches?
Okay, anyway, let's go.
We have some really cool video games to watch.
Uh-huh, yes we do. What are you doing there?
I don't know.
I ain't no hairstylist, but I don't think you should be doing that. Anyway, we got more MENA coming up. We have our lower side, would it be bottom 8 or top 8? I don't know. It doesn't matter. We have our lower side, top 8, and now we have Hebi and Moser coming up first. And, we don't really normally see Moser out here. We know they don't really get too much spotlight. Coming at PR 17, they have a couple tournaments underneath their belt, but 17th at Trial of Ymir, 49th at Winters, and 13th at Springs. So certainly on their way up, but they still need a little bit of time to brew. They gotta hone in their skills a little bit more. But we get to see them on stream and see how they perform against Hebi. What are your thoughts on that?
This is going to be a very very tough, but also very interesting match. Hebi, I'm also trying to find their placements in the recent spring tournament, but yeah, Moser has been on a very quick rise, actually. I feel like a lot of times you have people who just slowly grind out and slowly make their way up, and Moser is one of those people who I guess does not need as long as a grind. Moser is really climbing pretty quickly. So I'm actually already very impressed by Moser's performance, pretty regular top 32 performer pretty early in their career. So this is already very impressive from Moser. And also, we could also be waiting on OXM and Yellow Flash. That's also going to be a very interesting set. But Hebi is a very interesting player right now, because as we saw them play earlier, they were playing very well, but also some of their I feel like they've improved a lot since Springs and Winters, because you watch them play and it's like, oh, they're really, really good. And then you see their results and their tournament results, and it's like, that's not the same person. So I feel like come summers and autumns, we could really see Hebi also rise to a much more powerful level. Yeah, so both these players have been improving very quickly and have had a fantastic start to their competitive careers. But also, if one or both of these players needs a bit more time to get into the lobby, we have another lower side match we could be going on to. OXM versus Yellow Flash. These two sets are also pretty similar because it was a set that we had... what is it? It's a set where we had a player earlier on stream play who is now facing a different opponent in lower bracket. Sometimes lower bracket matches, sometimes they are rematches of winners bracket matches, and sometimes they are not. We have two new competitors entering the ring, Moser and Yellow Flash. Let me also peek around the black bracket to see who beat who. Yellow Flash beat Rayo, and Moser beat Zorms. So, or Zormex?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
I feel like a substitute teacher butchering people's names.
Aaron.
Please correct me if I mispronounce your name. I feel like a crappy substitute teacher mispronouncing all these names of all these cool people. But either way, we're waiting for these players to hop in, but also if we could be going to OXM versus Yellow Flash, that is also going to be very interesting. Yellow Flash.
This point, it's just going to be whoever gets in the lobby first.
Yeah. No, honestly, open invite, come one, come all. OXM is also on a very quick rise, but also is starting to be a lot more consistent. Sometimes when people have a very, very quick rise, sometimes they do kind of bounce around a little bit. We do have players like Hebi and Moser who have been improving very quickly, but are sometimes not as stable or as consistent of a placement. So they'll jump a place, maybe lag behind a bit, and then make another jump. It's 4 steps forward and 1 step back. But with a player like OXM, looking at some of their results, they've been making some pretty big improvements, but also they've been a lot more stable, a lot more consistent than some of the other players we've had here. They made 17th at both Springs and Winters, and they've made top 8 here thus far, so they're looking to improve that. They are not comfortable sitting with just 17th, but eyeing them down on the other side of the ring is going to be Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash, a bit of a similar story, but also kind of what I was saying earlier, where sometimes they're not as consistent, and that does worry me a little bit because they've made it this far. They've earned this spot, and they definitely want to go farther. They're looking to boost that PR21, brother. But still, OXM has just been a bit more of a stable player. So Yellow Flash fans out there, I might be a little worried. I mean, I'm sweating because I have my AC off, but I still might be a little worried.
You know, that's perfectly fine, but you know, we're just gonna have to run with it. Sometimes, you know, we're gonna get some crazy upsets, and sometimes, you know, we're just gonna not have crazy upsets. I mean, we'll just have to see who's gonna come out on top. But I do want to say, Yellow Flash did end up getting top 8 in a MENA tournament about a couple weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, picking up a 7th at Frostbite 14. That's the tournament I was talking about earlier, and it was actually Hebi, the one that pulled out the Zuva and absolutely had a just an incredible run there. But yeah, I'm certainly excited because this is kind of like the tale of two underdogs. This is really just who's gonna have the explosive performance and who's gonna explode on stage, you know.
Out of these two players, OXM being just a bit more established, but still, like you said, everybody's still looking to start their esports careers off right. These players, I think we're just waiting to give them go ahead. They're ready whenever. And also, we're going to be looking at what character picks they could be locking in. Looking at what we have on paper, Yellow Flash doesn't have many much data about their characters. OXM, Flaming, if you can remind me who OXM played earlier, I think we could be seeing a lot of Spear, or was that the Diana?
I believe it was the Diana pick. That sounds about... Wait, no. I lied. Did I lie? Hold on. No, I don't think we saw OXL on stream, did we? Oh, no, we did. It was the first set. I don't think I was, unfortunately, here for the first set. But it looks like they've locked in Ada, so... Or they've locked in Ada before, so...
Yeah.
We'll see what character they're going to pull out here. My guess, probably something with Spear, so maybe Shong, Dusk... Heck, even Orion, maybe. I mean, Lance isn't super great right now, but I don't know. Maybe you know, maybe throw in a little bit of spice here and there. Yellow Flash, on the other hand, I don't know a whole lot about. They don't have too many stats, but they do have a 9th place at Spring Championship. So, I mean, it's pretty solid. I'll say that.
This is also this is now an interactive stream. Chat, if you do want to help us out and let us know any character picks that these guys have locked in before, I am more than willing to hear that. Because yeah, there is not really a lot of information on Yellow Flash. I was trying to do my research earlier, and there's not really much about this guy known. Bit of more of a dark horse compared to OXM. But if any of y'all have any close connections with him, please let us know who we could be expecting to see. But we did see Diana earlier, but yeah, I have a very bad memory. If that was OXM, then we could be seeing some more blasters, because you are right, we do have an Ada locked in quite a few times, actually. Ada is one of their only reported legends for any bracket ever. So that either was the Diana player earlier, I could go back and check, or we could be seeing a bit more Spear, which, to be honest, following after the set that we had with FXL, the Spear that FXL was fighting, their name is different in game and in bracket. But Itami, there it is. Itami Spear is going to be really hard to follow up against. But still, we're going to be having a Taros into a 7. That's right. OXM was the 7 earlier. Y'all, I'm sorry. I got a very bad memory. Go.
No, it's okay. I think we all know bad memory. But anyway, Taros coming out here. Lots of damage. Lots of everything besides nerfs. I mean, just a really solid character. And 7. Honestly, heavily underutilized. Lots of pretty good signatures. And I genuinely do not know why 7 is not played more. I mean, just really, really strong. But double side light neutral coming in from Yellow Flash, catching that downer on the corner as well. Already 114 onto OXM. Able to return to stage, whiffs on the D-Light, tries to go for another one. Side light on from a gravity cancel, catches the D-Light, whiffs on the Sair. Unlucky, just slide charge D-Sig. Now has the Flame variant. Tries to go for a side Sig, but a neutral side air gets a huge amount of damage. OXM is just feeling the hits, getting taken out off the top by the down air. Man, this is not looking super great, but it's only game 1. It's only stock 1. Anything can change.
In a bit of a difficult spot right here. D-Light Dare. Interesting way to lead into another Dare. And Yellow Fish. Yeah, Fish just SDs off of that. No way coming back to that. Why waste your energy? OXM trying to defend the weapons. Cannot stop Fish from picking up the hammer, which does a bit of damage, but still OXM is able to get some damage in response. But Fish responds back yet again. A stomp there. Send him out of the blast zone. I'm just shortening the name. Yellow Fish is a lot to say. I call him Fish.
It's Flash.
Flash. I'm blind.
This guy, alright. But OXM doing a great job catching that D-Sig. Ooh, catching the nice recovery. Full reset on the board. We have 0-0-1-1 for stock count. And this is going back and forth. This is why I said we can't call it off of one stock. Because it is so incredibly close. Catches the dare to stuff out recovery. And lights the wrong direction. But we are very, very even. 61 to 65. Stomps there, puts a little bit more damage. Side Sig!
Flash with an amazing first game. How do you respond to that?
You just say go next, man. That's all you really can do. I mean, that was a 91 damage in the side Sig. Great play there by Yellow Flash. But OXM, they definitely picked it up after that first stock. And did an incredible job. Just needs to play a little bit more careful around the weapons of Yellow Flash. But going to platforms may not be the answer they are looking for.
I mean, platforms could help Spear a little bit more, but still, that is a lot to answer on. That's not just the map. That's just Flash calling you out, being good at what they do. So there's only so much you could really blame the platform for. Maybe it is a go next. Maybe it is some kind of other adjustment. We're going to a map with a bit more space, so maybe OXM has a bit more time to breathe, a bit more time in neutral, can give himself some space if he really needs to. And some of 7 Sigs, and wow, that's a tough thing to say. Try saying that 7 times fast. Some of 7 Sigs can be pretty decent zoning tools, could probably give him a decent bit of space, and the Spear's already looking a lot better. Maybe not using the platforms to their full potential. Never mind, I guess they are trying to dodge out all these end lights and all these side lights. Flash, though, picking up hammer, gets caught by the end Sig. OXM in a much better spot come game 2 compared to how they were just a few minutes ago. Can Flash bring it back?
I mean, it's definitely possible. You have the character, you have the weapons. I mean, it was down like 100, or it was down like 30 damage and was able to get like literally 2 moves. Side air, not gonna KO. But OXM running out of options slowly but surely. Able to make it back with that unarmed down air. Down air coming from the hammer, though, will get the KO. And now Yellow Flash has the lead. Now, I'm kind of, like, I'm intrigued by OXM's use of the fire and lightning signatures. Obviously, you know, yeah, it's one of the only characters, it's the only character with mode switch signatures. And, you know, being able to utilize them so well is absolutely incredible. But going to keep on the cannon, let's see how they perform with it.
Using 7-2, her full potential is a skill and a talent. And this legend, I mean, like we say, she is good, but she does take just a little bit more time to learn compared to a few others. Flash trying to be careful at the side of the stage, respecting the area around OXM, which very different from the first game. So OXM definitely doing something different, something good. Stomp Sair could let him reset. No, Flash actually does not really want to spend that much time in neutral, looking to get any opportunity to approach that they can. They're just trying to be careful about it and only trying to land punishes. They're not trying to get the first hit that often. They're looking to get the second, and then the third, and then the fourth, and then the fifth, and then the sixth. But no, the first goes to OXM, leads to an uppercut, and Flash is starting to whiff a lot. That breakdance does hit, but Seven's defense is a pretty darn good. Whoever gets this next stock is going to be OXM, giving them a lead in the game, but still only just barely. Flash is starting to whiff a bit more, though. Is that concerning that Flash is starting to whiff a lot more?
Not really. I mean, you have. I mean, realistically, you can hit 4 moves and be fine. So if you throw at 8 and go 4 for 8, I mean, that you're fine. You're doing okay. But I mean, you really do want to try to get a few more hits in here. Getting a nice 3-piece there, trying to go up for another neutral air. What I am noticing, though, OXM is throwing away their weapon quite frequently, and it's not helping them out. Dropping that down there, that's not going to be great. Now Yellow Flash back on the hammer. Neutral Sig connects. Going on the offensive. Tries to go for gravity cancel D-Light. OXM just was not there to punish. Whiffs on the side. Downer is going to send it downwards. Now Yellow Flash needs to make it back. Catches the reverse side air. And OXM drops 0-2 in the set. Honestly, I might be looking for a character swap here. I don't know if the 7's gonna work out.
I can see it working, especially since maybe OXM just needed a bit of time to warm up. That second game was looking a lot better. Maybe they just woke up from a nap. Maybe they're a little rusty, you know. Maybe they had to take a break or something. So as they're warming back up, the fact that the second game looked a lot better than the first game, and they kind of had Flash on their toes. They're back against the wall for a few parts of that. Like we were saying, Flash was starting to whiff a lot, even though they were able to overcome that and eventually grab the win. Pretty nice grand slam. Still, OXM, I think, has already done a lot of the. Whenever we say like, oh, this guy's got a lot of work to do, I think OXM is already starting to do some of that work and is already starting to bring this pretty close to even. I think even started out that second game with a lead, so definitely has it in them. There is always more gas in the tank. Very strange to do a GC D-Light on to punish that N-Light, but hey, the guy knows more than I do. A D-Sig to try and give himself some more space. Yeah, 7 Sigs can be pretty good for spacing, so I'm very happy to see him, especially considering that we need to have Flash respect OXM's space, or else it's just going to be Stomp Sayer after Stomp Sayer after Stomp Sayer into recovery.
Bad positioning here. OXM gets bounced off the backboard. Yellow Flash able to get a KO with it, and that's a pretty decent lead here. I mean, I don't think any 7 signatures will be able to get the KO quickly enough, but another sidelight putting another 18 damage on, I believe. I think so. I don't know, something like that. It's either 18 or 16 or something, but yeah, Yellow Flash still putting the hurt on with the axe, just getting through all the soft spots of the spear, catching another down air, neutral air, ground pound already at 100. Down air once again. OXM struggling to get anything, unable to get a full touch, and still struggling to get on stage. Choose to finally go to the corner, but man, Yellow Flash weapon throw not gonna connect. This is looking rough for OXM.
OXM still playing pretty carefully. You know, a lot of other men that would have crumbled under that ledge guard, but OXM is still able to get the KO. So yes, it is looking pretty rough for the Robo Mechanic, but still, I still think there's a spark in that eye, Flamin'. I still think that we have at least a hint of determination to be able to bring this game closer to even. OXM was just a few frames off from getting a massive touch of death, and Flash trying to predict the approach, but says, never mind, if you're not going to approach, I will. Slams that side air into the Robo Mechanic space. GC N-Light to continue the lead. I mean, listen, maybe I was coping a little bit earlier. OXM, I know I said if you're a fan of Yellow Flash, I'd start to worry, but based off of the way the game is going, maybe I'm wrong.
Definitely. OXM is picking up the pace a lot more. This cannon is starting to work its magic. They cannot afford too many overcommits. I mean, Hammer has the ability just to ruin your day and everything else about it.
So is that a sign of lag? Are we lagging? Or are we... Nope.
Alright, interesting.
Nope. Okay. I know sometimes people taught to like do a sign of lag, like, "Hey, hold up, I'm lagging," but nope. I guess it's just dance break.
In my 6 years of playing Brawlhalla, never in my life have I ever seen someone use a taunt as a move to attack. But D-Light neutral air once again. Yellow Flash on the last leg here. Side light, neutral air, neutral light again. OXM able to make it back. Cider catches the top of the Yellow Flash. The weapon throw hits him out. Trying to go for some kind of KO. Confirm here. Sidestick gets ripped by Yellow Flash. Unable to find it. Stop Sair. 150. Can OXM live a little bit longer? D-Light recovery. And that is game.
Yellow Flash pulling a bit of an upset on OXM. One of the more, one of the more established players of the region getting taken down by yet another up-and-comer. This region is just getting better and better as players continue to improve now that they got their own space to practice. This is going to be quite a fun ride. That is going to be, like I said, I'll say it just again because it's so fun to say, Yellow Flash! Bit of an upset there, buddy. Nice work.
OXM is unfortunately going to be eliminated, but Yellow Flash going to move on and go up against Heretics or Itami. So going from one Spear player to another one. And that is certainly going to be a set to watch. But I believe next up we have our set, the set that we've kind of waiting for, Hebi and Moser. Now, we did talk a little bit about them already. I do want to say Hebi was the one I was talking about earlier that pulled out a King Zuva and played just really, really well. And it's, you know, it's going to be interesting. You know, maybe we're going to see that Zuva come back. Maybe we're going to see, I'm pretty sure they pulled out a Zol. I mean, Hebi just plays literally whatever they want. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, what else can you hope for besides just fun? That's all you can hope for. But going up against Moser, Moser also did play in that Frostbite tournament I mentioned, picking up a 13th place. So they did pretty well there as well. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do here. Maybe, you know, we're going to get a huge upset over Hebi. Maybe Hebi is just going to say, go away, I want to move on. You know, we have no certainty here. And, I mean, after last set, man... I mean, what do you expect? I mean, there's so much potential. There's so many what ifs. There's just so many unanswered questions, and one of them being, where are our players?
Well, first off, for the question, where are our players? I don't know. The Moon players like I don't know. Players like going away before their sets. They're like going on vacation. But that is an issue for a different day. But still, I like to see versatile players. I like to see players that say, I don't really care too much about comfort picks or meta. I'm just gonna pick what bests you. The better. I'm just gonna pick the character or play style that beats you. Not that beats the meta, not that beats like my insecurities or whatnot, or I got something to prove, the meta, the whatnot. My pick is whatever is best against you. And I'm a big fan of versatile players that are able to do that, really have it to a science. Players that are that versatile and say like, oh, okay, if you're doing this and then that, and then okay, got it, hammer. I'm a big fan of that, and that's one thing I aspire to be in my gameplay. I really like those versatile players, but still, I might have to go against my heart pick here, because Hebi has been a pretty established bracket demon and very consistent, especially over the course of the past year or two. Pretty consistent placing in tournaments, actually quite across regions. We have some Southeast Asian tournaments, we have some European tournaments, and of course we have some Middle Eastern tournaments sprinkled in there, and the Middle Eastern tournaments are where they do best. But still, some of these some of these Southeast Asian and European tournaments, they're not doing too bad. Let me see if I can find some. They get top 8 at C Showdown for 1v1, and they're able to, they were 97th in 2023. 97th at the Summer Championship for Europe. So back in 2023, if they were already swimming in pools with European pros 2-3 years ago, and they've only just gotten better and more consistent, I mean, 7th at Sea Showdown, 3rd at the Trial of Freya, Southeast Asia. So Hebi's definitely giving me the heebie-jeebies right now. This is a bit more of an established and talented player, and Moser is definitely going to have a lot of work to do because it's still pretty early in their career. And yes, I have respect for a very versatile player. That's one thing that I think a lot of us should aspire to not just be stuck in a hole, but be able to swim around and explore new options and try new strategies. Sometimes that could be a stand of like a main crisis. Sometimes that is a character crisis. Sometimes that is, I don't know what to do, so I'm just going to do what works today. Sometimes you wake up and the Bodvar just plays better than the Taros for some reason, and that's just what you play that random Tuesday. So I definitely am keeping a very careful eye on Moser, because Hebi, I think if we scroll down pro stats here, has one of the longest tournament histories of really any player here. So this is heebie-jeebies is real right now.
Yeah, it goes all the way back Galaxy Cup Nova. I mean, they've been playing for so long. That was back all the way in 22. So, I mean, they definitely have the longevity. Maybe not as in the region as a whole, but certainly as a player. Now Moser, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to think about that too much. But So, I know we just kind of came back, but we'll be right back. We have to go check on a couple things, but don't go anywhere. We still have our set coming. I promise. I hope so. So yeah, we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. See you in a second. Hello and welcome back to Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms, the Middle East edition. We are back for our well-awaited set. We have Hebi here in the house going up against Moser. We've talked about this multiple times. You've heard our thoughts. You've heard the characters. You've heard everything about it. And finally, it is time that we watch it be played here in lower side top 8. I'm once again back here with Graffiti. What is going on? How are you? Have you enjoyed your 5 minutes away?
I have greatly enjoyed my 5 minutes away, and also it allowed us to do a little bit of research. Hebi was playing Diana earlier, and I'm not really getting much character information about what they've been playing for the past few months, but yes, recently they have been playing quite a decent bit of Diana, and Moser, as also we know, is a pretty being a pretty I just forgot the word. Pretty, what's the word for doing many things at once? Jack of all trades. Versatile. Being a very versatile player. Also, I think has an Ada locked in once or twice. So definitely picking blasters into Hebi might be a bit of a strange choice if Hebi already knows blasters pretty darn well. Hebi's in a lobby. And let's also check a few more things, shall we? Hebi is seed 6 and Moser is seed 12. And their PRs are pretty darn close to that. So this is looking like a pretty solid match we got coming up. But if Hebi's locking in the Scarlet, that'd be very funny. We do not see a lot of Scarlet coming through singles, do we, Flamin? Or just Lance in general.
Really. I mean, who's like, I know Kostelix played a lot of Scarlet. I think West played a lot of Scarlet at one point.
Yep.
And I think M for Mini as well. That sounds about right.
Yeah, but those were all a while ago.
The West Scarlet has since been retired. Kostelix, he's on his way back, but I don't know if he's super strong in the Scarlet department anymore. I think he just kind of plays Ulgrim. But we're just waiting on Moser now, and I know I'm kind of excited to see potential Scarlet. I mean, Hebi's hammer is really, really good, but maybe that Lance is a little off-putting. But now we're seeing a Jiro locked in. I mean, Hebi just has so many characters, so many different play styles. It's just, man.
I think they're just playing around with this. I think these are just to keep us entertained. Hebi, if you're watching the stream, if you want to flex any fancy skins. Hebi, if now you want to take your chance to swap between any fancy skins you got to show off, now is your chance. While we're waiting for the game to start. Or if we're having a Jiro Ditto match, that looks like what we'll be going to. Both Jiros around level 30, and we're leaving a lot of the usual suspects on this Terminus Worlds, and we're loading into game 1 here, folks. This is
finally
really
after how long have we been waiting for this? Like,
yeah,
at
sorry
least
for the wait, y'all.
Total.
But here we go. Sorry for the wait.
Long-awaited game, World's End, Jiro mirror match. What more could you want? But going into this, I'm expecting Hebi to kind of take this set. I don't really know how Moser plays, so maybe they'll be really good, maybe they won't be. You know, we're just gonna have to see what happens here. Game number 1 and so.
Moser sending Hebi off the side of the stage. Hebi's able to regain center stage control. Very fancy combo, but a little bit of an overcommit. They're changing weapon throws. Moser picks her sword first. A very nice, that was, I think, the side sig. The side sig and the D sig feel similar to me. The N sig very clearly stands out to me. That one's easy to tell apart.
Side sig, final frame coming out from Moser, and Hebi's gonna get sent out off the side, and they're gonna drop down to that second stock already here in game number 1. 55 seconds in. Hebi yet to pick up another weapon. They're kind of playing a little bit of unarmed. I don't think they want it just yet, but finally pick it up, go for another D-Sig, trying to find this KO pretty quickly. Both players gonna whiff on a side light. Moser getting taken out by that D-Sig, Hebi only 44 damage, but low defense. That damage does rack up pretty quickly.
Now, just as a quick little reminder for everyone, this is lower bracket. Each one of these games, one of these stocks, one of these interactions means quite a bit more than if it were to happen in winner's bracket. Both these players are risking elimination with every single approach. But still, they're not really playing quite like it. They're doing mirror matches of each other's characters, and they're going full throttle, pedal to the metal with how fast they're playing right here. Both players trying to take center stage control, and a very nice snipe. Moser takes a pretty nice lead, keeps Hebi in the keeps Hebi down, kicks him while he's down, keeps him even further down.
Scythe coming in here.
Could send him off stage. No, could Hebi get the reversal? Hebi gets the reversal, but not quite. Moser just barely touches.
Hebi back on stage, tries to go for the gravity cancel side signature, going to whiff on the D-Sig as well. Gravity cancel down Hebi, and Moser gets dropped to that last stock here in game one. But Hebi's taken quite a brunt of the damage here in this late game. I mean, there's so many signatures that would probably KO right now. That being one of them. I mean, Jiro does not have the strongest defense, and you know those signatures do hit pretty hard. But now in 167, this is not looking good for Hebi. Beautifully dodges the D-Sig, but so much damage and not much time left to live on this stock. Hebi needs a miracle. Catches the D-Light, side sig, side air.
How did he steal it like that? I was about to call it game set match. Game set match for Moser. Nah. Hebi steals it right back. How does he do it?
How does he do it? That is the great question. What a play, man. That was Hebi's first game back, by the way. That was his first game back. That was insane. My goodness. All right.
My goodness.
Going to game 2, Graffiti. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I was about to say that this this Ditto match might have been a little bold for Hebi, considering that Moser was in the lead for most of it, and Moser could have very easily closed out that game, and that's fully what I was expecting to happen. I know we say, oh, anything's winnable, you can always reverse it, you can scythe someone, but that was still so far to left field. Hebi actually taking some very nice control of center stage. We got a few chase dodges and a few end lights. Hebi's being pretty evasive as the weapon throw could give him a little bit more space. A very nicely placed end sig. The haymaker would have been clip of the day for certain, Flamin'. But both these players go back to scrapping. Moser's only able to get a few responses. Can't get much off of that end light, while Hebi's able to send him off stage with a side light. And the GC end light is going to be a pretty good way to set up for a weapon throw trap. And Moser can't touch back. Hebi is looking much better in this game. What was that last stock? I'm still not over that. The first 2 stocks he was playing good.
Oh my god,
but
what a
he's
read.
still keeping the energy from the last stock.
Barely avoids the D signature, but gets to the ground pound. Moser finally gets a response to that first stock. 61 damage, not too bad in a deficit. D-Light neutral air from Hebi, but some more good damage. Tries to get the dodge read, but unable to.
Oh my god.
Sees the spot dodge, not gonna go for a punish on it. Another spot dodge coming out from Hebi. Down sig goes out, but Moser is just not close enough to get any good punishes or really anything off of it. Now back on the sword ditto, both players D-Sig trying to make the shadow clones fight each other. Another D-Sig coming out from Hebi. 157, still not enough. Another D-Sig, another one just to add some more flair. And Hebi takes the second stock away from Moser.
I love these guys. This is awesome.
Oh, Hebi!
Nair into Nair! Hebi burned all their options! Wait, never mind. How do they make it back? They were willing to bet the entire game on that, but they didn't have to! They still have another stock out of this. So maybe not the entire game, but pretty close to it.
I think
still
that's
a lot of options.
Yep.
Oh! Moser! Nice!
Man, absolutely incredible. Another neutral right there. I mean, Hebi is just doing so much, but Moser's starting to bring it back a little bit. Huge string. Hebi almost got a massive punish there with that D-Light, but it looks like it made it a little too hard. Moser kicks the downer on the corner. Now has a slight lead. Now with Scythe in hand, hard side light. Goes for the D-Sig. Hebi slowing the pace down. Doesn't want to screw with anything just yet. Ground pound. Moser trying to go for the neutral Sig. Gets sent away. Hebi once again unarmed. Now the unarmed match. Who will win it? Moser with an unarmed recovery. Not enough. Down Hebi. Hebi with another steal.
How? Unarmed breakdance. GC breakdance beats out sword D-Line. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. How? Hold on. I'm waiting for the replay to come back around. What? Hebi just clutches it. Hebi is just that good at the clutch. Moser is on their tail and is like allergic to neutral for the entire game. And even taunts, even like cries, laughs in your face. But Hebi just clutches it. Hebi just has the clutch. Nerves of steel.
3, 2, 1.
Now this is game number 3. Hebi is up 2-0.
2-0.
I mean, this is... I mean... Oh, man, it's just not looking good here for Moser.
He's playing a very nice sword right now. Even though Moser has a slight lead. Moser picking up Scythe. Could we get any more work done? Hebi's sword is just looking impeccable, bringing us to a new age of sword gameplay. A lot of people were trying to say sword is not good in the updates considering the recent nerfs, but Hebi putting that all to shame. Finally picks up Scythe though for the first time in a while. It's having a hard time punish some of these signatures. Dancing a little bit around off stage, trying to keep their approach back to stage unpredictable, and it finds success. It finds its mark. Hebi likely trying to stick with Scythe so they can respawn back on the next stock with a sword, but that's not to say that their Scythe is any bad. We could be seeing a pretty tasty lead here, Flaming, but he drops the Scythe.
Goes away, the sword still looking, trying to find this KO. Nice 3-piece there, trying to go with the weapon throw style. Catches the D-Light there. Weapon throw up just to add a little bit more flair. Punishes on the gravity cancel down Hebi. Hebi is just doing so well. Gets the soft D-Line, trying to go for some more style points. This is not Tony Hawk Pro Skater. There is no score multiplier here.
Moser trying to throw the weapons, keep his space, knowing that there we go. Moser finally taking control back in the situation. Hebi's been control of the situation for the entire time. Anytime Hebi gets close, there's going to be about 2 or 3 hits of good damage piling on to this Jiro from the Yoshimatsu. Recovery sends high. Moser on game, set, bracket, tournament stock, money stock, if you will.
All the stock.
All the stock. This is his most important stock yet today.
They need to find something here. Hebi is just absolutely rolling through with it unarmed, trying to go for another ground pound, man. They are absolutely slamming Moser right now. 123, slowly but surely building more and more damage now on the site. Looking for that final option, hard side light into down air. Dude, Hebi is just doing whatever. Whatever, whenever.
Hebi is the clip farm. Just dance. He's making this all look easy. I'm running out of the words to find for this. Oh my god. D-Sig almost hits, but it's the recovery that sends out. Hebi with some of the best unarmed gameplay I have seen in my entire life. Some of the best unarmed and flashiest unarmed combos I have seen in years of studying this game. Takes an amazing 3-0. Hebi, what was that?
Man, that was just absolutely insane. Hebi just came out and just kind of said, all right, I'm home now. That was, like, look at the damage. The damage spread is absolutely insane. God. 192 on sword, 212 on scythe, 210 on unarmed. Like, what are we doing here, man? Like This is just insane.
It wasn't even that efficient with the KOs either. Like, Hebi was letting Moser live for a bit longer than he had to, and was still just clip after clip after clip. I mean, also props to Moser for also playing along with it. Moser also trying to go for some fancy plays and also trying to give us a good time. Moser was not completely trying to, you know, when sometimes people know they're up against a real fighting battle and they know they're climbing uphill, and so they try and play really slow and reserved and thinking, no, I gotta make this chance last as long as I can. Props to Moser for at least giving us a good show, being a good sport about it, and knowing like, okay, I gotta at least go out with a bang. I'm up against a really tough opponent, but hey, we gotta at least give him a show. We gotta at least have a fun time. So,
You know,
big props to Moser for giving us a one hell of a sentence, top 8 Elim side.
absolutely. And that was definitely well worth the wait. But with that being said, Graffiti, that is going to be it from us here at Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms, the MENA edition. Now, there are a couple more coming up very, very soon from the rest of this tournament, but there's also a couple more happening later this week, and this is only the first installment of the Clashing Kingdoms. And coming up tomorrow is going to be the South American event, as well as on Sunday, the EU and North America event. So make sure, stay tuned for those as well, but also make sure to support your friends here in the Middle East and watch them fight for that first place finish. With that being said, Graffiti, anything else you want to say?
Be sure to follow me and Flaming on social media. We're very, very, very pretty and funny people. You will want to pay attention to us. We're going to have a new set of casters, just like Flamin said, we're going to have a new set of casters come in and bring y'all all the way home to grand finals. And if the way this tournament is started and it's only going to get better and better and better, I will be lurking in chat with y'all. I'm very excited to see how this goes. Flamin, my money's on Hebi. I just like the way he's moving right now.
We'll see. We will see. But for now, thank you all for watching. Don't go anywhere. There'll be more soon. But for us, it is goodbye.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to Moose Wars Classic Kingdoms MENA edition. I'm AJ Moore, I'm with PJ, and we are now getting into the top 6 of this event here, my man. And PJ, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
I'm doing pretty well. It's really exciting to do another event for MENA. Ever since MENA got picked up for the official brackets as well on Fridays, it's been really cool to see the microcosm of Brawlhalla and kind of make us all realize how big Brawlhalla really is in terms of how many players play it and where in the world they play it. And we get a very, very fun mix of legends here. We just saw a C0-MR, which I know Jiro to Death is really excited about, but also is exciting for a lot of players out there that feel the meta is currently very stale, relatively. You got a lot of very strong picks, especially Hammer being a very dominant weapon. But in MENA and SEA specifically, they're like, we don't really care about that. We're going to pick high dex legends. We're going to play very high octane. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, I think MENA offers a lot of diversity when it comes down to its players. There's no players going with the meta. They're just going with what they feel is comfortable, and they're going for these crazy clips that we have on the stream. We've had some crazy combos come out of players, and hopefully we get to see more of that going into the top 6. And we might get to see that a little bit more going into our next match on stream. We're going to be having Heretics / Itami going against Yellow Flash on stream here. They're going to be I believe the first matchup on stream there as well. And I believe Yellow Flash is currently seed 15 in this event. Yep. Beat OXM on stream and in the 3-0 fashion. So I want to see how he does against Itami as well.
Yeah, I want to give like the proper context of what Yellow Flash's run has been, because Yellow Flash has been playing out elimination side since losers round of 16. So he's gone 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, and then he went on to go 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, and then now he's here and he's playing into Heretics, and it's like, or Itami, yeah. So I mean, Yellow Flash has been literally running through the gauntlet of elimination side, and he's been trying really, really hard to make it through. And obviously, a bunch of big upsets to make it here, beating seed number 9 of the event as well as seed number 7, respectively. Seed 15 making it all the way into the top 6. Of course, Itami getting it in this spot of the bracket makes sense, especially seed number 3 losing to seed number 2 in FXL 3-0 fashion. So I feel like Itami definitely doesn't feel like they should be this in the elimination side this early on, but such is life in a bracket like this where you're seeded into the number 2 seed, obviously a seed 3, and then Yellow Flash is on kind of the Cinderella run. So it should be an exciting matchup between the two.
Yeah, for sure, without a doubt. And we're waiting to see these players hop on in and see kind of how they do. I mean, we'll see. I mean, Yellow Flash has been doing really well coming in from the elimination side. And then, Itami's been doing crazy on the winner side. I mean, he ran into FXL in the upper semifinals, but hey, he got a little bump in the road. He can definitely come back in the elimination side of this bracket and go crazy as well. So we'll definitely have to see. I think we're just waiting on, I believe, Yellow Flash to hop back on in, and then we should be good to go.
I'm particularly excited to see what legend picks we're going to see from Itami. Or Itani, and as well, or Itami. Sorry, I keep saying Itani. I'm a big Shohei Ohtani fan. That's probably why I keep saying that. Itami and Yellow Flash. I'm excited to see what legends they're going to be picking here as well. I know that we got, I believe, both of them on stream before this, but I wasn't able to catch the Itami set in winners finals, so I'm excited to see Yellow Flash as well. I think on the stat to Itami, mostly on the Wushang, but times have changed here in Brawlhalla, and I can definitely see the argument for a lot of different legend swaps. I feel like everybody is on, the Taros train. Some people are picking up, Scythe is always going to be strong. We saw Loras win midseason on Orb and Spear, so Orb Legends in the limelight once again. So it's kind of this spot where, as much as we can predict what the meta looks like in events and regions like MENA and Southeast Asia, really hard to say what legends people are going to pick, and I think it keeps it pretty exciting. But then again, we could also just see double Taros, and we can be getting more of the same as usual.
Yeah, double Taros because of that high damage and there's a lot of defense on those characters too. But I mean, Yellow Flash, I believe, played some games earlier on Taros, so I want to see kind of if they do pick that up. I do know Itami, based off of pro stats, has played a lot of Wushang as well, so maybe we get that spear in those gauntlets. I want to see how those gauntlets do against the Taros, though, if that does become his pick. But I believe we have he's almost here. I think they're coming in now, but I definitely want to see how Itami it does against the Yellow Flash. There you go. There's that Terrace I was talking about. The Roman Reigns going against Itami's Dusk going into game number 1. And let's see what map they go to. I'm interested.
Yeah, really excited to see. We see 2 triplats in Miami Dome. I think this definitely favors Orb in a lot of spots, but Miami Dome also being very strong for Terrace. We go to Miami Dome for game number 1 between Itami and Yellow Flash. We got the Dusk, we got the Roman Reigns. I'm particularly excited to see Itami's take on the Orb here. I think Orb is in a really good spot, so it's exciting to see him pick it versus the best legend in the game right now. I think is easy to say. We'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, for sure. And so far, we got the Teros axe coming out of Yellow Flash there, trying to keep it up a little bit, trying to push that pressure onto Itami so it doesn't get that platform control to do a lot of the damage build up with that spear. Seeing Yellow Flash just kind of floating around a little bit, trying to bring him off ledge a little bit. Nice 3-piece combo coming in. Ooh, picks up the hammer now too, though. Is trying to go ahead and mix things up. Stomp Saturday does go and come in. It's a lot of back and forth right now.
Yeah, a lot of damage, and this is kind of what can be expected versus the Teros. And we drop the D-Light into side air, but the D-Light recovery, or not recovery, D-Light into down air will find the KO off the top. What we're seeing here is kind of like the slow trickle of damage where a couple hits lead to like very, very big damage swings for the Teros. And we see that here as a side light into end light comes out, but Itami able to get the D-Light into side air into the wall. Yellow Flash barely able to make it back. Tries a reversal. It does get a reversal on the recovery, but Itami swings back with a side air. Very smart play to close out that stock.
Yeah, making sure that you take advantage of all the opportunities that you're really given. And right now, Tommy's starting to take the opportunities with that orb to their advantage. They're putting a lot of pressure onto Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash does come in with a hammer ground pound to launch Tommy off that ledge. Tries to get a KO option here. Goes back and forth. Tommy with that platform control. Oh, Yellow Flash missing that signature. Had a lot of recovery frames. And Tommy taking full advantage of that. And Yellow Flash with the weapon throw side air into stomp, into recovery. And Itami's down to their final stock.
The edge guarding flowcharts for Yellow Flash as soon as Itami burns those resources has been very, very impressive. GCD light into recovery. Make it nice and easy, and that's exactly what you want to see on Teros. Get the damage, get the KOs relatively quickly. We see Itami fighting back, though, on the spear. Goes for the side stick. Immediate punish with the GC downlight. The problem versus the axe is the whip punish game will be so strong for Yellow Flash. As a D-Light into side air, will find it smart, but not find the KO. GC side light and the reversal on the recovery. Yellow Flash steals the game away with a big axe reversal on that recovery and takes game number 1 in dominant fashion. Oh my goodness.
Dude, that's the way to do it, man. That was a fantastic way to really put on that pressure onto Itami, taking advantage of Itami going too far into that combo and just took full strain and stride with that. And reverse side air just to go and get that KO. That's pretty good there coming out both of those players there, but I believe they're going to go ahead and go into game number 2. But looking back at these stats here, I mean, you see Yellow Flash do a lot of damage with axe and hammer, and we're seeing actually Itami do like 79 on arm damage as well, a little bit too.
Yeah. I feel like Itami is going to have to like pull out all the stops in terms of like cycling between the 2 weapons and keeping it fresh. We see a swap off the dust into the immediate Hattori pick, which is very scary. Obviously, you have decent defense in the defense stance, but it's obviously not something that you love. But you're kind of leveraging the fact that you have high speed now on the Hattori. I think that's found a lot of historical success, but hasn't found the same amount of love in the limelight of recent, especially versus the meta like Teros. You have to play very, very fast. Sword not in a great spot, but the ground pound comes in, and Itami shows, hey, I can still keep up with this legend pick.
Well, I think it has a lot more combo ability with it too compared to some other weapons as well. And it's also known for being that vital weapon in Brawlhalla that a lot of players are used to and comfortable with. Because look at these 3-piece. It's going to land. The weapon throw lands there onto Yellow Flash. I thought Itami was going to go for something crazy, but allows Yellow to go ahead and get back to that leg. Oh, a GC down thing comes out. And Yellow Flash goes ahead and takes the lead over Itami. And realistically, that came down to Itami allowing Yellow Flash to come back to that ledge.
That was really, really crucial there, especially because Yellow was able to kind of bait that he was going to go for a downer, instead mix it up with a GC down tick and punish the immediate jump from Itami. Like, we're already seeing the conditioning play into effect, the Teros fear factor. We got triple exclamation points, and Yellow is not going to be able to make it back there. Yellow Flash is going to fall. as Itami is very happy to even up the stock count without taking any extra credit, not taking any damage at all, actually. So we're in a good spot here, pushing the advantage with the Nair into recovery. Now we see the sharking on the platform. Yellow Flash has to land back down with the axe, land with an end light, but doesn't get the side light, and Itami gets a whip punish. The damage slowly building for Itami here, very crucial.
Yeah, very crucial for Itami to go and take that lead over Yellow Flash. And Yellow Flash is just trying to be very floaty with Itami. But with him being so floaty, Itami's been given this big opportunity of doing damage buildup with that spear on that platform. And now you're seeing Yellow Flash in the red after a little bit of downlight cider combo coming in. Oh, but Yellow Flash with a risky ground pound KO onto Itami. It takes that lead again over them.
Okay, we go for the immediate GC and sick cheese, but Itami just barely has enough invulnerability there to go right through it and get the ground pound follow-up as well. So very important for Itami, who once again equalizes without taking damage, but Yellow Flash taking that stock with that ground pound, very risky play, ends up being now Yellow Flash in the damage lead.
It's funny, a lot of these players are willing to go to the final recovery or the final opportunity that they have in the air to really go and try to get some sort of punish. We're seeing a lot of crazy opportunities that these guys are taking, and it's starting to work a little bit now too. Yellow Flash with that punish there onto Itami. That weapon throw lands, and Itami's unable to come back. Yellow Flash taking his second game into their name by just taking advantage of the opportunities given to them by Itami.
I'm incredibly impressed by Yellow Flash and his poise here. You know, obviously seed 15 of the event, not expecting to make it this far, and you're up against, you know, the 3 seed of the tournament, but somehow Yellow Flash seems very calm, cool, collected. That ground pound play we just saw there on the replay, kind of a great example of that, where it's like, even in a situation where you should be worried and should be scared and have respect, he's saying, you know what, I still will be able to like squeeze out these KOs, find my opportunities to punish slight mistakes. These are kind of the demonstrated or the examples of a very, very confident player. So it's really cool to see that from Yellow Flash. Itami swapping over to the level 100 Wu Shang, or the Aang, if you will. And this is going to be a very interesting pickup. Obviously a Spirit player at heart, but maybe the Gauntlets will give you that string potential you need to bring this one back, or just the Spear in general. We go for the big flip there, but no one gets the GC downlight, and we go right back to the stage with Itami with a big lead.
Yeah, Itami feels very comfortable in that Wu Shang, and we're really seeing those combos come out of Itami. And I mean, he's played Wu Shang for the past few events as well. He's got 17 sets reported. And double downlight cider comes in from Itami. Is really showing that comfortability with the speed of Wu Shang, but also the string ability with Spear as well. So we're seeing a lot of that gameplay coming out. You know, he's bringing out Old Reliable, and Yellow's going to be able to rebuttal against this.
Okay, here's the anti-airs coming out from the axe. Exactly what you want to see, the whiff punishes as well. Itami get a little bit too trigger happy, and Yellow Flash will make you pay for it. We see Itami going for a lot of those kind of landing aerials, especially the pogo, but you get punished by Yellow Flash one too many times, and all of a sudden you're even stocked versus a Teros that can easily output the damage. The D-Light comes out for the anti-air there as well, and now Itami struggling to find the same amount of success on the ground versus this axe.
Yeah, one of the things that we see a lot of players doing, and we're actually seeing a lot pre-firing from these players too. Yeah. And you know, the main thing when it comes down to Brawlhalla is the accuracy of your attacks as well. You want to make sure you're throwing out all these attacks, because the recovery frames can be punished, and we're seeing Yellow Flash really maximize on those recovery frames on Itami. We do see Itami go ahead and probably get this KO on the Yellow Flash, but which we do. But still, I mean, Itami for this third game has been doing really, really well. Has a 1-stock lead, and I think if Yellow Flash wants to go forward, he has to be able to kind of find a way to approach the center control of Itami and get him off that platform. Oh, the mat comes in into another ground pound, baby. There we go. Itami down to his final stock with Yellow Flash, and now there's only like a 49 damage difference between the players.
That is incredibly funny to see from Yellow Flash once again go for a ground pound that looks so random, but is so smart, realizing that Itami is going to overheat off stage. But as I say that, Itami finds just the right amount of temperature to cook up that edge guard, the down air, the ground pound, the down air again. Itami seals the game away on the gauntlets. He said, you know what, you can go for ground pounds too, but I won't just get lucky with them, I'll make you fall into them. And Itami takes that game off the back of the gauntlets that we didn't see a lot of leading up to that clip. So good to see him still finding that accuracy there.
But even going down into that final combo, you see We saw a KO from Yellow Flash there, but if you see him, you see Yellow Flash go too far down, and Itami reads this Adair ground pound. As soon as that recovery comes in, he has no other option. So he just gets that full KO option there and does very, very well with it. And now they're figuring out what map to go to. I think they're deciding between World's End and Spaceport. I think they're actually probably going to try to back out what it looks like here, but we'll definitely see. But I mean, it comes down to Yellow Flash is starting to adapt to how Itami's playing with the aggression with that spear. If Yellow Flash continues to do so, I think he can win this 3-1, but I think Itami mixing in those gauntlets a little bit will kind of allow them to go into that game 5 situation as well. So we'll kind of have to see what the players really throw out there. But I believe they want to go back as well. So they're going to go ahead and go back. They strike the wrong map. There we go. And we'll see what map they're going to be going to here. There we go. Yeah. Small Fortress of Lions. Ooh. All right, let's see what happens in game number. I think this is game number 4 now. Yeah, because we have it's 1's in favor of Itami, 2's in favor of Yellow Flash. So
I definitely think this pick will be very solid for Yellow Flash in his game plan of getting the whiff punishes and then kind of ushering Itami off stage. And, you know, either force Itami to recover high and then land into the Teros light attacks or get reversals with down airs and ground pounds. So all things considered, I really like this pick for Yellow Flash. It makes sense that we're going to end up here for him. But Itami now is going to continue to pick up the Ong here and we play very, very confidently. We see the Nair come out as well. Sidelight into GC downlight, gets whip punish from Yellow. But I love to see that from Itami, still going for the big reads and going for the big strings, realizing you need everything you can get versus this Roman Reigns pick from Yellow Flash. Another Nair reversal, but no big swinging hits that they're sending Itami off stage quite yet. Endlight and side air are the name of the game for both players, and the side air will send Yellow Flash off stage. We go for the dodge there, tries to go for the ground pound, doesn't find it, but gets the unarmed recovery to continue the juggle state. And now Itami, having a weapon advantage, goes for GC downlight, but gets an Endlight in the end, and 213 damage is enough as the weapon toss comes in as well.
Well, and one thing that we're seeing right now from Yellow Flash is they're throwing out a lot of axe attacks, but not landing anything. Like, they're throwing them out, but they were having a really difficult time just landing those attacks. And they're going in for these very risky options. Now you're seeing Itami do damage build up with them as well, launching Yellow Flash into the 80-ish, 90, 100 damage range as well. And you know, for Yellow Flash, he's got to right back to platform, and Itami knows that, gets that 2-piece combo, and Yellow Flash has an opportunity of getting punished by Itami, but Itami is giving him a lot of space right now.
Big side air there, and we get a weapon toss as well. So Itami gets the GC downlight into the ground pound off the wall, and Yellow Flash is unable to make it back. Itami is completely steamrolling Yellow Flash now as Yellow Flash finds no opportunity to get really anything started. The chase dodge immediate down into the platform where Itami to refresh the resources. We pick up the spear once again, sidelight into wait. Yellow Flash tries a reversal with a side air and a D-light, but nothing connects as Itami is so elusive on the spear. He's picking his spots perfectly. D-light, GC D-light, side air, another side air. Yellow Flash still going for reversals, but can't find anything. Finally gets a Nair there to close out that stock, but Itami is running away with this game.
Yeah, Yellow Flash's playstyle has been very parry. It's not like he's going in for any specific combos. He's kind of sitting back and letting Itami really try to push him. And with that being said, Itami gets that spear there. Oh, but Yellow Flash goes ahead and does fast fall all the way down to the floor of that map. Was almost getting that KO opportunity on Itami, but unfortunately gets KO'd in that process, and we're going to game number 5 at the moment.
It's kind of funny to think about because obviously you lose the game off of that misinput, but if that side air connects, it might be Yellow Flash with an opportunity to steal that game away. So still finding, you know, even after getting punished so much, he's still really, really confident in his ability to hold on to those opportunities and say, I can still find ways to close out those stocks really early, find those cheesy KOs or early gimps. But here we go to game number 5 onto Terminus, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how the triplats play into effect.
Well, yeah, and with Itami as a spear, a lot of it comes down to neutral platform control, and I think Yellow Flash might be able to take advantage of these platforms into their favor and kind of mix things up. But right now, Itami's gauntlets are just reading Yellow Flash to a degree, keeping things relatively even right now in damage. But now he's got the spear, the neutral are coming in, the dare comes out, it's kind of mixing them up. Yellow Flash gets the punish. Now you're seeing Yellow Flash off that ledge. Don't think he really likes his platforms because he's sticking to ledge a lot more and being floaty.
Yeah, Mr. 33rd once told me that if you're kind of losing to somebody on the stage, the best thing to do is kind of hold on to the wall and force them to play off stage. And Yellow Flash is like very much so inviting Itami to go off stage and hopefully finding a way to get a reversal. We see the D-Light into recovery there to close out that stock, but all things considered, we see Itami with a lead, but not as dominant as a lead as the previous games. We'll see Yellow Flash once again put himself in the corner and try to bait Itami to go for an undershoot and get a KO off of it, but Itami's so fluid. On these gauntlets, the GC side light into recovery off that top soft platform, the weapon toss into end light, punishing the GC down light. We go for a big end sig and it gets punished to side air, but Itami is starting to heat up in a big way there. Good to stifle the momentum for Yellow Flash, but this Cinderella run might be put to an end by this level 100 Wushang.
Well, and Itami feels so comfortable, and the opportunities that Yellow Flash was trying to throw out, Itami was ready for, but he wasn't ready for that signature. Oh, he wasn't ready for that KO option as well. Itami, with no opportunity to come back to that ledge, is now down to his final stock at a disadvantage in game number 5. This is a big deal for Itami.
That's a sub 100 damage KO on the Terros. Everyone makes that joke of getting hit by side sig at you know, like early yellow, and it happens there, and Yellow Flash takes your stock in a flash with that side sig. Weapon toss comes out now as Itami goes for the D-Light, trying to punish Yellow Flash, jumping in the center stage, but we're not seeing much there. Goes for a turnaround D-Light on a read, gets the right read, wrong spacing side air. Will send Yellow Flash off stage, but Itami looking to swap over to the gauntlets, gets the read with the recovery, and only a little bit of damage separates, slightly under 100 damage for Yellow Flash here in the lead, but you got to be so careful because Itami can easily run away with this game on the spear.
Well, and you know, it's less than 100 damage, but I mean, it's still a pretty decent lead. And as I say that, though, Tommy says otherwise.
Oh, no!
Yellow Flash with GC neutral. Tries to get this KO.
No!
Tommy GC down like grab
He let it.
Oh, Yellow Flash saves him off that ledge. Yellow Flash trying to pick up a weapon, trying to go and get this KO after trying to take advantage of Tommy's mental.
Oh, my goodness.
And Tommy with unarmed distracts Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash with the axe side air coming in, and Tommy doesn't get KO.
He's off stage now.
Yellow
It's so
Flash
bad
with
that he's sick. Okay, we get a punish with an unarm, and now we see Itami unarming himself as we see the weapon toss trying to punish Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash is swinging for the fences, but can't find much. Oh,
down
there it
to
is.
wires. Stop side air coming in from Yellow Flash, and Yellow Flash advances further into this bracket on the elimination side, beating seed number 3 in this event. But man, was that a close game between these guys, man.
I really thought it was over after that GC NSIG connected, and then he dropped D-Light into a ground pound, and I was like, oh, it's so bad. It was so bad for a moment there, but somehow he's able to clutch it out on the Terros. That was so crazy, AJ. That last stock was like insane. That's crazy. It's crazy.
They were missing attacks, but they were going in for these different opportunities that were, you know, things that we don't usually see because we're used to seeing people hit them, like those opportunities.
Yeah.
And just going in for like, oh, what do we do now? Okay, let's go over reflexes. Think. But the Cinderella story, though, does continue with Yellow Flash. You know, he does go forward in this bracket and, you know, beat seed number 3 in a good fashion there. Do I think that Tommy or Heretics would have done better if they chose Wushang in the beginning? Yes. But I think they were very confident in the beginning of those first 2 games, and Yellow Flash took advantage of that. So that being said, though, I mean, phew, that was a crazy last game there.
That was kind of like the platonic ideal of game 5 versus Terros. We saw a KO off a side sig sub 100 damage. We saw a KO off of the back of a GC NSIG reversal when somebody tries to go towards the corner, and then the set gets closed out with hammer D-Light side air. It feels very Terros in a way to see the game play out on that way. And obviously Itami wanted to go a different way, but Yellow Flash, you know, he stayed in it. It looked really bad for a moment there, but he was able to kind of get that very early stock on the second stock and then snowball that GC NSIG for the win. And Yellow Flash, PR number 21 in MENA, continues on forward, seed number 15 of the event, making the upsets, making that Cinderella run happen as he's now solidified himself into the top 4 of things. We get to the other side to see who he'll face in elimination side semifinals with Hebi and Nad.
Yep. We got Nad versus Hebi right now, and I believe Nad's PR number 8. I don't believe Hebi is PR'd in MENA region at the moment. The last time these players faced each other, I believe was in the Bearded Brawls event back in May. And I believe, if I'm looking at scores, Hebi actually won this game here as well. So he has a history of beating Nad, but Nad's also PR number 8. They are very experienced with characters like Jaeyoon. You got Ada, Mordex, you got Artemis, you got Taros, you got Magyar, Azuri. You have a whole variety of different characters that Nad can play. But I want to see what is really picked from these players. Hebi has a history of playing Jaeyoon. So I don't know if that Jaeyoon's going to be coming out against Nad, because you got to consider like it's their last matchup. I mean, we saw Hebi beat Nad with that Jaeyoon. Does that come out again? Do they choose a different character? But we'll kind of see what happens going forward with these guys. I know that they're just figuring out when they start.
Yeah, I know. We saw Hebi play the Yoshimitsu in the previous set we saw on stream. So keeping the sword on the Jaeyoon, but then picking up Jiro, which I feel like everybody all the time, it's kind of like the best kept secret in Brawlhalla that's not actually a secret, or well kept really. High Dex Legends are really, really strong. We see picks like Koji and Jiro find success because of their ability to kind of smother and overwhelm an opponent using a lot of speed. And a lot of players will definitely believe that this speed will be what you need. But we see Hebi here is going to be hovering on the Sidra. I don't really expect to see much Sidra. Cannon not in a great spot right now in the one space, but I do think more Jiro is or the Yoshimitsu at that should be pretty exciting. And then I'm excited to see who Nad plays. I mean, Hebi hasn't been active, at least what I'm seeing on the stat tool, since 2024. Last time they played was at an SEA showdown in November of 2024. The last time they played was last year in May. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like Hebi is kind of coming back into his own and showing, hey, I was used to be PR. I'm very, very strong, and I can continue to do it. And then Nad now PR number 8 in MENA, who's had some consistent placing, getting 9th at both Winter and Spring Championships. So he's trying to solidify himself as a new talent in Middle East, North Africa. And then Hebi is like, well, I'm coming back for my spot at the top. We'll see who's able to win this one out, as Nad is definitely heavily contemplating what he's going to be picking into this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you're even seeing Hebi in the in the Brawlhalla chat saying, Nad, where are you? He's like predicting this prediction there going forward, trying to get him in here, trying to get a little bit into his head and try to take advantage of it. But we do see a Sidra pick. I don't know if the Sidra is going to be the main one. It looks like it might be going forward. But I know Nad is currently probably restarting his game real fast before he gets into it. But we'll see. It should be pretty cool, though, going forward. Let me see here.
Real quick shout out to Brawlhalla for the big raid of, I believe it was like 1,900 people. So if you're here from the Brawlhalla dev stream, shout out to you guys for tuning in. We're here at Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms, Middle East, North Africa. Moose Wars will be running 4 brackets today. This is the first of 4. 2 on 1 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. So every single region will be represented on the Moose Wars stream. Make sure you are here. Follow this Twitch channel so that you can watch some great community tournament action. I know all of the regions are going to be incredibly stacked with the top players from each region.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, registrations are still open for the other regions. If you're South American, if you are European or from North America, we have those events available for you guys. Go to moosewars.com. Register for those if you guys are interested in some Brawlhalla gameplay as well. But appreciate the Brawlhalla team as always. Thank you guys very much for coming in with the raid. And I believe, do we have Nad back? Oh, we got just players hopping in, trying to spectate this matchup here, because Hebi's been doing very well. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of really cool gameplay from these players, and let's see what happens going forward.
Yeah. If anyone in chat can remind me, I don't remember who Nad was playing in the Set versus Moser. I know Moser got 3-0'd. Was it also a Jiro matchup? Am I remembering that right? Okay. So Hebi Moser was Jiro. And then who did Nad play? Nad lost to C0-MR and in a 3-0 fashion. I'm not too sure who they played it, but nonetheless, it'll be cool to see. I think Hebi's going to continue to stick on the Jiro, the Yoshimitsu. I just have to imagine that would be the case. I found a lot of success, obviously, with the 3-0 in the mirror, but it's very high maintenance to be playing legends like that. I think you have to be very careful, especially versus picks like Taros and high strength legends in the current meta.
it's a good time as we see somebody in the chat doing exclamation point bracket. If you'd like to follow along at home, we're on challenger mode. Make sure you are on the bracket tab in Moose Wars Clash of Kingdoms MENA. I'm on tab number 8 in the elimination side, and then on the upper side, I'm on tab number 6. You can go ahead and follow along where we are now, as we are in the losers quarterfinals match of Nad and Hebi.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll definitely see what happens. And after this, we're going to have the legendary MENA region matchup of Comer versus FXL, Seed 1 versus Seed 2. Both those players have been going 3-0 so far. So that's going to be a great matchup. And right now, we're going to be seeing who might be challenging those players a little bit later in the elimination bracket. And these players are ready, man. They've been practicing very well. And I want to see how Nad does against Hebi as well. I believe Nad just needed a minute to pray. A lot of the Middle East players that are in the MENA region pray throughout the day on Sundays or during Fridays and stuff like that too. So we honor that as best that we can, and we can't wait to see this amazing gameplay coming in from these players. And I mean, and what you brought up earlier too, though, PJ, you brought up about how a lot of the high dex characters they're good, but they're like a really good opportunity for them. We don't see a lot of players maining them apparently recently as well, outside of like a legendary players like Zinker, who plays a lot of Koji as well. And he's legendary for it just because that's all he plays. And he goes through brackets. He'll pop up randomly in North America. He'll pop in an NA bracket, just wipe it through up to a certain point, and we won't see him again. And he'll come back and surprise all of us again. And he'll be underseated, and we'll run into him. But we do see a little bit Jura. We do see a little bit Koji, stuff like that come out of these players. And it's kind of cool too, because you see a little bit faster attacks come out, and a lot of players are not adjusted to it. And I think a lot of players going in from a traditional Brawlhalla character, going to something with high dex, it's very difficult to kind of swap a little bit too.
Yeah. AJ, when you were talking about like legends of the game, high dex, I was like, dude, he's going to bring up Zinker. And then you said Zinker. I'm like, yeah, dude. Yeah. Zinker. That's literally the perfect example, by the way. Like, that's like the rite of passage for a lot of Brawlhalla pros, is running into Zinker randomly, and then you're like, wait a minute, I'm like 0-45 on this guy. This guy's terrorizing the queue. And yeah, he'll enter a bracket every now and again, make a couple upsets, be super underseeded because he doesn't compete that much anymore. But yeah, shout out to Zinker and all the high dex players out there. I remember last year Impala was playing a lot of Koji towards the end. I believe at BCX he played a lot of Koji and like a lot of high dex legends in general. So yeah, it's cool to see for sure. But looks like Hebi's going to be hovering over the Diana here.
At this point, I don't know. I'm like confused. I don't know if we're going to see Diana. I don't know if we're going to see Sidra. I mean, you're just locking random things in until they figure out kind of what their opponents can be really playing, right? Of Nad. So we'll definitely see what happens with it. I mean, let me ask him in chat what he's going to be running. I think he's probably going to choose the character that he picked last game, if I recall, because remember he was bringing up in the chat like, this is what I'm going to be playing as well. So we'll see how he does with that. But we're just waiting on, I believe, we're just waiting on Nad real quick, and then he'll be right back in here. But let's see. But Legends of the game, I think for like MENA, I believe like as it's been building up, I think Comer and FXL have been known for being the legends of MENA at the moment too. And you also have like players that are known within the MENA scene that have been active as well. You got players like Moody, you got Fox MENA, stuff like that. So I would give Comer and FXL, when it comes down to gameplay, they're kind of the legends right now at the moment. There hasn't been a lot of people really challenging them. You do have players from Europe that are trying to challenge them as well, but keep in mind, there's a ping difference between Middle East and Europe. So there's a little bit of a back and forth there, I know, between those players, like who's better, right? Which we don't really see until we go into a LAN. But yeah, we'll definitely see how that goes out. And we'll have that legendary matchup coming up here shortly as well. But should be interesting of what's going to happen. Let me see. And we're asking for a final update from Nad to see where he's at. And then we'll kind of go from there. If we don't get any info from him, we'll take like a 1 or 2 minute break, and then if he's not back, then from there we'll figure out what we're going to do. But no, I mean, we've had some really good gameplay so far tonight. Is there like a certain moment tonight, PJ, that you've kind of seen where he's like, okay, this is like a crazy moment for this event to see it take place?
I think that there was a moment. I mean, I feel like the last set ending in the fashion of like very Teros fashion, GC Ensig, and then it dropping, and I'm like, for a moment, you have some hope for Tommy, who's potentially able to take it over Yellow Flash. Hebi with the 3-0 in the Yoshimitsu mirror. He got away with like GC side sig, like just above grounded height, like 8 times in a row, and then his opponent kept trying to punish it, and then finally Hebi just landed and side sigged him and KO'd him like super early, and I was like, dude, what is going on? It's like crazy. So it's been really cool to watch some of these matchups, and like I like to talk about a lot for MENA and Southeast Asia is it's kind of like a very like time capsule region at times. They're kind of doing their own thing in their meta, where they have a lot of strong players, but they aren't quite at the same level as some of the bigger regions, like the 3 main regions, for example. But they still put on a very, very exciting show, and it'll be exciting to see Hebi continue to bring that high octane gameplay. I hope to see the Yoshimitsu again, but he's hovering over the Diana. We could be seeing that as we wait for Nad right now to get in the bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, Nat's, I think, just hopping in now. He just responded as well. But when it comes down to this event so far, we had some. It's funny because like I see FXL's gameplay, I see how it's coming out. Like his style reminds me a lot of a North American player, Marky Moo, in the North American scene with that scythe gameplay. The way he does that, the scythe strings going into a lot of these players, we see a lot of that similar style coming in from FXL. And I think we got a couple of really, really good clips from him earlier when he was going against some players in the winner side. If I recall, one against I think Itami, and then Hebi as well. But there were some really, really cool clips coming out of those players as well, and we'll kind of see if we see that a little bit later. But looks like we have the person that was our contact for Nad here, and he's hopping in now and getting himself all figured out, so should be pretty cool.
Good stuff. I see some people in the chat asking when Sandstorm and Pavelski play. They play next set, and then next set they play next set, and you just got to keep watching until eventually it happens. But we're here, we're waiting for Nad to join the bracket here, as Hebi is waiting very patiently, and we've been theorizing the legend picks a lot, but I think that in the current state of Brawlhalla right now, there's clearly a lot of picks that are really, really good right now. And I know you, as an Asuri player, you might. I wanted to kind of ask you, like, where do you think Asuri is right now in the meta? Do you think Asuri is pickable, or is it like kind of tough?
I think it's pickable. It's not like been too crazy compared to what it's been for guitars and stuff like that. I think Sword's kind of in a rough spot compared to what it's been in the past. Like when we had like we had players like Meg D going crazy as well. When that sword era at that time was around, it was really good. But I think Sword's kind of gotten a little bit lower since then. Guitars also is not in a crazy spot. I mean, we had a time where it got nerfed to the ground and then it kind of came back. But overall, I think it comes down to a lot of the heavier weapons are coming out again. And we're seeing a lot of the hammer. We're seeing a lot of the axe. I've been waiting for like North American players like Java to come back and go crazy because that's what they were maining, the Bodvar and stuff like that. So, we're seeing a lot of the heavy weapon era come out of a lot of the different regions, but we're still seeing the fast dex characters really come out and out prioritize the speed of those other characters. But if you have to make sure you land your attacks when you are on the high dex. Nad's here. There we go. Woo! Nad's back, ready to go, and we did a lot of filling, but we're here, we're ready to go, and I can't wait to see what Nad chooses here.
Yeah, I was gonna get real bad. If you like got through your point and Nad wasn't here, I was like, dude, this is gonna be like, I didn't eat breakfast today, and like my head's starting to hurt. I'm like, oh, here we go. But we're back, baby. We're here. We got Nad. We got Hebi. Hebi hovering over the Sidra pick, but he's been kind of trolling us a little bit with picks. Okay, Teros on the Nad. Exciting to see. Big weapons. We got the cannon. We got the axe. We got the hammer. We see Hebi take on the defense stance, obviously, as you lose Dex, but you're not too worried about that because you still got 3, and Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see some Sidra gameplay. Cannon and ones should be cool to watch.
Cannon's cool. I just don't know how it's going to do with its range, with the side air. You know, I think you have a lot of string ability with that character, or with that weapon, but we'll kind of we'll have to see how Hebi really plays with the signature sets and stuff like that. Nad's playing 9 damage Taros too. It's not 8. He doesn't have. He took a piece of defense and moved it to his damage to go into this game. So he's really going in for those high damage attacks. He knows he's going to go for this one piece attacks and kind of go from there. So.
We see the pickup on the Dark Saber there, and we immediately see Nad swinging right back on the hammer, getting popped up and immediately landing back down with a down air. The kind of rock, paper, scissors that Sword has to play, and we see an immediate end sig, baby. We got it started right off here as the Taros goes for the ground pound there on the GC down sig to get back to the wall, and Hebi's just barely able to get out of the dodge to avoid that big ground pound, but Nad now in a very solid spot here as Hebi continues to rack on that damage, but GC downline into recovery, flips the situation, and Nad loses the stock so early. Hebi is so on top of it. Nad getting a little bit too trigger happy towards the top, and on Small World's end, you'll definitely get punished for that.
Nice little 2-piece coming in from Hebi. The recovery from Nad comes in, taking advantage of that hammer recovery and comes back to make things a little bit even. And we're seeing a lot in MENA. We're seeing a lot of risky stuff off that ledge. They're willing to go in for those KO options. And a lot of players wouldn't do that type of option what Nad did because it's very risky. Hebi could have came back and gone crazy too. But
absolutely. Okay, and immediate GC side light into the end sig off that end light as well. And Hebi's looking very comfortable using this high speed to kind of weave in and out of these big hammer hitboxes, and you have high defense as well, so you're pretty happy to take these trades. The end light sent off stage. Nad looking to land back down with a D light into side air, but he doesn't get the D-light, but gets the turnaround end light anyway, and a dash jump side air will send Hebi off stage. Hebi able to jump right over it, and GC side sig the other way. Hebi with a no-look side sig the other way, and Nad loses the stock.
GC side sig too. He used all of his opportunities. He had a risk of getting KO'd by falling off that ledge. Did a lot of really good risk taking there to go ahead and see what he could do to take that lead, and now you have Nad in, you know, the yellow-orange now in the 80 damage range, and you're going to see Hebi now try to take advantage of that with that dare, with that cannon. Almost dare. GC dare. Not gone, but so is Hebi. But there we go. Hebi takes that game into their name, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the way to go ahead and win that game. That was clean. Very, very clean.
Yeah, I love that there. The D-light into down air. Like, even though the ground pound might just KO there, going for the option that literally makes it impossible for Nad to make it back, as well as getting him away from Nad, potentially getting a chase dodge back to the stage. And we see an immediately swap from Nad over to the Fate here, which I've been talking a lot about. I'm an orb player myself, so I love to see the high strength orb being such a strong weapon, and a weapon that has really good string potential as well. A lot of people just think of sidelight into side air, but especially as damage numbers have been added, a lot of orb players are going to start optimizing their combos around those damage thresholds where it's like you can see how much you can go for. And Nad unfortunately forcing himself off stage there. Hebi tries to capitalize but doesn't. We see a pickup on the orb.
Yeah, that was almost a huge risk off that ledge. I think he just mispunched off that ledge, but now you're seeing Nad come back and have this huge string with orb over Hebi. Oh my gosh, there we go. Nad coming in with not zero death, but pretty sticking close to one. Just having these neutralize silent neutraler combos on the Hebi, and Hebi kept fast falling right into him.
That's the high strength orb for you there. The recovery is going to be able to KO off the top very, very early, especially on Small World's end as Nad continues to weave in and out here on the orb. But side light side air to rack on damage, not even going for anything too crazy. But as I say that, Hebi getting ground pound there, then air sends right back up, but Nad lands right back down with the side air. And Hebi now with the weapon toss, using that to kind of take some space on the ground. But right now, Nad has been so dominant on it. The side air comes out, and Hebi now having to recover high. Almost gets hit with another off-the-top recovery, but Hebi able to make it back there, and now looking for the whiff punishes, looking for that KO, the D-Light, or a signature from the Sidra.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing the Sidra pick from Hebi that we saw do so good last game kind of have a really tough time against the speed of Nad's Fate's orb. I mean, he's going in very quickly with these orb combos. He's almost like pre-firing them ahead of time. He's so used to throwing them out. Sidelight and the sider just lands and KOs. And now you're seeing Hebi down into that final stock already.
this is looking a complete 180 from what we saw in the last game where Hebi was able to really steamroll Nad's pick, and now we see the D-Light Nair will even up, not even up the stocks, but make it a little bit closer, but all things considered, it's kind of Nad's game right now, and Hebi getting a very fortunate side air into the wall to send off stage, but Nad able to pick up an orb immediately, sidelight into Nair. There goes for the end light as well, and Hebi is getting forced into the corner, having to weave into these weird spots as Nad's able to get right on top of that edge guard sequence with that side air, and immediately flipping that, trying to flip it with a down air there.
There we go. Lots of. Now you're seeing Hebi try to take that neutral control away from Nat because Nat has all this damage build up with orb, silent, neutral air to side air. Does go and launch Hebi into the red, but silent side air comes in. That is true. And Nat will go ahead and take a game to their name, making this 1-on-1 in this set. Nat Faith is deadly right now coming out Nat.
Yeah, I mean, the orb getting those KOs very, very early off the top, and all things, I mean, like, you're very happy to just continue to rack on damage on a high strength orb legend and then get sidelight sider to KO very consistently. So I feel like what you're looking at here is Nat just playing the game plan of Fate very, very effectively. Either what, you know, whether you like play heavily into the orb or the scythe, Fate's going to be really good at getting like 1 or 2 hits over and over and over again, and then eventually out damage you and outpace you. As we see a swap here from Hebi off of the Sidra into the immediate Yumiko pick, which is a pick that kinda found a lot of success in versus uses Fate, for example. Obviously the down 6 is going to be really good on Hammer to get an anti-air, so that Nat has to really think about how they're going to be approaching the Yumiko. So I like this pick and this counter pick. It's both effective as you have a Hammer, but also very effective in the signature kit. As we see triplats come out as well, a very common pick for Yumiko players.
Yeah, for sure. And right now you're kind of seeing, you know, kind of a unique, this is definitely a unique pick there coming out of Hebi compared to what we're used to them seeing them play. You know, you got the hammer, you got the bow. We don't see that sword coming out of them as well. So that was one of their main damage dealers in the previous games. So we'll have to see what Hebi can really replace that with, or if he can, because right now you're seeing Nat on Scythe, and his control in that Scythe has been crazy so far, and I thought his orb was crazy. Okay, a little bit of, you're seeing Hebi trying to use and take advantage of the signature set of Yumiko to kind of catch Nat off guard. Hasn't been really working a whole lot, so you're seeing Hebi go back to that bow, throws the weapon away. Nat takes advantage of that with that side air. Probably gonna go in and weapon starve him. He does, gets that scythe, misses that down signature, but that was a good option there as well if it wasn't for that dodge. Now you have a sider from Hebi. Oh, a silent misses, but Hebi, oh, does the signature the wrong way. Does get some damage build up on the Nad, but I mean, he's doing a lot better than the previous game, but has to take that neutral control away from Nad, and we're starting to see that a little bit. The signature misses, but stop lands, but he misses the dare option. He needs to get this KO option right now.
Dash up side air, and that's going to be able to KO there, even in the kind of earlier stages of the red damage, sub 150 there. So you're very fortunate. Obviously, the high strength on the Fate is going to lead into those very early side air KOs, but not getting the action started there with a sidelight. Hebi looking to equalize the stocks very quickly here. We see the slight dashes or the slight walk forward there, and we're able to scoop right as Hebi gets that read on Nad, trying to jump back to center stage with that down air. And now with the weapon start potential, no, just going to be holding onto that hammer, keep up with the damage. I like the wait there, no dodger. He goes for a full combo, doesn't get the down air, but still some nice damage there off that D-Light sidelight into Nair. That's a true combo up into the Nair, and then you can dodge out of that. And we see Nad hasn't really been going for that because he knows Hebi's going to be on top of that dodge button. Oh, the movement.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing a little bit of back and forth there. You're seeing both players respecting each other's space. They don't want to give up neutral path patrol as best as they can. They don't want to run into a string. You're seeing Hebi really have those opportunities with Hammer. I think Nad's picking up on that. Stomp comes in. Oh, but you're seeing Nad missing a lot of these sidelights. Hebi takes full advantage of that, trying to go ahead and get some combos. But now you're seeing Nad not used to Hebi spacing. Does get that sidelight side air, misses that recovery just barely. Hebi tries to go a little bit risky, picks up the hammer. Oh, tries to go for a ground pound, except a side air. And now Nat has that neutral control. What is he going to do with it? Gives space actually to Hebi to try to punish them back on platform.
Oh, love that side air. Barely not at the KO at center stage, but the down air will surely do it off the wall as Nat takes that stock. And I feel like when the game kind of slows down and allows Nat to just slowly rack up that damage, it's really hard for Hebi to get anything going. feel like he'd be a player that likes to play into the chaos and get very scrappy. But when Nad is just slowing it down on the orb, it becomes so difficult to do so.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of you're seeing a lot of aggression coming in from Nad, and I think he's one of those players that's so aggressive with orb that a lot of players don't know how to counter the range. Satellite Center does come in from Nad. The recovery comes in as well. Seeing Hebi come in, trying to do something. Oh, misses that signature. Nad takes a 3-piece punish combo. We have Nad with the platform control. Hebi having to come back, picks up that bow. What can he do with it? Neutral signature comes out, and it's one stock all. But Hebi, in 148 damage range, he's got to be very careful not to get hit by anything from Nad.
Side like side air on the right side of things will be able to KO that. Won't quite do it as you're there in the center of the stage, but you're still looking to scoop here. Side like side air is the name of the game for Nad here. Who knows? You just need the one whiff punish. Hebi knowing that as well. The instinct comes out, but a GC side light into the side air puts Nad on match point as we see a JV2 to move forward into game number 4. Nad looks very, very solid.
Yeah, Nad's doing very, very well. I love how aggressive that they are with that orb in that scythe. And they are basically pre-firing a lot of this stuff, which is telling me that they have non-stop spammed these style combos with orb and scythe and really got it down to the wire. Because when you're in these situations, the more aggressive you are, the less recovery frames you give your opponent to punish you if you're able to throw out these different attacks the way that you need to. And I think Nad, with that orb gameplay, 440 damage on it, we're really seeing that come out of them. And I don't think I've really seen any other player, honestly, in any other region, be that aggressive and that speedy with that orb. Like, I don't think Radish has been that speedy with that orb like that, though, honestly. Like, I think we're seeing Nad kind of bringing that level out that I'm not used to seeing. And he's also bringing like this unique style out where he's kind of, respecting Hebi's range. He understands the range of the weapon, but he's even allowing him back on platform just so he can get that string combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like this is kind of what you're able to do when you're playing a legend like Fate that has such high strength values that you can definitely lean into like playing super aggressively and then trying to outpace in terms of damage. Obviously, you don't have like the greatest amount of defense, but your stats overall are very balanced. Hebi going for a big read there on that slide charge. NSIG doesn't find it there. The D-Sig comes out immediately. Nad able to flip it right back into a orb pickup here as Hebi now realizes, okay, it's time to play versus this orb. Going to play very grounded here. You don't want to jump a lot because landings get caught by side air. We see that there, side like side air because of the jump from Hebi. So looking very solid, but there catching a landing of his own with a D-Light into side air. Another down stick comes out as well. The scoop, hoping that hammer is the key to this matchup, but it's not looking so great so far. But you have a slight lead in damage and you're looking for this KO option, but that can be so difficult to pin down on this orb, especially with this triplat. Getting the down air there, not enough to KO though.
All right, there we go. We got a KO coming out of Hebi there, taking advantage of the hammer gameplay. Starting to play a lot different with their movement and their spacing. You're seeing, Hebi trying to push a lot more pressure on Nad. And I think Nad is on this site, and Hebi's going to go and try to take advantage of that because he knows that Nad's not crazy on that scythe as he is with that orb. But now we have Nad on the orb. It misses that silent, gives that recovery frame on the Hebi. Oh, gives more recovery frames to Hebi though for Hebi to move away. I mean, look at Hebi moving between these platforms on Terminus as well. Like they're not Terminus, but we're seeing that recovery come out of Nad, making it 2-stock all. But the way he's floating on these platforms to get his jumps back is starting, I think, catch Nad off guard just a tad bit.
Oh, that's a big reversal there. That's a big recovery, but Nad is able to barely make it back, but right into the hands of Hebi as the GC downlight indecider comes out. And another one as Nad tries to avoid this down signature hit, but it's quite difficult to do so as the D-light indecider. That's 3 to close out that stock, and Hebi with a 0 to KO essentially. And now it looks like the roles have been reversal, and Nad is really struggling to find a way to deal with this one.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Hebi really take advantage of it there, and I think it just comes down to different speed that he's offering with his character. But now you're giving Nad that neutral control again, so we might see a little bit more damage build from Nad. I don't think it's gonna be by much, but he's trying to go for the ground pound option. He's trying to mix things up to see what will catch Hebi off guard too. We're seeing this.
However, the dodge in place as well. And okay, Hebi getting a big string there off that soft platform, almost getting the recovery there for a full Russian Mafia, but doesn't find it.
That's a lot of damage built, especially because it is on hammer. You do see that boat come out of Hebi, and you're seeing now with that sight, but that Dare misses. Tries to go for a second one. Hebi does get a punch, but Dare neutral does come in. Oh, Hebi's able to touch, but now goes too far off that ledge. He gets punished, and we are now going into a game number 5 between Hebi and Nad in the elimination quarterfinals, and this is a big deal. This is to get further into this bracket and to have a chance to go ahead and possibly win this event and also get in top 4.
I'm going to be very interested and keen to see what Nad is going to be swapping over to, if we're going to be sticking onto an Orb Legend or if we're going to be swapping off entirely. The Fate had a lot of success in the previous games with Hebi, putting on a crazy 506 damage, and we see an immediate swap into an Amethyst pick here, going into the defense stance of things. Cannon, axe, heavy weapons. We'll see how he's able to deal with it. I can't imagine this is a comfortable matchup for a legend like Yumiko, who might struggle to get versus weapons that are really good at smothering you. So like the cannon could be a big mix-up here, but we'll see as we go to Small World's End for game number 5. No better venue for this matchup. Game 5, Nad versus Hebi.
Yes, this is going to be a game number 5 in top 6. These players are going to try the best that they can do with their characters that they have. We have Nad going in for this Heck Mary kind of pick there, going in with the cannon. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Coming out of Nad, the 0 to death with cannon.
And that is how you lose a set, ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm just kidding. It's still possible for Hebi to win, but Nad, just stealing that stock away very early, giving the dodge that every cannon player is so ready for. And all things looking now again. Oh, I think you could have went for it. Nad almost getting the big extension as we see the dodge right into the GC sideline. I don't even think Nad was expecting for Hebi to get that really wrong read on the defensive option. Once again, the down stick comes out there, avoiding that sidelight. And I mean, Nad can literally do basically anything and slowly coast to a victory, but Hebi getting right back in this game with that down stick into the recovery. But we need to see a lot coming out from Hebi.
Yeah, Hebi's got to throw some stuff out now. He needs to take advantage of that hammer range. He's got to get away from the closest that they have tried to take away from Nad as well. They have to take advantage of that range, but you're seeing Nad come in with these 2-piece combos. He doesn't really have an opportunity to really push in. You're seeing Hebi like, do I just hop off? You're seeing him move like left and right, like he was considering it a little bit too. But now we have the bow. He's going to try to go back to that hammer, take advantage of the range of it. But he's giving all these recovery frames to Nad, and Nad's punishing them. Look, he's missing these attacks, and you're seeing Nad coming with a sidelight, and he's just able to string it.
Recovery there, going for that down air attempt maybe, or going for that side air to try to close out a stock here, not give it a 3 stock. The sidelight into the GC sidelight doesn't find the read or the spacing, but now Nad having an opportunity to close out with some obliteration as the end light comes out, and Nad takes game 5 with a little shrug, saying, I don't know what to say. 473 damage and a very, very early stock in game number 1. This was a complete. I mean, this is just like nothing like the set. I mean, the set was very, very close, very, very back and forth, and then Nad swaps over to the Zol and gets a very, very early stock and just snowballs that into a win. 444 damage on the cannon.
Oh my God, 444 damage on that Zol pick. That cannon was an extreme coming out of Nad. I didn't even know he had that. Like, he just kind of threw it up out of nowhere and just went crazy. So very nice job coming out of Nad there. I think Hebi was just so used to being aggressive against Nad to take that neutral control, but with how Nad played in that final game, there was no opportunity for him to do that. He had to take advantage of the range with that hammer. He kept throwing these attacks out. He's not used to swapping out that quickly, I think, and just was whiffing these attacks and those recovery frames. Nad just went with stride with. That was awesome. That was killer, man. That was a good game.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, like, they talk about like game 5 back to the wall, pull out all the stops. He literally pulled out like the secret weapon. Somehow he was able to pick Amethyst on Small World's End, picks up a cannon first weapon, and then steals the game essentially off the first stock. So like, that's exactly what, when all else is lost, you got to make it happen. And Nad moves forward into top 4 as we now have our top 4 solidified in the elimination side. Nad, seed number 5 versus Yellow Flash, who's on the Cinderella run, seed number 15. And on the winner side, we got Comer and FXL, but yeah, we still got a lot of Brawlhalla to be played for sure.
We do indeed. And with that being said, we have 4 contenders in this bracket. We have Comer, FXL, we have NAD, and we have Yellow Flash 11. All four of these players are trying to go ahead and win this event. They're trying to be crowned the MENA Moose Wars champion and to have themselves on their own unique throne in these events. And what we actually did for all these Clashing Kingdoms events is we modded a specific Brawlhalla throne that will be dedicated to these players specifically as well. So the winner of this will have their character on this throne and will be placed on the Mooseworks website for the rest of this year. So we'll definitely see what happens. We'll see which MENA player will have that opportunity. But with that being said, we got to go to a small break because we don't want you guys having ads. We want you guys to enjoy the rest of this event with no ads at all. So give us about 3 minutes to get it out of the Twitch system. Don't go away, and we'll be right back to see who will be the MENA champion.
Welcome back, everybody, to Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms. We are here in Middle East, North Africa, and we are very excited to be bringing you top 4. We got Nad and Yellow Flash on the elimination side, semifinal side. But before we get into that match, we're going to be going into the winners finals match for C0-MR versus FXL, some of the MENA goats. I'm joined by one of the goats of Brawlhalla, AJ. AJ, how you feeling right now, man?
I'm feeling great, bro. I mean, we just cast a couple sets not too long ago. We had Nad and Hebi go against each other. We had Itami and Yellow Flash go to game number 5s. We've had 2 game 5s in top 6 already. And now we get to see the legendary MENA matchup between C0-MR and FXL. Seed 1 versus Seed 2 to see who is going to be going and representing MENA on the winner's side of grand finals. And these guys are ready to go. They are ready to show what they are made of. FXL is ready to play that Mordex again. And I can't wait to see how C0-MR does going against FXL as well. So it's going to be really cool, man.
I have to agree. I think seeing these picks from Middle East have been very, very exciting. We get a lot of different legends, a lot of different weapons. No matter what the meta is, MENA will always find a way to kind of mix it up a little bit. We see FXL having this Mordex hover immediately. Exciting to see who's able to do this one.
Yeah, and one thing that we do have to bring up too, I think when it comes down to MENA as a region, there's a lot of vast opportunity for these guys. And they go for clips. Like that's one thing I love about MENA is they go in for these really risky combos, understanding the risks that come with it, are willing to give that up to make sure that they land these things. Like we see some crazy stuff today. I think we're seeing a lot of close games in this top 6 too. So I want to see what FXL does with that scythe. I want to see how C0-MR does going forward, and kind of see those two really flash it out, because I haven't seen a lot of C0-MR. Like, I'm a North American TO. I've heard of FXL because I've met him through the community, but I want to see, is it gonna be scythe free scythe? Oh, sugar. Oh, it's going to be Mordex versus Mordex. Okay. Okay. Spring champion versus winter champion. Let's get it, baby. It's gonna be fun. Woo.
Yeah, it's literally like a handshake thing where they either get first or third. I forget who gets seconds at these events. Probably PR number 3, if I have to imagine. But yeah, it's gonna be very exciting to see C0-MR versus FXL. Once again, spring champion versus a winter champion. Both in the Middle East region. This is the team that also comes together and tries to invade some of the SCA showdowns, the 2v2 bracket. So it'll be very exciting.
Yeah. Let me see. I think they had to go back real fast here as well when it comes down to the game. But overall, though, I mean, when it comes down to both of these players, I mean, you know, this is a little bit lore there. There's a lot more. I didn't know about this until they got into these games, PJ. Spring champion versus winter champion, right?
Yeah.
That's a big deal to have these guys in the finals of this event facing each other for the winner side advantage. That's a big deal. And plus it's Mordex v Mordex. So we're going to be seeing scythe, we're going to be seeing gauntlets, we're going to be seeing strings that we usually see from the North American players such as Marky Moo as well here. And it's going to be really cool to kind of see what might be picked there. So I think they're just figuring out something real quick. I think something's wrong with C0-MR's PC real fast, but double Mordex was the pick that they chose going into map striking. And that's going to be, I don't know, it should be relatively interesting because we see FXL scythe all the time, like we saw it today. And I think I can't wait to see what he can really pull out here. I think once FXL readies up, it should be really, really cool. So, but either way, though, I mean, these guys are champions. They're ready to go at it. I mean, they've been playing very well. And we'll see what happens here. But another thing, too, is like going through the elimination side, too, while we're waiting for, I think, C0-MR to come back. Nav versus Yellow Flash. We have Yellow Flash Seed 15, who is PR'd in MENA, but he's making his breakthrough performance, I would say, in the top 6. Starting off in Moose Wars. And I mean, he's going to be going against Nad a little bit later. We saw a lot of really good matchups of Nad against Hebi. We saw him in the winner's side go against C0-MR as well. And we'll definitely see how Yellow Flash goes forward with that. And we saw him play that Taros as well. And we'll see what Nad can really do to rebuttal against it. So there we go. C0-MR's back. He's ready to go. All righty. Mordex. got that.
Got the
He's got that
Mordex there.
Esports V5 Mordex too. Oh, okay. He's got to pull a Tai Long out. He's gonna try to mix things up a little bit.
That's cool.
Luck is-
We got a Mordex mirror here, and as much as we like to talk about, how like set the meta is right now with the heavy weapons. This is MENA, baby. This is a winners finals.
Yeah.
We got Tai Lung versus Mordex. We got very high octane legends here. So the most popular legend in Brawlhalla history up at it here in winners finals. The spring champion versus the winter champion, trying to battle it out here for the crown. It's gonna be very exciting.
This is like a villain versus a hero strategy here almost, because you see this Esports V5, this gold and white color coming in from Comer, and then you see him win the winter championship, and then you see FXL come in with this Tai Long, which is known for being a villain in the Kung Fu Panda series as well. So we're having this kind of build up of FXL kind of setting himself up as the villain going against Comer, and we'll kind of see how that goes going forward. But it's kind of cool to kind of see that build up a little bit too.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be sorting out their issues here as we get a little reset there. Might have been wrong bands, but nonetheless, we're getting into this next game very soon, hopefully. Should be exciting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's technical issues. It happens. I mean, that's what happens when we have online events. We're not at LAN. We're not, in person helping them fix it. So we'll kind of see what happens. Comer says he's all good now and ready to go. So this third time's the charm. I'm hoping third time's the charm's here, and we get to see some good gameplay from MENA. And these guys are going to go crazy once they go at it. So we're going into the first game of the winners finals between FXL and Comer, and let's see where they're going to go and choose for the maps. They might be Demon Island again. Yep, Demon Island. It's got that low floor there too, though, PJ.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be, a very fitting location here. Obviously, Mordex players love having the flat stages with no soft platforms. So I'm expecting to see this. I thought we were going to see Small World's End. That's definitely like the more traditional Mordex mirror matchup, especially in NA. But we're here in winners finals. Game number 1, Comer is going to be the first one to pick up a weapon and find the first blood there as he gets some nice little damage.
Yeah, for sure. And right now you're seeing Comer with that scythe there. You're seeing FXL with those gauntlets a little bit too. He's trying to mix things up a little bit compared to playing his scythe right off the bat. He's trying to get that damage build up against Comer and maybe going with scythe a little bit later, but he actually chooses now. He gets the neutral air. They clash. The dare read comes in from Comer as well. They're kind of going in for the same string against each other so much. Comer takes advantage of that, has the advantage there, but FXL the neutral air. Oh, neutral air misses. Oh, dare comes in from FXL, misses the neutral air. Comer misses their dare option. Oh, FXL save, double neutral air.
Wow, Comer's barely able to make it back.
GT neutral. Oh my gosh, what just happened?
That's just the most ridiculous string I've ever seen, really. Like, he even went high on the recovery there to mix it up as well. Everyone always talks about, like, oh, you got to mix up the high recoveries. But there we see a swap off immediately into that, reversal there.
Oh.
Not reversal, but he, like, turn around end sigs off the GC. And we see a very even game now as both are on their second stock. Comer going for the deep downer, goes for the GC downlight, doesn't find it there. FXL looking to get back to the stage here and try to flip it on the Comer as the D-lights come out. We see FXL get a one hit, but they haven't really been getting the extended strings. Just a lot of repeated singular hits here.
I think when it comes down to these players, we're seeing a lot of dominance coming in from FXL with that scythe. It just comes down to how over aggressive he is. And I think Comer is really good at rebelling against these attacks that miss, these recovery frames that FXL gives. And right now he's not giving any at the moment with Comer unable to come back to that ledge. FXL taking that lead and going back to that scythe on that second stock while Comer's on his final.
And right there, going for the Nairs. FXL's looking for this big extended strings. You see Comer going high there with the Nair. They're coming out. They're swinging for the fence. The down air comes out. Another side air from FXL and looking for this juggle to continue as Comer has the stage to FXL. GCN light sends off stage, and now FXL looking to lose the stock quite quickly there as a D-light into side light recovery will find the KO. Comer only
in the yellow here is FXL now looking to slowly build off this damage lead. Gets a nice little two-piece there. Sends Comer off stage. Recovery swing high, but none of them connect. We see the Nair immediately flipping FXL off stage, going for a very deep downer. FXL with the sweat piece goes right back into the action. The downer into the wall, going for another downer there, but Comer able to sneak right above it as another recovery comes out, and FXL is getting put through a little bit of a vortex of himself, but FXL continues the storm as the weapon toss comes out as well. The sweat beads, and we see the gauntlets pick up, but no extension into a KO. The end light sends off stage, and FXL now looking to close this stock out. Gets the ground pound. FXL takes game number 1.
That weapon throw to bait Comer into recovering to that ledge and getting that KO is the way to go ahead and get game number 1 into your favor. We saw Comer starting to come back a little bit during that final stock range as well, but FXL able to confirm it off that ledge. And very nice job of not giving up those recovery frames. And you know, this was overall very close first and second stock. You know, you saw FXL have like a little bit of a lead during the second. Get KO'd by a silent recovery with the gauntlet, and then during that final KO, it just came down to that weapon throw into that dodge read ground pound. And now we're going to game number 2 on Demon Island again with FXL up a game.
Nice recovery there. I like that aggression from Comer, who immediately picks up the weapon. There's shades of game number 2, but obviously, or game number 1, but looking to you know, change the outcome for sure here. FXL getting a side light, sending Comer off stage. A downer catches the jump Nair, and now Comer having reduced amount of resources. The Nairs come out and goes for the recovery. Comer, is he able to make it back? The Nair sends him off stage. Once again, the recovery comes out, but Comer unable to make it back with a downer, and FXL with a clean edge guarding sequence to allow that very early first stock going over to FXL.
Yeah, it's a huge thing for FXL. He wants to go and take that advantage over Comer, with Comer being seed number 1, with him being the winter champion. He's trying to go ahead and take that PR1 away from him one day, and this is the way to go and style on him. Ladies and gentlemen, he got this beautiful combo, didn't get the KO, but look at the control that FXL has.
This mirror is definitely going in the favor of the Tai Lung. The weapon toss comes out as Comer looks to set up a GC downlight there into a potential KO setup, but he isn't able to find anything to connect. The side stick doesn't connect either as FXL dips right below the stage, rises right back with a sider, gets the sidelight into recovery, and FXL with a 3 stock to 1 lead, and he is not looking to let up the gas anytime soon. He's looking to put pedal to the metal and put this set on game, or a 2-0 set lead for himself. The sider does come out. Will it KO? Not quite. Comer looks for the ground pump, but miss inputs there, unable to make it go off stage, and FXL with such a big lead.
Yeah, right now, FXL having this huge lead over Comer right now with that overall control of that scythe. Comer's having a rough time really adjusting to, you know, usually he's maximizing on the recovery frames with opportunities that FXL gives. He's not really going for string combos. So we did see Comer get that unarmed recovery KO onto FXL to bring him down to his second. You're seeing him do a little bit of scythe, but he's not doing a whole lot of strings. He's starting to do a little bit now. But, missed that there. FXL tries to punish it. Silent comes in from Comer. He's going to take that neutral control away from FXL. But Silent comes in. Recovery comes in from FXL. Picks up the scythe again. Neutral from FXL, trying to go and get this KO on the final stock of Comer. Tries to go with Comer with the punish, the weapon throw, clash! And FXL is down to his final. Comer's opportunity of coming back, but he's going to have to do a lot of damage build-up first.
And it's not over quite yet. You can never count out a Mordex as Comer now looks to hopefully find a way to cheese out this KO, but it's going to be tough. The Enlight into the Nair, into the side air. That's some nice damage there, and slowly leading to a situation where FXL is getting very trigger happy on these signatures, and Comer having all the stage to FXL, going for the big recovery. Side light into the side air. He's going flawless on this stock so far. Side air and disarms FXL, and the end stick comes out, and Comer gets the reverse 3 stock. He's still in it. The winter champion will not be put down in a dominant fashion as he takes game number 2, and we go to game 3, 1 game apiece. Oh my goodness.
And that's the way to go ahead and show that you are here to win it, ladies and gentlemen. He has been building himself up, trying to take advantage of the opportunities that FXL gave him, and he just went crazy with that scythe. He got that KO in that second stock, made it to 1 stock all. He did all this damage buildup on FXL, kept FXL in the air, and got that neutral signature KO, and just didn't allow FXL to regroup, and that's what he needed to do. And we're going to game number 3 after that amazing reverse 3-0 coming in from Comer. Can he do that damage build-up again against FXL in this game number 3?
Nice down air there from Comer as FXL has to recover, very, very scared, as these down airs have not been hitting its mark, but force a lot of these recovery options to come out. Sidelight into Wake, goes for the empty land as well to try to punish FXL for landing right back down as a defensive option. Sidelight into the downlight into the other direction, tries to flip it. The active input comes out. Down air sends off stage once again. Off the wall into the weapon toss, and Comer with a very clean string there as FXL couldn't find any reprieve from the site's pressure.
Yeah, right now we're seeing FXL kind of being on the downside there against Comer here, and Comer is using that scythe gameplay very well, reading the jump options of FXL. And FXL's trying to mix things up a little bit. He's trying to go in with these silent options, trying to bait him into different things, but he does get the GC downlight into ground pound and KO to make it 2 stocks all. And you know, now we're back to even stocks. We were used to seeing this. Comer did something smart, which is to double sidelight unarmed to go ahead and have that neutral control, because as soon as he has FXL off that ledge, it's an opportunity for him. Both players try to go off that ledge. The offense downstick from Comer. He's willing to play unarmed against FXL right now. Oh!
And FXL immediately notices, okay, you went for a gravity cancel, have no dodge. I'm going to get 56 damage on a big string there as the no dodge timer unlocks. We see another signature get punished with an end light into side air. Once again, the down air sends off stage, going for the active input. Another side light there into his signature. Catches, no dodge. Comer having to get his dodge back here. Recovering high, though, so avoiding FXL's edge guard. The side light comes out, but no weapon toss to follow up. And now Comer picks up the gauntlet. Side air comes out, and FXL now stuck in the corner. And Comer waits for the dodge on the GC. If he gets the side light, he gets a recovery to close out that stock, but it's just whiffing on these signature punishes, and it ends up settling for the end light there.
Yeah, and that ground pound comes in from Comer. He's trying to get his KO with FXL and 225 damage. He's really close to getting KO, and that neutral light with the gauntlets just goes ahead and KOs FXL. And you still see Comer on 178 damage. He's trying to go ahead and do as much damage build as he can, but you're seeing FXL trying to KO off that ceiling, and Comer can't get knocked off that ceiling as it's easier to do on the sides of the floor.
The down air comes out there, and FXL having dodge high back to center stage.
Right.
The side light comes out as well. And FXL now in a great spot as we charge up a weapon toss, and Comer barely able to make it back. The weapon toss comes out again, and we look for any way to tap in this KO at 232 damage. The D-Light into recovery will be able to close it out. Oh my goodness, it's the close game. FXL into this mustard yellow, so you're looking pretty healthy here, all things considered. The lead definitely could be enough for Comer to close out this game, or FXL can do similar to what Comer did to himself in that last game. Waiting the dance. We see the signature there. The side air comes out as well. Another down air. FXL getting the big downlight on the GC. Comer getting a recovery into the chase dodge up, but FXL flips it off stage once again, and Comer unable to make it back. FXL able to close out that game. Oh my goodness, these last stocks come down to the wire as all the stops get, they pull out all the stops, and FXL is able to close out that game. That was a crazy edge already sequence.
Dude, and it came down to how you came back to that ledge. Don't give up that quickly on like giving up your guard. You saw FXL keep Comer off that ledge. You actually saw Comer approach him a certain way where FXL was in range of getting that neutral air. He turned it around against Comer and took that win. It's down to the wire with these guys. They cannot give up their control or their defense, their defensive actions going against each other. They have to be very careful. And FXL showed exactly why. And we're going into game number 4 with Comer down 1. And we're more than likely going to be seeing Demon Island again. Unless FXL wants to see a platform, you're going back to Demon Island. So with Comer, he's got to be very careful with his off-edge gameplay against FXL, because FXL strives there, PJ.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been kind of incredibly back and forth, and this is just kind of the style of matches you're seeing with the double Mordex here, so it's really fun to see kind of who's able to take it, but it's really hard to predict, even with any lead. It's like, how long will the lead last? We obviously see game number 2, that reverse 3-stock from Comer, and now FXL was able to clutch out the last game. Double end like there, gets the nair as well, going for the side air. Comer able to make it back, and we flip it right back onto FXL. Recovery doesn't connect, but the down air almost able to scoop out that recovery, which would have been a potential KO opportunity there, but they both make it back to the stage relatively unharmed, as the damage is relatively even between the two.
And we're seeing a lot of back and forth. Neutral light coming in from Comer. Silent coming in, trying to get the KO option. Silent comes in, misses that recovery. FXL with that reversal into a side air, and FXL with a fantastic control of the situation and takes that lead over Comer.
Okay, nice little side light start here as FXL is looking to rack on that extra credit or potentially even take an extra stock. We know the very volatile nature of a matchup like double Mordex. Gets a side light into the nair, into the ground pound. Comer barely able to avoid that side air and that edge guard sequence. The side air comes out from Comer as FXL is forced off stage by that side air, but Comer loses his weapon and now unarmed has to pick up a pair of gauntlets in himself, and we go down to the fist of cuffs to see who's able to close out this stock. The D-light into the side light goes for the nair on the no dodge. Comer able to get the end light out, but not enough to KO. The weapon toss comes out as well, and Comer looks to tap in this KO with a D-light, doesn't find it there. Side light into the recovery, gets punished with the recovery as the recovery whiffs, and Comer now with the weapon toss. FXL barely able to make it back once again, and Comer is struggling to find this KO.
Yeah, you're seeing Comer just trying to get a KO option. Backward neutral is the perfect option for him to get that KO. With it having so much force and momentum, that's the way to do it. But he is down into the red of that second stock. He is at 150 damage right now, and he needs to strike back and do more damage build up against FXL. And he does not touch that ledge. He thought he did, and I thought he did too. But he is unable to come back, and now he's down an entire stock. For him to go forward into grand finals or to go into game number 5, he needs to do what he did in the game that he won. He needs to do this mini 2-stock reversal, and he cannot let FXL do what he's doing to him now. We're seeing the scythe gameplay come left, right, and center, and look at him go, PJ.
FXL is completely steamrolling Comer as we see the D-light send off stage, going for the insig there. Comer able to flip it with the recovery, but he forces himself low. The weapon toss doesn't connect, but he can't make it back anyway, and FXL takes it in a 3-1 fashion. Not going out with a bang, but going out with a whimper as he was unable to get back to the stage. And the self-destruct is going to be the end of that run for, or the winner side run for Comer as FXL puts himself into grand finals in the winner side.
Well, and you have to consider too, like this is, you know, you have Mordex v Mordex, and I think the scythe gameplay that we saw from FXL kind of allowed him to out-prioritize Comer on his own Mordex. And I mean, these guys know each other's weapons very, very well. And I think FXL put so much pressure onto Comer that Comer just didn't know what to do. I mean, you saw Comer go really risky on that final KO, and he just did the wrong option. He did a dare option, except like a neutral air up in the air to go ahead and get that KO, which would allow him to come back. But he was willing to be risky on that final stock. It didn't pay out this time, but we will be seeing more of Comer going forward in the elimination final. And FXL is now in grand finals winner's side of this MENA championship for Flashing Kingdoms. And we now have to figure out, PJ, who he's going to be facing in grands.
Yeah, absolutely. We move over to the elimination side of the bracket for a very exciting matchup between the Cinderella story of the bracket, Yellow Flash 11 on the Terras versus Nad, who had a very close set with Hebi, but was able to close out that game 5 with an Amethyst swap that no one expected. The Fate games number 2, 3, and 4. Game 5 swapping over the Cannon, getting a 0 to KO to start off the game, winning that set and hopefully snowballing that momentum into the matchup of Yellow Flash and Nad. Both of these players having game 5 sets in their previous elimination side quarterfinal matches. As we are now in elimination side semis, looking to see who will face this PR number 1 and seed number 1 of the bracket, Comer, but Nad and Yellow Flash will be battling it out here.
They will too, but one thing I do want to bring up too, FXL commented in the Twitch chat, and I'm going to pin it for you guys in the Twitch chat. He said he did not expect to be here with this PC, which means he is on a completely different computer than what he's used to, or he's just not used to. He didn't expect to be at this level with the setup that he has, right? So that says a long way when it comes down to FXL. He's doing really well while being uncomfortable. There's got to be a really, really good challenger to see, see if they can go ahead and win this, because FXL is going on a run. And he says his PC is on maintenance, so I'm on the worst setup right now, which probably means he might be on 60, which if he's doing this on 60 hertz, that'd be absurd to kind of consider as well. But that being said, though, PJ, I mean, we got our next matchup coming up, and we got hopping in room now. I mean, you got Nad and Yellow Flash, dude. This is gonna be cool. I love the style of Nad in this event. I love that orb. I'm not an orb fan usually. Like, I'm not a very big orb fan, outside of course, being a fan of Radish. But, kind of for most other regions, I don't really have a favorite player with orb. And Nad's starting to become my favorite, man. He's doing really well. But, I mean, you're going against Yellow Flash, and he's going to be probably on that Taros. It's gonna be cool. So it's gonna be like based off of strings versus damage. It's kind of what it is right now.
Yeah,
So-
I'm pretty excited to see kind of how, obviously, I keep saying it over and over again. It's like MENA has their own meta, but we see Yellow Flash kind of presenting the current meta of the rest of the world by locking in this Terros that's finding a lot of wins. And then versus somebody who's been playing, Fade and as well as the Amethyst, very aggressive player, whether on the Orb or the Cannon, as we get Nad and Yellow Flash both in the lobby. We see Nad locking in the Fade to start off game number 1.
Yeah, so this is gonna be cool. I mean, like I said, we had Terros and we're gonna have the Fate. That Fate pick I love. And I'm biased now. I never thought I'd be biased for another player in the MENA region this quickly. So we'll see. The Terros pick though, I mean, it's 9 damage, bro. Not 9 damage build up. You can KO so easily. We saw it earlier actually from Yellow Flash. KO'd under 100 damage. So he can do it. How do you think this is going to turn out, PJ?
Well, solidarity for the Orb players out there. I want Nad to win on the Fate. I think Fate is a legend that's incredibly powerful right now, as Orb is really, really strong. Alongside having the high strength value, you're going to find very consistent KOs and very, very strong strings. It was cool to see Nad start implementing the strings later on in the set as well. So I want to see Nad leaning into the Orb here versus the Roman Reigns. Although I think this matchup isn't great for Orb in terms of Axe versus Hammer, you can definitely still find a lot of success. If you're able to control the ground game and force Roman Reigns into the air, you're able to get those anti-airs or catching landings with side light. So let's go Nad. I want Nad to take this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we got, we have Nad kind of popping up as our picks there, but you also have Yellow Flash, who is doing this losers bracket run, his breakout performance, starting in a Moose Wars, which is great. So, I mean, I'm an underdog guy. I'm, considering that too. I don't know. That style is crazy. If Yellow Flash can counter that, he has a good chance of getting in top 3, without a doubt. So we'll definitely see. We're going into game number 1, though, PJ, of this best out of 5 set. Let's see who wins this set. We got to start with the first game. Game number 1 between Natty and Yellow Flash. Let's see how it goes out.
Going to be very excited to see this one, as Yellow Flash is able to pick up the first weapon here, but we'll see Nad immediately fighting back with the unarmed and picks up a Scythe to start us off here. Okay, double
right now we have that
GC.
Scythe coming out. A lot of players are kind of with it at the moment, eh?
Yeah, definitely the feel out stage of things, seeing where you can kind of place yourself as Yellow Flash immediately reversals Nad in a really bad spot, and Nad's unable to make it back, and that is the Yellow Flash difference in literally a flash, and most of the time you're in yellow, you'll lose your stocks very early. If you go off stage versus Yellow Flash and you're not ready to deal with these reversals, you are going to lose your stocks very, very early, as Yellow Flash recovers the wrong way, or the opposite way, to gain some distance versus Nad. Nad going for the GCN light or N sig to close out that stock, doesn't find up at the side air, will put him in a really bad spot, recovering very low and then mixing it up by rushing to recover high and hitting Nad away. The extra credit slowly building up for Yellow, but Nad able to get the down air off the wall there.
Yeah, that was a smart move initially from Yellow to kind of bring Nad off that ledge. That's where Yellow, I think, is going to be doing a lot of his damage as well. Keeping Nad off that ledge, not allowing him to do that damage build up with Orb, those silent side air, silent neutral air, side air, stuff like that. That's going to be where a lot of the damage that Nad puts on the Yellow will come from. And I think if Yellow can kind of bait him off that ledge and make him be a little bit more aggressive like he was, he can definitely take advantage of it. And right now we're seeing a lot of dash dancing coming in from Yellow Flash, kind of showing a little bit more of that. You're seeing Nad trying to rebuttal with it. It's a nice little bait from Yellow, but Nad with a sight there, missing that weapon throw. Was going to be a little bit risky, but decided to go back to that Orb, get that silent side air, remove Yellow Flash's weapon, and try to go for a KO.
Big N6 swing there, as Yellow Flash is barely able to avoid that one. The side air comes out as well. Nad forces Yellow Flash off stage once again. Going side light side air, takes it off the side, and Nad having a slight stock lead after Yellow Flash was able to take the first stock very early with a reversal situation. Now we pick up the Scythe, which I feel like was kind of slept on in the previous set, but Nad is really showing off kind of his strength of his own Scythe, the double N light there. I love that combination. And once again, Yellow Flash falls right into Nad as the down air comes out, and Yellow Flash now with a reversal opportunity. The recovery will come through, and Nad is unable to make it back as the GC breakdance is able to take it. And there's always time to dance when you're in top 4 of Moose Wars Clash and Kingdom. Yellow Flash with an opportunity to potentially come back here as you're down about 100 damage here, but You're not too mad about it, especially because you're on the Taros.
Yeah, I mean, Yellow Flash, while he is in the orange, he has opportunities. Look at him go with unarmed. He just did a 5-string combo, launched Nad into the orange, and now has Axe and has the opportunity of bringing this back. Even with the 9 damage, his unarmed is still really good, and I think Nad was not expecting that. And tries to get that sidelight side air, lands it. It's down to the wire.
For those siders, they both know what they want. The N-Sig comes out, but no punish sidelight into the GC sidelight into the nair, and then side-sig comes out. He throws the weapon up like a flashbang, and then goes forward with the side-sig and closes out that stock. Yellow Flash with some tricks to close out that game. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
What a mix-up!
Definitely a good mix-up coming out of Yellow Flash too, and you know that Taros pick was crazy coming out, and he did a lot of damage with that axe, and even his unarmed, like that final stock, like half the damage was done with unarmed, and just caught Nat off guard a little bit. You know, 115, he did 115 damage, I believe, with that last string, because I don't think he hit him with unarmed for the rest of that set, and he was able to bring it back. Wow, okay, so now it's got to be ready for that now. Whoa.
What are we doing? We're swapping over to Thor from Taros. Yellow Flash is locking in the Undertaker pick, and Nat is swapping over to the Magyar. So we see double hammer on the screen here. And I am very fundamentally opposed to swapping to Thor for any reason. And I think that this could definitely backfire very heavily for Yellow Flash, but we'll have to see.
I mean, I'm surprised Nad swapped, because if you have Yellow Flash on that Thor, that's one of the weapons that Nad knows very well to counter, right? So I'm surprised to kind of see the Magyar pick. We haven't seen a whole lot of Greatsword this weekend so far, so we'll have to see how Nad does with it. He's got level 52. He's doing some strings, gets the dare option. Maybe he's thinking, okay, maybe if I pick Magyar, I'll stay on the platform. I won't go off ledge as much, and maybe he can do a little bit more with that. That would make sense to me. But now you're seeing Yellow Flash trying to bait him off ledge. You see him just on the side, just like trying to hop around left, right, and center.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious to see why we swapped over to Thor, because it's like, if your strategy is to like get really early KOs and kind of like play off stage, Taros is literally just a better version of Thor for that. The signature kit is substantially better. We saw the GC side sig come out on the hammer, and it got immediately punished by Nad. It's not a great option comparatively to the Taros side sig, so I'm quite hopeful to see where this is going. The sidelight Indecider will come out, and the Decider does close out that stock. Yellow Flash takes the first stock, and Nad, we get to see why we swapped over to the Magyar, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll kind of see what happens. We'll definitely have to ask these guys why these guys picked these legends too. They're actually relatively even, considering that they both have different picks. We do see a Stomp Sider from Nad. Gonna go for that KO option, but I think it's gonna go with the Greatsword first before doing that. Sider comes in from Yellow. The recovery comes in as well. Nice dare from Nad as well, and misses that weapon throw, but Yellow just does not come back. Oh, he does come back appropriately, just barely is able to come back. I don't even think Nad expected that to come back.
Okay, D-Light Sider will close out that stock for Nat, though, and all things considered, you're not too upset about this damage deficit. Obviously, Thor is a very high defense legend, but also relatively low damage comparatively to other orb legends like Fate or Petra. See the GC down stick come out and catching Nad there, sorry. D-Light into Sider, not going to send anywhere quite yet. D-Light into another Sider, 435 damage. D-Light into recovery, Nad able to still survive, but that Sider will close out that stock, and Yellow is able to close out that one with that side air. Very, very clean edge guard sequence on the hammer.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. That's a one stock lead for Yellow. Oh, but he's starting to do a bigger buildup. Weapon throw coming in. Can he get neutral? Can he get there? He lands it. Nad losing the final stock, and Yellow Flash with that 0 to death on Nad. What?
That was a crazy string on the orb. Very, very exciting to see. That's really, really cool. And that's I was like, wait, why are we going to pick the Thor? But if you're going to be pulling out orb strings like that, I can definitely see why you want to pick out the Thor, because that orb is going to snowball you into that win. As the Nad swap was quite interesting.
Oh, I mean, now we're seeing Nad swapping characters, and I think he was going to go with the Zul. I'm surprised he is going with the Taros now, though. He's swapping with the Taros. I think the axe and the hammer makes sense. But he's also playing against Yellow Flash, who played Taros against him. So it's kind of a weird pick coming out of NAD, because Yellow Flash does understand the reads coming in against him. And with Yellow Flash representing Legion, man, I mean, he's trying to rep his org pretty well, and we'll see what he can do here. But he's going crazy against NAD at the moment.
Yeah, you know, I really love to see the Thor swap as a Thor player myself, but why play Thor when you can pick Taros? And I think NAD is going to try to show that off here, as the damage is definitely swinging into NAD's favor. The weapon toss as well. Your stock is gone. You can't make it back, and that's the difference that Taros will bring to the table. The high strength, team strength player himself, and it's going to find those KOs very, very early on. Even earlier than a legend like Thor, for example, on the same weapon. And we see the Orb come out, but Orb versus Axe, very, very, very difficult matchup for Orb at times, especially when you're getting anti-aired. And with Punish, that side stick's not going to hit anybody, but side light into side air will. We see a big ground pound, and NAD jumps right into the ground pound, and Yellow Flash seals that stock away with a very, very early ground pound.
Yeah, he is, and right now we're kind of seeing a little bit of control here from NAD, trying to push this pressure onto Yellow Flash there. NAD does get some dares and siders and launches Yellow Flash into the orange. He's expecting Yellow Flash to get aggressive, swaps over to the hammer. I think he's going to try to maximize on his recovery frames now. Oh, he tries, but Yellow Flash with that two-piece combo. The unarmed recovery lands too. Oh, the control from Yellow Flash, but he doesn't get the KO. He does a reversal side air. He does a GC neutral. And NAD's still alive, but Yellow Flash is controlling him. Neutral weapon throw into recovery. Look at the control from Yellow Flash. I don't know what I'm looking at. This is unbelievable from him.
That's the Orb difference, especially off stage. He's able to really get a lot of damage built up and then continue the edge guards. That's the biggest, most important thing, even coast to coast, continuing on the pressure. And Yellow Flash is showing off all the crazy stuff on the Orb right now. NAD able to close out that stock, though. Very nice and simple with the recovery on the Axe. And the game. Oh, he goes for the big ground pound there, and Yellow Flash tries to flip it immediately. NAD still coming out on top of that interaction, but Yellow Flash flips it with it down there into GC downlight into ground pound. We pick up another Orb. Yellow Flash looking so solid here. Goes for the GC side light. Gets the dodge down with the down air and sends off stage. A big side air, and NAD with an opportunity here. Big punish on that GC end sig though. We avoid the recovery, avoid the down airs, and there it is! The GC down sig, the hammer toss to send downwards in the geometry, and somehow Yellow Flash is able to win those very tricky edge guard sequences.
Dude, that was the Hail Mary KO option. He felt so comfortable that NAD was going to come back to that ledge. He just got the KO. NAD had a couple different opportunities to KO Yellow Flash in that final stock, but look at this back on this replay. Okay, so we have the KO from NAD. It gets even, and then he brings him off ledge, and just NAD tries to come back because he feels like that's his only option, and Yellow Flash just reads it. God. This is crazy.
That was just crazy. NAD literally got hit by like everything in the book, and it worked out in a big way. And shout outs to a Yellow Flash swapping to the Thor. This is the first time in my history of a caster in Brawlhalla for the last almost 2 years that a player swapped to Thor and won the set. By the way, I've never seen that happen before. This is the first time for me. I'm a big Thor player myself, so Yellow Flash for being the first person in my career to make it work. That was really cool.
Wow. And that's the way to do it, man. I mean, Yellow Flash just went crazy. I mean, he was comfortable. I didn't expect him to be that comfortable. Maybe that's why NAD swapped from that bait pick. I think he kind of knew that orb pick. He did counter orb that Yellow Flash might get him, but that was huge. Props to him, bro. I mean, I did not expect him to do what he did, and he did it. So, very nice job coming out of both these players. NAD had a really good run, you know, and we have Yellow Flash coming up here in a little bit. We now have our confirmed top three, ladies and gentlemen. We have FXL on the winner's side. We have Comer on the loser's final going against Yellow Flash, the up-and-comer as well. So we have this story of a Yellow Flash coming in from the elimination side. We have Comer being seed 1 that got knocked down to the elimination side by FXL. to C2, and FXL's on the winner's side. There's a lot of story here for the MENA region when we come back. But is there anything you want to say before we go into a 3-minute ad break for Twitch there, Mr. PJ?
I'm excited to see the Cinderella run continue as Yellow Flash continues to do a very, very impressive upset after upset after upset, playing, I think, 7 sets in the elimination side now, but this will be his hardest matchup yet as he faces down the barrel of PR number 1 in Middle East North Africa, as well as seed number 1 of the tournament, C0-MR. I'm excited. Hopefully he's going to lock in the Thor and make it happen once again. Regardless of what he picks, I'm rooting for Yellow Flash. But before we get into those matches, we got elimination side final and grand finals. On the other side of this break, don't go anywhere. You're going to want to tune in for more Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms MENA. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms MENA, powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore, I'm casting with PJ, and we have an amazing top 3 to provide you guys.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited to see kind of the clash of 2 storylines at the same time. You got Comer and FXL, PR number 1 and 2, seed number 1 and 2, the winter champion, the spring champion, respectively. They're battling out. They're having their own kind of, storyline this year in Middle East, North Africa. And then on the other side of things, you got Yellow Flash, seed number 15 of the event, all the way making it into his first podium placement in this top 3 position, with a potential opportunity to put an exclamation point on this bracket by either winning it or at least going into grand finals, beating PR number 1 in MENA. That'd be very, very exciting from Yellow Flash. And not only that, but Yellow Flash is apparently a very, very strong Thor player, so that definitely excites me a lot. So I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. We got elimination side finals now, as we got Comer and Yellow Flash, to see who will move on into grand finals versus FXL. AJ, this bracket's been pretty exciting so far. How are you feeling? I know you're an NATO, but this is one of your first introductions to MENA. How are they performing for you?
A lot of these players, I'm very pleased to see this style of gameplay. Like, when you usually watch other regions, you usually only see the meta of what people are like, hey, this is going to 100% work. They're not willing to experiment in those first couple games. With players like Yellow Flash and even players like Comer and Nad, we're seeing a lot of diversity in character picks, and we're seeing a lot of really, really good combos coming out of these guys. So going into this first game with Comer is going to be choosing the Mordex, which we saw on the winner's side, but we'll be seeing how he does against Yellow Flash's Orb going forward into this game.
Yeah, we see the Thor pick here, a legend that is very strong, but kind of gets overshadowed by quite a couple legends. But you got little tricks like that that'll get you right involved. But the thing is that even getting hit by that down stick, you get a lot of a punish. But Yellow Fever immediately swinging back off stage, the double recovery. Comer unable to make it back as the Cider comes out, and Yellow Fever strikes first, with Comer getting too aggressive off stage, trying to punish that GC down sig, and he pays the ultimate price of losing that first stock.
Dude, Yellow just had so much control of that hammer, and now he's got all that pressure on the Comer. He's going to keep Comer in the air. He's going to go with that orb and do this damage build-up. You're seeing him try to go for it. Comer's doing very well at rebuttaling. We see it silent. It's a silent recovery onto Yellow Flash. It is now 2 stocks all, and Comer's brought this thing back. So you're seeing Yellow Flash go back to that hammer.
Another GC down sig, but it doesn't quite make it over the stage, and Comer now forces Yellow Flash into the corner. The double end light there to kind of refresh the situation, but a D-like side air with Yellow Flash back on the map. The side light comes out as well. The scoop into the downer, no scoring quite yet. We don't get a punish on that GC down sig, not quite able to get the right spacing, but Comer getting the side string started. A great weapon into the hammer. The down light comes out as well.
Comer coming in with that there weapon throw. Tries to go with these gauntlets, but you're seeing Yellow Flash being a little bit risky, trying to throw in some of these Heck Marys there on Comer. Side air weapon throw by Comer, but misses the downlight, and Yellow Flash maximizes on that opportunity, getting that side air. I think now what's happening is Yellow Flash is kind of being, he's kind of sticking to the ledge a little bit when it comes down to hammer, but it's just doing so much against Comer. I think Yellow Flash is willing to give up his stock on orb and come back to the hammer on that final stock if he does get KO'd. And I think Comer's trying to go in for it. GC downlight ground pound comes in, but right now it is even. It doesn't matter what happens. I think Yellow Flash, if he picks up that hammer, does have that momentum, but Comer's going to find something against it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're on the wall now as Yellow Fever, who rises with an unarmed side air into a weapon pickup. And as you were saying, picks up right into the hammer. Side light into a weight there, going for the nair. The side, the recovery as well. And Yellow Fever getting kind of getting juggled and sharked underneath that platform. D-light into Cider comes out. Comer avoiding the ground pound, and he knows Yellow Fever wanted it all off of it. The Cider comes out as Comer picks up some gauntlets, and now no dodge. Goes for the weapon toss, but Yellow Fever able to sneak underneath the recovery. D-light into recovery. Is it enough? No, it's not. The weapon toss comes out, and Yellow Fever puts himself underneath, but oh my goodness, Yellow Flash, I'm sorry, that was so close.
I mean, he's about to give me a fever with all this gameplay that we're seeing. Yellow Flash with that KO onto Comer, taking game number 1 against PR1 of MENA. The underdog taking the advantage in the elimination final. That's the way to start off that set. Having, Yellow Flash come in with this hammer, showing the overall potential he has with that Thor. And we didn't even see a Thor pick. I don't think it's the last set that he had. That's a very big deal coming out of him. I don't know if it was a pocket pick, but it's freaking working right now. Oh
Hey,
my
you know what?
gosh.
I mean, clearly the Taros was what he was leaning into earlier on in the bracket, but he swaps over to the Thor, and I know I keep calling him Yellow Fever, but he's just that lethal sometimes. I mean, he is playing absolutely lights out. I mean, it's really, really difficult to see how you get back into these games when Yellow Flash is able to just put out some crazy damage, and you see Comer swapping to a different color, but still holding on to the Mordex pick here.
Yeah, maybe he has some sort of mental when it comes down to that color on that skin, and it looks like he does because Comer's going crazy on the Yellow Flash. 0 to Death Sim, and now has that 1 stock lead. I don't understand why the color difference did something, but it did to him.
Sometimes you just got to humble yourself. You're like, you know what? I lost to someone that maybe I didn't believe I need to. I'm going to strip away all of the flashiness. We're going to go to a Fenrir Mordex default and make it work out here as Yellow Fever is holding on to the wall, but Comer's not falling for the same tricks. Just giving respect to Yellow Fever when Yellow Fever is holding on to it and saying, you know what? I'll push my advantage in other ways. Yellow Fever getting caught up there as we go for some big swings on the hammer, but hasn't found much as Comer's not really giving much to Yellow Fever. GC Ensig could be coming out here. No, just a rising side air.
Yeah, Comer's playing a little bit more different. Oh, a little bit more different. Oh,
Bye-bye.
Comer coming in. Weapon throw, GC down like ground pound KO comes in, and he now has a 2 stock lead. And this overall playstyle change of Comer is working so flippin'.
Goodbye.
Wow, Comer, are you kidding me? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man, he almost gets it there, but Yellow Fever is able to pick up an orb, and or he had the orb online, so he went for the GCN sig, but Comer continues to push this advantage state. Maybe you see a big side stick connection there. It's not quite over yet, but Comer looks, I mean, this is literally night and day, a complete 180 of the situation.
This is becoming absurd coming out of Comer here. He's showing this aggressiveness here with this gauntlets. I think if you're Yellow Flash, your main goal is to do a little bit of damage build up, but don't put too much mental into this game. Kind of reset it going to the next one and try to take that neutral control away from Comer, because now Comer's just going along with it. He's kind of mixed up a little bit by this orb, which actually might leave a huge opportunity for Yellow Flash. Oh, he missed that side air, and Comer takes that game into his name with 510 damage done. But going straight into the next one.
Yellow Flash will immediately hold on to the Thor pick as we get right into the next game. We got the Mordex, we got the Thor. We're going to see how he can mix things up on Western Air Temple, a map that I think is pretty good for Thor. I would have to say, I think Orb likes the soft platforms to kind of mix up that aerial space. And Hammer is obviously good at controlling the longer stages and controlling the wall as well. You have enough wall to work with to do some of your tricks that I keep saying Yellow Fever, my bad. Yellow is going for. Can't get that out of him.
Bro. He's a lethal player. You cannot discriminate that. I mean, he's in top 3 of MENA for a reason, and we're starting to see more and more and more of it. But we are seeing Comer adapt to the style of Yellow Flash there. He is trying to, he's kind of baiting Yellow Flash to throw out these different attacks, and Yellow Flash is having a rough time landing him because of the momentum change that's happening. Like when Yellow Flash has the momentum, he lands his stuff, but when Comer has that advantage, Yellow Flash can only move a certain way, and those attacks are not landing like he's used to, right? So now we're seeing Comer with this Scythe. Now, I think Yellow Flash, the best way he could really do against Comer would be to kind of go with that orb. I think he's reliable on that hammer. He's trying to go for the KO option, but Comer knows it. You're seeing Cider come out, you know, and he's getting that perfect dodge.
Wow.
Oh, and the GC downlight recovery comes in.
The movement from Comer to whip punish that overshoot was insane. He like feints off stage and then turn around GC downlight recovery, knowing that Yellow Flash is going to look to swing preemptively there to punish Comer, potentially getting antsy in the corner. I mean, the aggression and the lack of the aggression from Yellow Flash immediately getting punished by Comer, who's just waiting for every single opportunity to flip these situations on his head. Comer is literally just swinging twice. He's not, or swinging second. He's not going for anything first. And Yellow Flash is getting smothered in the patience.
Well, Yellow Flash is going in for options that are risky, and he's getting the bad side of them at the moment. You know, he's doesn't have the momentum that he needs for them to really land. And I think Comer, with him having this decent lead and having this overall control, is allowing him to punish things. No, and Yellow's trying to take that. He does take that away with the GC signature. Smart move coming in from Yellow Flash. Not waiting to go back to the full platform to land it. Kind of doing that GC side so he doesn't have recovery frames to move away. But now Yellow Flash has that ledge control. Was trying to weapon starve him, but picks up Hammer instead. His other hammer that he had. Is going to see what he can do a little bit. But he's got to bait Comer into attacking. Oh, but Comer takes advantage of that miss attack and oh no! There you have it. Comer takes that game to his name because Yellow Flash didn't come back down ledge appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking incredibly difficult to deal with, and we're going to be swapping here for Yellow Flash into the Yumiko. So you're holding onto the hammer, but I think the most notable difference is that you now have a signature that is very snappy and can overshoot. What Comer was able to do was he was holding center stage and then allowing Yellow Flash to swing and throw out these very aggressive options towards him, and then go in the corner and then burst out of the corner and get whiff punishes. Now with the Yumiko, the hammer side sig, as well as having bow in general to give yourself some more horizontal range, allows the overshoot playstyle of Yellow Flash to work a lot better. We'll see how this counter pick works out, but it's not going to be so easy as Comer's looking incredibly solid. He seems to have everything in his control. It seems to be all Comer so far. We'll see.
Yeah, Comer's definitely having a lot of control right now. This is kind of like that last minute pick for Yellow Flash. I think he kind of realizes that Comer has that, and you're seeing Yellow Flash going off that ledge quite a bit. If you're Yellow Flash, though, Comer has been able to adapt against your off-ledge gameplay. Your goal would be to take that center control away from Comer so he doesn't do that damage buildup and so that he doesn't KO you off that ledge. So now we're seeing Comer come with the silent neutral side air, trying to go for a KO with that dare. It lands, and Yellow Flash goes down into that second stock, and you're seeing kind of like this desperation from Yellow Flash, just trying to find something that works. And you know, you're seeing these impulse attacks come out, or these impulse jumps, and Comer's starting to read those a little bit. That recovery does come in there from Yellow Flash, but now the movement's read a little bit, but Comer whiffs it. He has opportunity of getting KO'd though by Yellow. That sider comes in, weapon throw is thrown out. Oh, hammer ground pounding comes in clutch, and it's 2 stocks all.
Definitely cannot count out Yellow Flash quite yet, especially with the Yumiko, a legend that is very tricky and can definitely pull out some very interesting options to build up some damage. But there, Comer is just like the amount of respect from Comer. He's like, you know what? I know what your plan is. I've played these games before. I know you're going to try to get a big reversal off stage, so I'm going to give you a lot of respect. As I say that, though, Comer tempts his fate by going off stage versus that down sig, and he gets hit by all of the little wisps, but still he's put in a bad spot. The ground pound comes out. Yellow Flash also going for the ground pound as well, but he didn't get it, and Comer gets a sidelight into recovery. He won't KO, but you're happy to rinse and repeat and hold on to this corner. And look at the aura, just like not moving, not doing anything. Like, I know you're gonna do something dumb eventually, and I'm gonna get a whip punish for it.
Yeah, now we're kind of seeing Comer really have this control. Oh, okay, neutral comes in from Comer. I think Yellow Flash did the signature a little bit the wrong way, if I saw right there. I think he did backwards. I think Comer took advantage of that, but now, oh, Yellow Flash doesn't touch the ledge. He clips his head on it, and Comer goes ahead and advances further into this bracket in grand finals. Yellow Flash was just not used to that level of pressure that he was getting from Comer, and in the situation he was in, he was doing a lot of impulse things and just tried the best that he could, but had a really difficult time going forward. Wow, okay.
You know, the run ends there for Yellow Flash 11, but like his name, he played 11 sets to make it all the way into the elimination side finals. I want to give a big shout out to Yellow Flash once again, seed number 15 of the bracket, somebody that I don't think anybody expected to have going this far in the bracket, but he made it work not only on the Taros, but also on the Thor. And taught me a thing or two about how to play that Thor in a very tricky and fun way. It's always cool to see MENA show out with the crazy Legends picks. And although he didn't get the result I know everyone wants, which is to win the tournament, can definitely feel proud in the fact that he lost to seed number 1 and seed number 2 of the tournament to get 3rd place. He literally was the 3rd seed in everyone's heart, the 15th seed. Actually, big run and a big congratulations for Yellow Flash for getting that podium placement. But we now move over into grand finals as we get the winter champion versus the spring champion in Comer versus FXL.
And it's funny too, because you see FXL's titles in game. He has Spring Champion, but he also has the Mirrors Champion of 2024. So you're seeing him swap these titles around a little bit to kind of get into Comer's head a little bit too. He wants him to feel that pressure of, hey, I've won a variety of different championships in MENA, you know, in the majors. You know, you won the Winter Championship, but FXL is trying to set a statement there for him. And we'll see what Comer really does. I think he's got an opportunity of beating FXL at least one set, but he's got to figure out something against the style of FXL, because we saw him, you know, he's being really, he was being very parry. And I think he wasn't doing a lot to counter aggress FXL in the way that he needed to, right? And it's Mordex v Mordex, and we'll definitely see what happens going forward with these guys. I mean, this is the battle of the champions from MENA in grand finals of Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms. They're trying to get on that throne and have that chance of getting that first place prize as well. So these players are ready to go whenever they want to, but this is going to be a really, really cool grand finals. So let's see what happens here.
We get right into this one. We got the Mordex mirror that was so exciting to see in the winners finals. I'm really, really happy, and I hope, you know, I honestly don't ever hope for game 10s in grand finals most of the time, but I do hope we see a game 10 here. This is PR number 1, PR number 2, seed number 1, seed number 2, winter champion, spring champion. This is MENA at its best, and they show up and show out for Clashing Kingdoms here at Moose Wars. Very, very excited to see who's able to win this run back. Yeah, as we see some bands come out here very shortly.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out who's the higher seed in the moment. Comer,
Look at these players. They're incredibly respectful, you know. Sometimes people just ban, you know, they don't really like wait to see, but they're definitely here for the competitive integrity of this set, and they're showing it here as they're trying to make sure that the right person gets the strikes out here as we get a reset of the strikes, and FXL will be striking first.
Yep. Yeah, they were just confused because we have Comer seed number 1, you have FXL seed number 2, but with FXL being on the winner side, he's technically higher seed because he launched Comer into the loser side. So FXL strike the maps first, Comer then followed up and chose the map that they were going to be going on. More than likely, it's the same map that I expect them to play, which is going to be Demon Island. They know this already. They've always faced each other on Demon Island, but willing to respect each other the best that they possibly can. But we're going into game number 1 here, and right now you have FXL on these gauntlets, and you have Comer with this scythe.
Can never underestimate the amount of momentum you get from winning that elimination side finals match, but I mean, I feel like Comer had to employ a very different play style, playing very second hit whiff punishy, and now you're facing somebody that isn't going to whiff quite as much as Yellow Flash, for example, and now FXL. They put into the vortex that this weapon can be, the legendary combo machine that Mordex can be. The sider comes out as well, and Comer getting sent downwards and unable to make it back to the stages. FXL gets first strike.
Yeah, FXL just making sure, or I'm sorry, FXL definitely taking advantage of the beginning of this game and taking advantage of this gauntlets. We're seeing Comer have a difficult time against them right now, and we're seeing 4 or 5 piece combos come out of FXL, and Comer doesn't know what to do against them. He doesn't know how to move against it. He picks up gauntlets of his own to try to do something, but overall, FXL has been doing very, very well against Comer to go ahead and do something, but Comer does get that KO. Does make it 2 stocks all, but he's more comfortable with that scythe, and I think FXL's, you know, gauntlets might out-prioritize that, but scythe v scythe at the moment.
Sidelight into sider. FXL looking to get that KO with that weapon toss, but doesn't find it. The unarmed recovery does rinse and repeat the situation, and that recovery with the weight of those boxing gloves, those gauntlets, will definitely do so much more. I guess they're handcuffs on the Tai Lung skin. We see a walk up there from FXL looking to smother Comer in the corner there. Nice. I like that landing punish, but immediately flips it with a down air active input into the side air. Comer having to force himself onto the wall there. Very aggressive landing option with an immediate landing side air or side light there, and another side light into there. So some damage build, but you're down a stock. You're going to need to do a lot more than just build some damage to potentially force this last stock situation. But right now, Comer's looking very solid to do so.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing this back and forth right now, and you know, we're just seeing FXL do really, really well at coming back. But as I say, like Comer, the GC down like ground pound, maximizing on all the opportunities FXL has to come back. Comer, or Comer is right now trying to take advantage of the opportunities he has, which is platform control. FXL gave it back to him a little bit. He's trying to do damage build-up, but is kind of getting thrown around a little bit. We do have FXL in 68 damage. Comer's at 143. Comer is down into a KO option. Does damage build up?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
He's combo. Can he bring this back?
This is exactly what happened in Winners Finals game number 2, where he was down 3 stocks to 1, and he made that comeback happen versus FXL, and FXL now looking to seize control of this match and does get it there with the whip punish on the end, sideline into recovery to close out that and not make a repeat of history, and takes out that game.
Yeah, that's a big deal for FXL and Comer, realistically. You know, where FXL, you know, he understood that signature was going to come out, and he punished the opportunity that was given to him. You know, he knew Comer was going to be trying to get that KO, and Comer was, I think he just threw out a little bit too early. I think if FXL did that, if he waited for FXL to throw that attack out just a little bit later, we would have seen Comer come in and get that KO, but it was all down, and he was coming back too. I mean, it's a close one, man, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We see, I mean, this is exactly what I anticipated, where I'm like, you know, we might go game 5 or game 10, for example. Like, it's incredibly back and forth, and especially with the same legend picks as well. But that's something that I love about Comer. No matter what or like the state of the game, stock count, damage count, he's always putting FXL on notice. You cannot fall asleep at the wheel, and it's been really, really fun to see.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, for sure. And as we're going into this next game, we'll have to see what Comer can really do to adapt to FXL style. I mean, he knows what to do. He's done it previously. He has to have this momentum style. I mean, he just needs to find a way to get it all figured out here. And we're seeing a lot of back and forth here. Silent comes in. Cider comes in as well. Comer now with his gauntlets. Oh, but FXL coming in with that scythe gameplay. Comer is able to come back. FXL goes too low with that combo. If it was a little bit higher, it would have KO'd. Comer taking advantage of things. Trying to do it there, but FXL gets punished for that string that was a little bit too long, and Comer was able to go and get out of it.
Okay, another sideline recovery. Nice dodge from Comer, and that recovery will unarm Comer as FXL now picks up a scythe once again. The recovery comes out in the unarmed recovery from Comer, but FXL looking for this KO as well as Comer, even on the unarmed recovery will find the first strike there for Comer, but man, this is looking harder and harder for any of them to hold on to a lead. It's incredibly back and forth. We see the D-Light into the GC uppercut, and that'll be FXL closing out that stock without taking any extra credit. We immediately see a pickup onto the scythe.
Yeah, we're seeing that pickup of the scythe from FXL. He does weapon starve Comer so they cannot do more damage, but actually Comer's unarmed has been pretty good, but either way, he does pick up that scythe. He gets that string onto FXL. 100 damage done. Now another 20 damage done. He gets the neutral air. He tries to get the KO option, but FXL runs right into the KO option. Can Comer come in and get the finalized part of it? Silent comes in. FXL gets it there. The more that he leaves FXL alive, the less of an advantage Comer will be getting. And that Cider does come in. And he does get that ground pound KO, but Comer is down in 86 damage on that second stock. He does have a lead, but FXL might be able to bring this back down to even 1 stock.
So that comes out there. FXL now looking to land back down to the down air and get the party started with that down signature, but doesn't find its mark, and Comer makes it back to the stage once again. FXL putting himself into some really tricky situations. The weapon toss comes out there, unarming himself and picks up a pair of gauntlets. The Endlight will send off stage, not enough to KO, but that recovery surely will, as Comer has to go high on the recovery, but FXL chases him down efficiently. Now the scythe pick up here as Comer is unarmed and struggling to find any sort of reprieve from the pressure. The sidelight into the recovery is a great way to fight back for your own space on the ground. D-Light into down air. Another downer on the dodge and place into an immediate recovery. And now Comer with a big damage lead here. Whoa,
there
just
we
KO'd.
go.
That KO'd. I cannot believe it. I thought he had one more opportunity, but that will find the KO, and Comer takes it there with snowballing that momentum in that last stock, and he's able to take that off the top of the recovery. I honestly thought he had one more recovery he had to hit, but that's just KOs outright, and Comer now evens up the set count.
He does indeed, and this is going to be interesting because I mean, you know, you now have it 1-1. You know, you do have the opportunity for Comer to come back here. They're still sticking on the Mordexus though. We're not seeing any changes. No one's really willing to risk that change. And I mean, if you're Fixel, it doesn't really matter, right? You know, you're already having a lead. Why change it up? But for Comer, he's sticking on that Mordex, and he won last game. It is incredibly close right now, and Fixel now having this urge to go ahead and win game number 3, take his advantage back. I mean, these guys are going back and forth. They're both around the same color and damage range. This comes down to who takes that advantage of that neutral control and who is accurate with their attacks. Side up from Comer coming in. Fixel doing a weird dodge and runs right into Comer's attack to keep him off ledge, but Comer misses 2 attacks. Fixel with the punish.
And I love that wait there to get some confirmed amount of damage. He was unable to get as much as you want versus a sweat-beaded opponent, but he was still able to get something as Comer back down to the side, goes for the big side light there, gets punished by the recovery. FXL now throwing his side to try to catch Comer, maybe going for a hasty jump in the corner, but doesn't get anything. The recovery does beat out FXL's gauntlet recovery, and the weapon toss doesn't hit its mark either as the GC downlight into the stage doesn't find its target, and the side light, the weight, but no recovery. We finally pull the trigger on the recovery, but it hits nothing. And Comer gets the dash forward into the end light to close out that slot.
Yeah, and right now this is a big thing for Comer. He wants to make sure he goes into a reset. Gets that 3-piece combo, tries to get that dodge read, but misses that. You do see Fixel come in and went for a weird KO option, and Comer is able to come back. He's able to do a little bit more damage build up, and that's actually gonna be huge for Comer here. Fixel does get that gauntlet recovery, but Fixel does go into the orange of that second stock, and that's pretty huge for him too. I mean, for Comer, I mean, he has this lead, and Fixel's gonna have a rough time trying to come back from this a little bit, unless he gets some sort of string combo here, which he can. But we're seeing Fixel throw out these attacks prematurely, and Comer's is maximizing on those recovery frames.
Nice end light there, looking for that anti-air punish, and Comer getting nice pop-up into the weapon toss there off the nair, and Comer now with a 2-stock to 1 lead, and Fixel really struggling here. We saw an aggressive game number 1 from Fixel, but has yet to find the same amount of success and momentum. The flame slowly fades out here. We might be seeing a reset off the back of how much Comer is able to build up this damage and just win neutral over and over again, and really force Fixel to be put on notice. And he's not really stepping up to the plate. These opportunities haven't been leading to anything too crazy. The sidelight into recovery is a great start, though. It doesn't find the KO, but it sets up a nice juggle, put the weapon toss down. An immediate scythe pickup from Comer puts him back on the map. The sidelight once again. The damage is slowly building up. Waits for the dodge in, goes for a dodge in himself, but doesn't pull the trigger on the recovery. That recovery will find the KO, and now, all of a sudden, it's not so clear who's going to win this game, as FXL just needs one big string to close out this game, potentially stealing it away from Comer.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal there coming in from Comer there. He needs to be able to take advantage of this, but Fixel's coming in with some crazy gameplay.
Oh, the ground pound!
Able to touch the ground.
Is it enough? The D-line is decider. Can you make it back? No, you cannot. FXL.
No, you cannot.
Fixel steals it away with 100 damage on himself and says, "It is still my set. I'm in winner's side for a reason," and takes the game, steals it away. You can never count him out quite yet, and Fixel takes game number 3. Oh my goodness, what a big swing of momentum for Fixel.
Jeez, and that's a huge deal for Fixel going forward. I mean, you know, he's 1 game away. He's 1 win away from becoming the MENA champion. If Comer wins his game, they go to game number 5, right? So for Comer, with him being seed number 1, with him, you know, feeling that pressure of Fixel winning springs, this is the best practice for Comer when he goes into summers. He needs to feel this pressure, and he needs to find a way of adapting against Fixel. And almost 400 damage done just with gauntlets from Fixel. Comer's going to be very wary about that. It's not that Fixel's going to be on the scythe. He's going to be worried about those gauntlets. And we'll definitely see what happens with these guys going forward, but it's going to be interesting for sure.
Absolutely. I'd love to see this go to a reset in the game 5. Well, a reset, but for now, a game 5, as Comer needs to force this one. But FXL, I mean, how much momentum did you really build from that game? We'll have to see here. The end light into the nair comes out, and they both look to get that big string to start us off. We don't see a flip off stage. We see FXL going for the down air and sending right back to center stage, hopefully getting a big string similar to a Comer is able to get there, landing with the deep nair, but Doesn't get the Nair extension, but the D-Light will send into the stage once again, and FXL now has to swap over to the gauntlets to try to mix it up.
Yeah, and right now we're kind of seeing Comer kind of mixing things up a little bit, trying to take this lead over Fixel there. Oh, gives up his neutral control to Fixel. Does get the neutral light, but Fixel now having the ability of doing damage. Build it, picks up that sights for himself as well. It gets read though by Comer, but doesn't get KO'd. Oh, the arm recovery comes in, but doesn't KO because we're on Demon Island. And for Comer, the neutral light comes in. It's close to getting KO'd, but he's just not able to get this KO option. And Pixel's just able to do more damage. Wow. But in the meantime, silent recovery comes in from Comer, and he takes that lead. But man, is he having a rough time KOing.
It's all looking so easy. The side light does come out into the Nair. FXL having to getting put on notice as you get sent very high. The sider does send off stage, but he flips it with the Nair. Now Comer in a bad spot. Goes for the down air there. I think that was supposed to be a D-Light towards the wall, but he didn't quite touch the ground in time, and Comer going for the big down air there. Tries to flip it once again. FXL unable to make it back, and neither is Comer, as you see a stock trade across the board, but Comer happy to take that one as now FXL is on his last stop.
Yeah, this is a very big deal for FXL. You know, he needs to make sure he puts this pressure onto Comer. He needs to take the neutral control again. Can he do something against Comer off that ledge? I think Comer's, you know, trying to stick on that platform. Oh, but Fixel might be able to do something. Uh-oh.
Wow, the patience from Fixel to not swing. So smart.
Comer didn't get the punish.
Okay, nice anti-air with the side light. Gets the recovery as well, scoops underneath and using the geometry. Fixel, he comes back from a 2 stock to 1 deficit. He takes only a very, very menial amount of damage, and all of a sudden, the momentum swings back into his favor as Comer now getting put on notice. The side light there, going for the big downer, looking to end it all there with it, looking to take the tournament off the back of a side string. The Nair comes out and goes, so does the GCN, like gets the pickup off the recovery into the Nair on the gauntlets. FXL looking for that big reversal with the Nair, but Comer makes it back to the stage, and we get back some calm in the storm, the game 4.
Yeah, we do indeed. And at this point in time, you know, you do see Pixel trying to do something here a little bit.
The weight is so smart. He almost gets the recovery there as well. The end light though, Comer is still in this game. The side light comes out as well. The weapon toss from Fixel. Fixel going for the big side stick, doesn't find it there. Comer now putting Fixel into the corner. The jump side air and another side light sends him off stage, but he fights back with the side light into recovery, goes for the exhaustive recovery. It doesn't hit its mark, and Comer gets right back to the stage. And one more side light into recovery, one more recovery. Fixel knows that the tournament is in his bag, but he doesn't pull the trigger there. And one more opportunity goes to Comer to close it out. But there it is. Fixel gets the side light, gets the recovery, beats the weapon toss, and FXL is your Moose Wars Clashing Kingdoms MENA champion.
There you go, indeed. Congrats to FXL on changing that pace into his format there to go ahead and win this event. His overall scythe and his overall gauntlet was phenomenal tonight. We saw a lot of crazy scythe combos. We saw a lot of gauntlet. You saw a 1-stock lead from Comer, and Fixel was able to deal with that pressure and take that scythe level to the next step there. And you know, even went back down to the gauntlets on the final stocks, get that side light and got that recovery, mixed things up between scythe and gauntlet, and caught Comer off guard. Congrats over there to Fixel, and you know, being the MENA champion for Clashing Kingdoms there and having himself on that throne for this event. So congrats there to him. And yeah, I mean, it's huge for him. Congrats.
Yeah, really, really happy to see that Fixel is able to close that one out, and spring champion for a reason, and he's kind of putting himself back in the contention of saying, you know what, I might be PR2 and Seed 2, but I might just be the best in MENA right now. But these two players, a lot of respect for each other, and I have a lot of respect for them as well. MENA always showing out a really, really fun and exciting matchup there to close it out there, and no matter what the state of the world looks like, it's always going to be a very special place in Brawlhalla's community, the MENA community, coming out, doing whatever they need to do to win. And in this case, Fixel is able to come out just on top of Comer there in Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, Fixel did very, very well. I mean, going forward, I mean, he had that winner side bracket very confirmed to his name. But, I mean, Comer was starting to come back a little bit. We saw that going into the game that he won. He did very well controlling things. And he had a 1-stock lead going into that final game. But going into those final stocks, I mean, we just saw Fixel take that neutral control away and really show what he is made of. So, yeah, that was a powerful thing there, and that was cool. So, I mean, now we have Fixel. He's going to be the Moose Wars champion for MENA. for Clashing Kingdoms. We'll put him on his throne here. We'll show up on screen here shortly. We got a little graphic for him as well that we'll post. But, you know, he's a champion for a reason, man. And he's representing MENA going forward and in the future of the region. So congrats to him. I'm going to go and report this real quick on challenger mode and get that going. But yeah, for the top 8 players, because they're all DMing me now, DM me on Discord. If you top 8 it, I'll get you a Moose Wars avatar as well. A lot of these players were asking for it. There you are. FXL is your Clashing Kingdoms MENA champion, and he sits rightfully on the custom MENA throne. And man, that's a powerful image right there.
Yeah, it's really cool to see FXL closing that one out and winning the tournament in that winner's side. And I mean, Comer put on a great fight, but at the end of the day, FXL, your champion of Middle East, North Africa. Shout out to Moose Wars once again for having me on this set. I mean, this was a really, really fun block. We got some really cool legend picks. I got some Thor for myself as well, which I'm always happy to see. But yeah, man, that's going to do it. FXL is your champion, man. How do you feel, AJ, first of all? I know you're touring all, most of the major regions of the world this weekend, but how do you feel about MENA? Do you think it's a good start to the weekend?
I think it definitely is. I mean, we had so many combos and clips and styles that were so unique to these players, and it's styles that we don't get to see in other regions a whole lot. It's very cool to see. We got some crazy reversals tonight. We've seen some crazy combos, and that's what we like to see. We don't get to see a whole lot of that. And I think with MENA being where it's at now, with the amount of players in that region, it's going to make me want to host MENA events more. I mean, they're currently beating South America in attendees as well. They had 154 for MENA, and South America has 135. So, MENA, I think, is definitely a region that's going to be sticking around for a bit. I think these players are going to get more developed, and I think we're going to see them more at BCX going forward because, I mean, the gameplay styles are phenomenal. So, but yeah, I mean, what a great start to the weekend. Tomorrow we start the South America portion of Clashing Kingdoms. We have phenomenal players. I think we have most of the PR players from South America. I saw Kaina, I saw Lores, I saw Fiend, Kaito, Power, pretty much anyone you guys can think in South America that's PR'd. Hughes, Lopez, Reaper Blacks, they're all going to be playing in the event tomorrow as well. So make sure you guys stay tuned for that. We'll be starting the bracket at 2. We'll be live at 4, roughly 4-ish there. And we'll have some amazing sets for you guys as well. But is there anything that you want to say there, Mr. PJ, before we go and hop off the night?
I want to just give a big shout out to Moose Wars once again for having me on Exuft, and as well as you, AJ, for inviting me to share the mic with the person that makes it all happen here at Moose Wars. Big shout out to AJ and shout out to production. Shout out to the casters that came before us on the block. I know I was watching the Flaming and Graffiti set. Really fun to watch that block. I'll be on all weekend long. If you want to follow my Twitter, it's right there at pup_PJ. You can check out where I'm going to be. But if there's any community event that's casted in English, I'm probably doing top 6 for it this weekend. So see you guys around all over. Got a big shout out to the community initiative at Brawlhalla for making these events happen. It's a big weekend for Brawlhalla. We got community events this week. We got official singles next week, and the week after we got official doubles. So it's going to be a lot of Brawlhalla to watch. But yeah, man, thank you so much for having me, AJ.
Yeah, with that being said, once again, shout outs to all of you guys being here. Also, shout outs to Brawlhalla. We wouldn't be doing these events without you guys sponsored prize pools. So we greatly appreciate you guys and your contribution for Moose Wars. And with that being said, though, what an amazing event for MENA. It exceeded my expectations, and I can't wait to see the future events going forward. But make sure you guys watch this weekend. South America, Europe, and North America all competing to be on their own throne in their own region. So with that being said, have a fantastic rest of your night, and we will see you guys tomorrow at 4 p.m. with South America. See you guys later.